You can measure the size of an elephant. You can clock the speed of a cheetah, but you can't quantify the heart of a kings, queens, and in-betweens. Welcome to Dr. Boxing Talk. Stream starts now.
The champ is here! 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 The champ is here!
If I tell you I'm good, probably you will say I'm boasting. But if I tell you I'm no good, you know one line.
Yo, 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 yo. Yo. What it do, what it do, what it do. Good, great, grand afternoon to you wonderful, beautiful people out there on this sweet Saturday. You feel me? It's a sweet Saturday. God is good. And we here to talk this good boxing talk. Woo. Long time no see. Long time no see. Your boy been busy. Busy bee, but that's a good thing, right? It's a blessing to be busy, you know what I'm saying? Always had something to do, man. We always hustling, so we gonna get it in. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, brethren and sisters, and hermanos, mi hermanas, kings and queens and everything in between. Y'all know what time it is. Doctors in the house. Okay, we are here. We are here with it. We are here. We are here, man. We got the ladies in lines. We about to watch this boxing, man. We about to watch this featherweight title fight. What is it? Nick Ball is defending his what does he have? The WBA? The WBA belt, right? You know, work with Queensberry Promotions. I ain't gonna lie, man. I gotta be honest. One time for Frank Warren doing his thing, you know. Queensberry. We love boxing, but Queensberry cards be trash.
Know your fucking place, trash.
And this is no different. You heard me. This is no different, man. This card is terrible. But, you know, the main event is I'm interested in it, you know what I'm saying? So I like Brandon Figueroa a lot. Y'all know how I feel about Nick Ball. People call me a hater of Nick Ball. I don't think I'm a hater. I just think that I have expectations. And Nick Ball is a champion. He's been falling short of those expectations. I mean, where we do that at, you know, like where we do that, where we allow champions to not fight opponents that are in their division, where we do that at. Last time I see Tank do that, we complain. There's been no complaints for Nick Ball's last three opponents, and none of his three opponents have been in the featherweight division. Where they do that at? Brandon Rios. He had Nick Ball was a second fight at 126 in like 4 years. All the other fights before that were at 122. Where we do that at? How does that suffice as a good title defense? His next opponent, he fought TJ Doheny, right? He fought TJ Doheny coming off a knockout loss to Naoya Inoue. And that doesn't sound that bad, but then you'd be like, hold on. Naoya Inoue fights at 122, which is a division below. Where they do that at? You see what I'm saying? How we allow Nick Ball to fight a guy coming off a stoppage loss at a division below. You see what I'm saying? He brought a guy up that just got knocked out at a division below, and we were cool with that. You see what I'm saying? When somebody else does that, oh, they say they're bringing the guy up. They're fighting a guy that's smaller than them. Where they do that at, right? And then Nick Ball turned around after that and fought another guy in Sam Goodman. And where was Sam Goodman from? Super bantamweight. That's 122. That was his debut at 126 when he fought Nick Ball. Where they do that at? So that's why I'm very critical of Nick Ball, but I don't hate him. I just tell the truth. If telling the truth is hating, then it is what it is. I'm a truth teller, so it is what it is, man. I don't think those things should be conflated. I don't say Nick Ball is trash. I mean, I think he kicks people in the nuts, so he's a little dirty. Where they do that at? You know, he likes to slam people on the mat like this is wrestling. Where they do that at? You know, he's slamming Rodney Rios. He kicked TJ Doheny in the balls. So I mean, I just tell it what it is. If he wasn't a fighter that did dirty things, then I wouldn't call him a dirty fighter. If he wasn't a fighter that fought guys in the lower weight division as his title defense in higher weight divisions, then I wouldn't say that he does that either. So we can't be, you know, hating would be me saying, oh, he's a fighter that doesn't deserve to be a champion. Oh, he's garbage. You never hear me say he's garbage, but I don't really particularly care for him. But let's get right to it. Before we get to all that good stuff in bond minds, you know, we got to say our prayers and thank the Most High. Hit this roll call real quick. We got Smoochie in the building. Was good one time for the ladies. So I hope it's on Tubi or it should be on Tubi, but it's on the Zone. Yeah, he done kick Dohinky in the nuts. How you gonna kick a dude in the nuts, man? You don't kick nobody in the nuts. Oh, Dohinky. TJ Dohinky. Smoochie is crazy. You don't kick Dohinky in the nuts. Don't forget to smack that like button for your boy. Let's go ahead and say our prayers or thank the Most High. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us to this day. Another Saturday, another day of life, another day to smile, another reason to smile and be thankful and grateful, Lord. No matter what we're going through, give us the strength to push through and the courage to submit to you and admit to you that we are flawed and that we could be feeling overwhelmed and not be boggled down by worry and stress, because you can't be faithful and prayerful and simultaneously be stressful. You know, it's contradictory in nature. So if we pray to you, we have to also have confidence in you and faith in you that you will bring us through. So please give us the strength to be able to anticipate good things and good blessings, even though we don't see that in our own vision. You know, there's be faithful, strong, and courageous. Now we ask you to continuously forgive our sins. We thank you for the sins that you already forgiven us for. And we thank you for the blessings that we had in the past, the ones that we're currently receiving, and most importantly, the ones that we will receive in the future. Thank you, Lord, through Jesus' name. And thank you for letting us see another Black History Month. Amen. You know, one time for Black History Month, man. Black History Month. I know it's called Black History Month. I know it's called Hispanic Heritage Month. I know it's called Women's Celebration Month. I know all these months are called different things for different categories of people. But if you're a good person, you should celebrate the history. Every history is history. Every celebration is celebration. So you don't have to directly be included or related or called out to celebrate others, you know what I'm saying? Because we're all human. So in order for us to feel human and express humanity, then we all have to be happy for each other's success. So, you know, one time for Black History Month, you know what I'm saying? That's how I get to part of the reason why we get to fraternize with males and females and blacks and whites and browns, and you know what I'm saying? And so we can't forget that, and you know, got to remember that a celebration of humans is a celebration of all humans, you know. So stop worrying about isolation and segregation. We got to worry about unity, you know what I'm saying? So yep. It's so funny that people get mad. The same people that get mad at Black History Month are the same people that be out there celebrating Cinco de Mayo, and they ain't got one lick of Spanish in their body. One lick of Mexican heritage in their body. Cinco de Mayo not even really, you know, Mexican Independence Day is in September, but you know, people have people don't feel like they have to be Irish to go and celebrate Irish holiday when it comes to them celebrating and drinking, right? They use any excuse to get drunk. You know, they don't feel like they have to be black to celebrate Martin Luther King's Day. But when it comes to things that don't benefit them directly, or they feel like don't benefit them, then they start complaining. We should always celebrate each other. You should always celebrate each other. You ain't got to be directly impacted. But I'm done preaching now. I'm done preaching. Unity. That's the what's the name, boys? Dave Chappelle. Unity. The Rick James voice, but Smoochie said UNITY like Queen Latifah. Shout out to Queen Latifah, man. Big up Queen Latifah. UNITY. That's a fact, man. Shout out to Queen Latifah one time for the ladies again. But yeah, man, I got some stuff to talk about, get off my chest, man. There's been a lot of things, a lot of misinformation I've been seeing. You know, I just haven't had time to address it, but we got some time today. We're going to talk about it today. We're going to talk about it today, and that is some things that went down with Deontay Wilder and Talk Sport Boxing with Simon Jordan. I have my opinion on that. I have my opinion on Shakur Stevenson being stripped by the WBC. I have my opinion on that. I'm going to share my opine, and that's really about it. Yeah, that's really about it. That's been going on in the boxing landscape that I feel needs to be addressed from a logical perspective, the perspective that we do the best, an objective perspective, unbiased perspective, a logical perspective. A lot of people give a lot of emotional perspectives, and yeah, man, you know, ain't nothing wrong with having feelings, but if your feelings are dictating your brain and your logic, then you're emotional. And if you're emotional, then I must tell you,
Nigga, you's a bitch.
you feel me? Shout out to my brother Clone, man. Big member in that building. Mi hermano Clone, man. Shout out to my brother Clone, man. Dropping that hello yellow $10 on the fellow with that bread, that cheese, that butter. Yes, Sirski. Shout out to my guy Clone. He said rewatch that Shakur Tio fight. Tio got washed. Ugh. Wasn't an exciting performance, but I think he dominated. Ugh. Also, Lakers are now known as the Snowtime Lakers in Black History Month. Ugh. Great prayer, demon time. Ugh. Thank you, bro. I need Pusha T to read that gosh dang super chat. Ugh. Ugh. This man Chloe need to Pusha T ad lib. Ugh. But yeah, man, nah, I think so. Yeah, you agree with what I said, that if you watch the video, I agree with that. Teofimo got dominated for sure. He dominated him, right? Because he won nearly every round. I know some people disagree with me. I thought it was 8-4 in real time or 9-3 for Shakur, right? I gave a swing round to Tio. If I gave that swing round to Shakur, it would be 9-3. That's a domination. But in my personal opinion, I think it was a domination from the fact that he beat him, not a domination from the way that he beat him. I think there's a difference. There's nothing wrong with that. You see what I'm saying? It's like, I will say this. It's like watching basketball, right, Cologne? If I watch basketball, you're a basketball fan. If I watch basketball and somebody gets swept 4-0, that's a dominating win, right? Because they didn't win a game. However, you could watch a series and it could be a 4-0 sweep that was a close 4-0, right? We've seen that before. We've seen a team get beat every game, but every game was a close game. That's how I feel like Shakur was. Not every round was close, but it's like it didn't really, like, there was no huge amount of separation. Like, even when he you could say that Teofimo kind of slipped, whatever. Either way, Shakur caught him with a nice body shot, and he caught him with a right hand, right? If my memory serves me correctly. And Tio wobbled. Shakur walks towards him, but he doesn't follow up with an explosive combination to take advantage of the would-be shaken Tio. Even if he wasn't hurt, and Shakur would know best, right? Shakur would know best if it's a slip, or second best, because Tio would know first best if it was a slip. Shakur would know second best because he knows the kind of fervor and the kind of intensity he put into his punch. But even still, even if you didn't wobble him, you still want to catch him off guard. He was still trying to catch his balance, jump on him. I'm not saying you got to knock somebody out, right? But that's why I gave the Floyd Mayweather example. When we think about Floyd's great performances, nobody thinks of Floyd and Manny Pacquiao. But Floyd, in my personal opinion, he dominated Manny Pacquiao because the person who imposes their will is the one that's more dominant, right? Floyd Mayweather made Manny Pacquiao fight his fight. So that's why he won so convincingly. But when we think of Floyd Mayweather's great performances, nobody thinks of Floyd beating Pacquiao. We think of Floyd, even in that brief moment where he was making Oscar De La Hoya missed like he was Neo from the Matrix. We think about that. We think about how he dominated Sugar Shane Mosley despite being wobbled, having Sugar Shane Mosley look like he doesn't even know how to box anymore. He was frozen. How he beat Miguel Cotto, who's another Hall of Famer. He beat him thoroughly. We think about the late great Ricky Hatton when he hit him with a check hook and made him hit the turnbuckle, right? Stopped him in that was a stoppage. But the other ones, Cotto wasn't a stoppage. Oscar wasn't a stoppage. It was a close fight. Canelo wasn't a stoppage. The younger, bigger Canelo. These are great performances and great wins. Pacquiao was just a great win. So if people don't hear me or listen to me or let it, I don't know, like they don't let it register in their mind, you know what I'm saying? They just hear, oh, I'm criticizing Shakur. I'm calling it for what it is. I think the Shakur performance was a more dominant, a better performance because he even went in times where he fought Zepeda's fight and he still looked better. To me, that was a more impressive performance. So let me say that. I don't think that Shakur beating Tio was necessarily impressive in the fashion in which he did it, but it was impressive because he walked Tio down at times. Tio didn't win around. He thoroughly beat Tio, but there was no moment where it was like, oh yeah, man, he pieced him up with four punch combinations. I can't even think of a time where he threw more than 3 punches in a row in succession. You see what I'm saying? Like, to me, Terrence Crawford's win over Canelo had more dominant moments for Crawford, where Crawford was standing in the paint and it looked like he was bullying Canelo at times. See what I'm saying? Shakur had no moments like that in that fight. You see? So that's all I'm saying. But so it seems like you agree with me. Yeah, I'm not even like Rigondeaux. Rigondeaux's best win, Guillermo Rigondeaux, was Nonito Donaire. That was not a dominant performance. The biggest highlight in Guillermo Rigondeaux beating Nonito Donaire was probably when Nonito Donaire dropped Guillermo Rigondeaux. That's all I'm saying. You see? So like, you could win. He won convincingly. He didn't win impressively. That's all I'm saying about Shakur. But Shakur made Tio fight his fight, so he definitely won and he dominated. But it wasn't like, no one's gonna, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's very few people that like boxing more than I do. You know, I'm a pugilist enthusiast to the T. How many people in the chat is gonna watch Shakur versus Tio again, outside of just going to rescore it or something like that? You're not gonna watch Shakur and Tio for boxing entertainment purposes. That's not a fight that you're gonna go back and watch and be like, oh yeah, I want to see some good boxing, I want to see some a dominant performance, so I'm gonna watch Shakur versus Tio. Stop it, bro. If that's the case, it's because you either don't like Tio or you are infatuated with Shakur. That's the only reason why you would watch that again. It's like, as much as I like Floyd, there's certain fights that I would watch again, and there's certain fights that I wouldn't. Pacquiao's not a fight I would watch again. I'd watch Floyd and Sugar Shane though. I'll watch Floyd and Hatton though. I'll watch Floyd and Diego Corrales though. Rest in peace. I'll watch Floyd and Oscar though. You see what I'm saying? I'll watch Floyd and Zab though. Ain't nobody going back and watching Floyd and Manny. Stop it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Shout out to my brother Tufo in the building. Big member in the building. Tufo. What up, folk? We got Lloyd in the building. What's good, Lloyd? It has been a minute, man. I've been working. Your boy been working. Shout out to Lloyd. 9-3 is crazy. 10-2 is being nice. Outside of round 9, you ain't do nada. Shout out to Tufo. I'm not mad at that. Maybe I'm a little crazy. But then you got to remember too, Tufo, I'm the one that I initially scored Canelo and Bud a draw. But then I went back and watched it and I scored an 8-4 in favor of Bud. So like, maybe I look at different things. I'm not immune and I'm not exempt from having crazy scorecards occasionally. So maybe my 9-3 is crazy. Maybe my 9-3 is crazy. I will not deny that. That might be crazy. But what's even crazier than the 9-3, in my personal opinion, is anybody saying that Shakur's win was a highlight performance. It was not. Go show me the highlights. Tell me a highlight. That's all I'm saying. And that's not his style either, right? That's not his style. But you could have a quote unquote boring style and still have impressive moments. Like, you don't have to be a knockout artist to have impressive moments. You don't. Go back and watch some of the Celtics teams, right? The Paul Pierce, Kevin Garnett, Ray Allen. They had a lot of close series where they won 5-1 or 4-0, but the series was close because every game was close. Did they dominate? Yeah, if you just go back and look at the numbers. So if you go back and look at Shakur and Tio and you don't give Tio around, absolutely, it looked like he dominated, right? But if you watch the fight, tell me you weren't just waiting. Did Tio ever feel like, oh, he was he was a fish out of water? He never felt like he was a fish out of water. In my personal opinion, it felt like, oh, Tio was just one moment from gaining back the momentum. And that's what I mean. Like, it was a dominant win, but it wasn't like, oh, Tio had no hope. It never felt like Tio had, like, he could have tried to, he just didn't do enough. And I blame his trainer. You know what I'm saying? First of all, no, number one, I blame Shakur because Shakur's a beast. I'm not taking away from, number one is Shakur. Shakur is the reason why Tio looked bad. Number two, Tio Teofimo's trainer, and number 3, Tio. In my personal opinion, Teofimo's trainer talking about, oh, where your power at, bro? Tio didn't follow the game plan. Bitch, you ain't never got a game plan. Shut up. That's why you trash. You know what I'm saying? You know, we talked about Brett. You know, it's crazy. Brian Norman Sr., we have no problem saying how much he should be replaced. And I agree. I shout out to Brian Norman Jr. I think he should replace Brian Norman Sr. at least for a little bit, right? Get a different look. Teofimo Sr. should have been replaced since Cambosos, since Sandor Martin, since Steve Claggett. You feel me? So, and now since Teofimo, since you could argue the Barbosa performance wasn't dominant enough. It's just that it happened to be the best fight, which is not saying much. It was the best fight of the night, which is not saying much at all, because what was the other fights? Devin Haney and Ramirez and freaking Ryan Garcia and Rolly. All those fights are trash. You see what I'm saying? It was just Teofimo and Barbosa was just the least trash.
Know your fucking place, trash.
So just like we put that pressure on Brian Norman Sr. to get canned, we need to put that pressure on Teofimo Sr. to get canned. He should have been up out of there. Shout out to my brother Oster in the building. OGO, what up, folks? Shout out to you, man. He said, Doc and chat, what up, my brother? Stop it. Bro, I'm not hating on Shakur, bro. How can I hate on Shakur and I have him number 4 pound for pound? I literally said that this performance, because he beat Tio, you know, well, let me rephrase that. I have him number 4 or 5. Depends on how I'm feeling. Today, I'm feeling like he's number 4. Yesterday, I would have been feeling like Devin Haney. But I think it's Naya Inoue number 1, Usyk number 2, 3 is Bivol, 4 is Shakur, 5 is Haney. Or 4 is Haney and 5 is Shakur, right? How could I be hating on a man? I got him top 5. What I'm saying is that, am I hate, boy, Floyd to me is the GOAT. Am I hating by saying that Floyd's performance against Manny Pacquiao it didn't stand out? Am I hating on Floyd? Come on, bro. Y'all gotta chill out, man. I'm not hating on Shakur. Bro, I will tell you right now, if Shakur and Tank fought, I would pick Shakur. And you know Tank is my favorite fighter. Tank and Canelo, right? I would never hate on Shakur, but I will call it what it is. You know, I don't really care for Shakur. I think, you know, some of the stuff he says is kind of, you know, corny or whatever like that. But as a fighter, he's one of the best. Absolutely. I would pick Shakur to beat. I don't think anybody beats Shakur right now. Now, when I say that I would pick him over Tank right now, I'm also including the fact that Tank is, you know, in a crazy situation with the judicial system. He's in a situation where he's not focused on boxing. So all that I'm including in my calculation on picking Shakur. If I think that they're both at their peaks, I'm picking Tank. You know that. But right now, I'm not delusional. I don't think anybody beats Shakur. I think the best person to beat Shakur in or around his weight division is probably Devin Haney, and I probably still pick Shakur. That's all I'm saying. Shout out to my brother Oster. He said, oh, wait, so let me hit Smoochie real quick. Said, hey, Doc, how much of Tio's loss should be attributed to his lack of leadership in his quarter? How much? If I could put a percentile on a Smoochie, I would say 65%. I would say 35% is Tio, 65% is his pappy. You know what I'm saying? I'm the pappy, in my personal opinion. I say a strong 65, maybe even 70. Shout out to my brother Oster. That's a great question, Smoochie. Shout out to my brother Oster. He said, oh, hold on. Let me pull up the chat. I'm tripping. Pull up the chat on the screen. Chat right there. Chat. Said, Doc, I got love for you. However, before the fight, everybody was talking Tio shit. Tio so good. Shit crazy. It's like, bro, you know I got love for you too, man. Hey, I love the fact that we disagree. Oh, so you know I respect your opinion. We ain't gotta be in concurrence. You know the love is stronger than that. He said, Tio so good. I agree. Shit crazy. Like me playing Jordan 1-on-1. That's how the fight looked. I agree with that. Tio looked outclassed, but I'm saying he didn't look out of his depth. Like if we were to anticipate, first, Oster, you know I picked Shakur, right? I said that I thought it would be a close fight. I was wrong in that regard, but I picked Shakur. It wasn't like I picked Tio. However, shout out to my boy Doc Capar. He also said that it was Shakur 80-20. He was just being respectful with the 20% for Tio because he's a fighter. He has a good reputation and accolades that he's accumulated and achieved, right, throughout his duration in boxing, right, his career in boxing. However, Tio, there are going to be people that pick Tio, and I don't think that they're wrong to pick Tio. You got to think Tio was a bigger man, whether he was really literally the bigger man in actuality or not. He's a bigger man because he's a champion at a higher weight division. So I'm going to give Shakur that credit for moving up and being a bigger Tio. People like to discredit folks. I don't care how he may seem to you. I don't care how you might think he is. On paper, technically speaking, literally speaking, he's from 135. He moved up to 140 and fought the best guy at 140. Whether you think Teofimo is the best, that's your opinion, that's fine. I'm saying that he's the best from ranking. Tio had the best reputation. He had the best resume, right? Well, maybe not the best reputation, but he had the best resume. He was the Ring Magazine champ. He was a WBO champ. He was the longest reigning champ at 140. All the other champions for the other sanctioned bodies were moving like hotcakes, right? In the last, in 4 fights, right, we seen the WBA belt go from Gary Anton Russell to gosh dang, sorry, we saw it go from Isaac Pitbull Cruz to Rolly Romero. From Rolly Romero to Isaac Pitbull Cruz, from Isaac Pitbull Cruz to Rayo, from Rayo to Gary Anton Russell. The IBF belt, we see that go from who was that? I don't even know. Oh, from Subra Matias to Liam Paro to Richardson Hitches, right? The freaking WBC belt we saw go from Devin Haney to Alberto Puello to Subra Matias to Dalton Smith. So the WBO, whether that's a good thing or not, that's what's debatable, right? Because Teofimo hasn't really been fighting anybody of note, right? So you could have to factor that in. But off of pure being there and his position, Teofimo with the WBO belt was the only one that had a rigid champion, a champion that was there consistently, right? So, and he was the ring belt holder. So ranking, I would rank Teofimo. I don't like Teofimo. I think he's a racist, idiotic, ignorant piece of crap, him and his daddy. But I could separate, compartmentalize, and be objective and say that Teofimo should be recognized as the best guy at 140. Shakur moved up at his debut at 140 and beat the man at 140. So that's impressive. I'm not taking away nothing from him. However, I also going to say that I would not watch that fight again. unless I was trying to prove a point to somebody. That fight, that was not it. That's all I'm damn saying. Shakur not for entertainment purposes, come on now, Tufo. That's a fact. But look, it's not even entertainment though. I don't want people to misconstrue this either. That's the thing. I think people, I know you're not, Tufo, but I'm saying I think a lot of people try to dumb it down to that. I'm not saying that. I know Shakur is not entertaining like that, but you cannot be. I'm not saying that Shakur has to get a knockout to be entertaining. I'm not saying that. You don't have to get a stoppage to be entertaining, right? That's number one. But number two, it's not even about being entertaining. I'm saying, let me say this. Let me think how I can say it. He won arguably every round. He never gave Tio a thorough beating. That's perfect. Tell me what round he gave him a thorough beating. He pop, you know what I'm saying? If Tio didn't act right, pop, he'll check him. Pop, check him. What round did he give Tio a thorough beating, Tufo? Please tell me. Educate me, enlighten me. There was no moment of a thorough beating. Go back and watch Floyd versus Sugar Shane. There was moments where he was giving him a thorough beating. When Crawford beat Canelo, when Bud beat Cinnamon, there was moments where he was giving Cinnamon a thorough beating. There was no moment where Shakur was giving Tio a thorough beating. That's the point that I'm making. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't have to be entertainment. Like, we know that's not Shakur's style. But there was moments where he was giving Artem Harutyunyan a thorough beating. There was moments where he was putting that pressure on Zepeda, giving him a thorough beat. There was no moment where he gave Tio a thorough beating. He just did enough to win every round convincingly. So to me, that's what's not impressive. It's impressive the fact that he didn't lose a round, if you want to say, but it's not impressive of, there was no moment where he where he stepped on the gas and was like, okay, bet, I'm going to show you that, man, this man's not even close to me. There was moments when Devin Haney fought Brian Norman, even besides the knockdown. There was moments where he was giving him a thorough beating. There was moments where Josh Kelly was countering the shit out of Bakram Murtazali, giving him a thorough beating. And then it flipped, and there was moments where Bakram was giving Josh Kelly a thorough beating. There was no moment where Shakur was giving Teofimo a thorough beating. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me the round. Tell me the minute. Tell me when. There was Nan moment. That's what I'm saying. Maybe that encapsulates what I'm trying to say. There was no moment. There was Nan moment. Smoochie, you hear me? There was Nan moment. Not Nan moment. Where he was giving him a thorough. Stop it. None. That's why I liked Shakur. I knew Shakur would win. Well, I picked Shakur to win. I can't say I knew. But that's why I wanted like Keyshawn Davis or Devin Haney to, even I feel like Devin Haney probably would have made Tio look worse. For moments. I think Tio and Devin Haney would have been more competitive throughout. But I think there would have been a moment where Devin Haney might have put Tio on his back pockets. Facts. There may have been a moment. That's why I wanted Brian Norman. Brian Norman might have put Tio to sleep. All that racist stuff he was saying. Man, we need somebody to put him on his back pockets. You know what I'm saying? Shakur embarrassed him by not letting him win a round. He ain't put him on. Man, stop it, man. My guy Tay in the building. What's good? Fight one, round one. Nah, after round 9, I for sure got Tay stopping Shakur to the body. I'm not mad at I ain't gonna fight that. I'm not gonna fight that. You know what I'm saying? But I think right now, as it sits, with Tank going through what he's going through, and talk about fighting Jake Paul and not rematching Lamont Roach, and I'm not gonna lie, I think it might be borderline foolish to pick Tank over Shakur right now. I'm gonna be honest with you. But that's predicated on the fact that I'm acknowledging that he is not at his peak or even close. I wouldn't be mad at Tank if Tank got a tune-up. I'm gonna be real. I would advocate for him to get a tune-up, not because he's bad, but what you been doing? What you been doing? You feel me? Two Sizzle, you feel me? What up, Two Sizzle? My guy, Two Sizzle in the building. Like, what you been doing? You know what I'm saying? You've been running in and out of strip clubs, allegedly yoking women up. You know what I'm saying? Trying to fight a YouTuber. You feel me? You had a draw that was controversial in nature. Shakur been winning. That's a difference, bro. We cannot neglect the fact or omit the fact that you have to be 100% in. That's what anything that you're doing, trying to be the best, not just boxing. It could be a barber. You could be a barber, a beautician. You could be a rapper, entertainer, an actor. If you're not actively doing your craft, you gosh dang right I'm gonna pick the other person who I know is 100% locked in. That's just common sense. I don't care how much I like you. I'll be rooting for Tank, you know that. But Shakur has been locked in. It doesn't even make sense to pick somebody who's not locked in. We're talking about world-class, high-level athletes, bro. You got to be respectful, and I respect the craft. That's like me. I'm an engineer. You know, I got my PhD in mechanical/sustainable energy engineering. When I'm locked in, when I was I'm still a great engineer. Obviously, that's why I got the documentation to prove it. But I haven't been actively engineering things, right? So I would say that I'm a worse engineer right now than I was when I graduated, because I was actively working on my craft. So I don't think that that's a knock on myself. I just think that's just the truth. I was a better engineer when I was actively engineering. You know what I'm saying? Tank I don't expect him to be a better boxer today than he was when he beat Frank Martin. I don't think he's a better boxer today right now than he was when he fought, I don't know, whoever else was before Frank Martin. Who was before Frank Martin? I don't even remember. But that's the point that I'm making. So that's why I would pick Shakur. Hell, I might pick Abdullah on his ass. What are you talking about? I might pick Abdullah. 18-page math problems. Talk to him, Two Sizzle. Two Sizzle know what I'm talking about. That's a fact. 18-page math problems in front of a committee of other engineers, right? And both corporate and academic. So it's not like I'm just doing problems. I'm doing problems in front of an audience in an auditorium doing math problems. Facts. That was and they're asking me questions I had no preparation for, right? Well, I mean, I my studies and stuff like that, but they can ask me anything. That's how I got my PhD qualification exam. You know what I'm saying? You got guys that have books, have theorems written after them, like Dr. Van Domlin. That was on my committee. I had to prove myself. You feel me? So I'm not just talking like as somebody who's just, I mean, of course, I used to box as an amateur, but nothing like world class. What I'm saying is that people make it seem like you have to relate directly. No, if you're doing some stuff, you can relate. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, whatever your job is, whatever your profession is, if you're trying to be the best, you can't be the best and not put in work. I don't care if you're a basketball player or a singer or a rapper or a podcaster. If you're trying to be the best, you got to be 100% locked in. Because if you're not, then you're going to get your block knocked off. That's how it should go. I don't care if you're trying to be a teacher. You're trying to be the best teacher. You can't be the best teacher if you ain't teaching. So how you going to be the best boxer if you ain't boxing? You feel me? That's all I'm saying, man. That's all I'm saying, man. Doc Soft Pie, I'm sleeping. Shout out to Bushy Cat. Shout out to Bushy Cat Lover. He feel me. All fat. Thank you, brother. I'm not knocking nobody, man. I'm just saying what it is, man. I'm just saying what it. How you gonna be the best if you ain't doing what you trying to be the best at? That don't even make sense. If I'm trying to be the best person at pull-ups, if I ain't doing pull-ups, how I'm gonna be the best? Come on, man. That's all I'm saying, bro. I'm taking the person that's in it over the person that was. That's all I'm saying. What kind of nerd talk did I walk into? Shout out to Kendrick in the building. Big number in the building. Shout out to my brother Oster. Dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. Doc height of a boxing match is to ultimately win. That's facts. This is why it's many ways to win. Facts. Now people can't figure that part out. They will always lose. That's a fact. No dispute or debate there. I agree. You should win. The best. And Kendrick could attest to this. Kendrick loves Shakur, right? I'm not saying that in a bad way. I'm saying that's one of his favorite fighters. You know, people would say I love Cinnamon, I love Tank, I love Floyd, or whatever it is. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that in a negative way. I'm saying that as much as me and Kendrick may disagree on some aspects of Shakur, you'll never hear me say that Shakur should fight a different way. I'm always advocating and knocking down that Tom and Jerry nonsense. I think that's stupid. Shakur should not try to fight like Bud. He should not try to fight like Tank. He should not try to fight. He should be the best version of himself. And he should always try to win. You should prioritize winning. However, as an observer of the sport, I have a right to say what I see as well. I never said, like I said, I think that win catapulted Shakur to top 5 pound for pound. No debate on this side. If you wanted to, well, maybe you could debate 4, 5, and 6 being Bam, Shakur, and Devin Haney, some mixture of that. You know, I would have, me personally, I would have Bam at number 6. Like I said, I would have Inoue number 1, Usyk number 2, 3 Bivol, 4 Shakur right now for me today, 5 Devin Haney. If you want to put Devin Haney number 4, that's cool. But now I put 5 Devin Haney number 6, Bam. If you want to put Bam number 5, Devin Haney number 4, Bam number 4, Shakur number 5, Devin Haney number 6, you really wouldn't get that much of a debate from me. But so I'm saying I'm acknowledging the significance of that win, but I'm also acknowledging that it was not a win that I would watch again and say, oh yeah, man, he made Tio look like an amateur. Yes. I don't think it was an embarrassment to Tio because of the lack of quantity of rounds that he won. It wasn't an embarrassment to Tio from where he made him look like he was just getting punched on or he was getting a thorough beating. Like I said, I think it's comparable to Guillermo Rigondeaux versus Nonito Donaire. To me, that's a very comparable fight. Guillermo Rigondeaux surely beat the Filipino Flash, but it's not a fight that you'll watch again and be like, oh yeah, man, he dominated him impressively. Nah, bro, he dominated him from a quantity, and that's what matters. You'd have to win more rounds than your opponent. But it was, like I said, with Floyd, it's like Floyd and Manny. Floyd made Manny fight his fight, and we knew it could potentially, well, most boxing purists knew that it could potentially be a boring or not too much of an entertaining fight, right? And I think that Manny was probably Floyd's best win, but it wasn't one of his best performances. You'll be a liar if you say that, right? So this, to me, Shakur beating Tio is his best win, but it's not one of his best performances. I don't think so. I just don't think so. Like I said, if you go back and think about Floyd's fights, nobody thinks of Floyd versus Manny. You think of Floyd versus Diego Corrales. You think of Floyd versus Canelo. You think of Floyd versus Cotto. You think of Floyd versus Sugar Shane Mosley. You think of Floyd versus Hatton. You think of Floyd. Come on, bro. I got to keep going. What are we doing? Nobody thinks of Floyd versus Manny as his best performance. That's his best win because these are two guys at the top of their generation or era of boxing and they collide. That's his best win. Just like Shakur and Tio. Oh, this buddy hurt. That body. Oh, Lord. Body shots. And another one. He hurt. So to me, Tio and Shakur is very comparable to Floyd versus Manny. Tio and Shakur are both in their prime. And they fought. They came together for. I appreciate them for it. But I'm not going to call it what it is. At least not to me. It wasn't. Oh, the fight's over with. The fight's over with. That was Loma versus Carp. Come on now. Talk to him, Two Sizzle. They don't want to hear me, though. Oh, your name is crazy. He said, bottom line, Shakur is pure trash. That's stupid. See, that's stupid. You never heard me say Shakur is trash. I think Shakur is the opposite of trash. That comment was trash. Your username is trash. Your username is crazy.
Know your fucking place, trash.
There's nothing trash about Shakur. Shakur is a beast. Shakur, when it comes to that boxing ring, there's very few that are better than him. But that don't mean that I don't think the two should be conflated. That just means I wouldn't watch that fight again. Shout out to my brother Rick Timms in the building. Yeah, that name is crazy. Hey, Tay, that name is crazy. Trey Duck says Shakur ain't have to talk to him, Trey. Yeah, and that's true. And that's true. That might be true. He might not have had to do much. You feel me? But because he didn't have to do much, he didn't do much. And I'm going to say what I saw. It wasn't like, oh, yeah, man. Oh, in the 4th round, in the 2nd minute, he was just punching on Tio, letting off a 4 or 5 punch combo. Like, I don't want people to misunderstand. I'm not saying he had to. That's not his style. He's not really going to get a knockout. And he doesn't even have to go for the knockout, but he should go, in my opinion, when you have opportunities to step on the gas. Hey, Keyshawn didn't have to stop Jermaine, or didn't he do it in the 12th and final round or whatever round it was, Trey? I think it was, if my memory serves me correctly, it was the last round he got Jermaine Ortiz out of there. He didn't have to do that. But it shows you the mentality. He's like, oh no, I'm about to put this pressure on him. And it resulted in the stoppage. I'm not saying that he had to stop him. Keyshawn already won the fight. But he had a dude vulnerable. He took advantage of the chink in his armor at that moment. Shakur did not do that against Teofimo. He didn't have to. But he also did not. That's all I'm saying. To me, he's top 4 pound for pound. 5 pound for pound. Top 5 pound for pound. Shout out to my guy Tufo. He said, long story short, if it was 2 random motherfuckers on the street, in the street fighting, you wouldn't even pull your phone out to... Come on now, Tufo. Talk to him, Tufo. He said, long story short, if it was 2 random MFs on the street fighting, gang, you wouldn't even pull out your phone to record. You just keep walking. You feel me? That's all I'm saying, bro. I'm not knocking Shakur, man. I get it. I get it, because I'm not saying, oh, Shakur, he did everything we wanted to see. No, people think I'm hating. No, Shakur is top 4 or 5 pound for pound right now. Right now. That fight, his win was spectacular in nature. The fact that he made Teofimo Lopez Jr. the longest reigning champion at 140, the Ring Magazine champion at 140, WBO and Ring Magazine champion at 140, look like that. That is phenomenal. However, I'm not watching that shit again. There was no moment that I would look forward to watching that fight again. It is what it is. It is what it is, man. If anybody tell you differently, they lie. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Tay says, Keyshawn versus Hitchens, I want to see. Ooh, I want to see that too. Trey said, I get you. Thank you, brother Trey. 100. Thank you, give him. Thank you. The Haney that fought normal will give Shakur that belt. Ooh, BTA? Ooh, I don't know about that. Shakur. That's a good fight. I will say this. I think Devin Haney and Shakur, I'm not going to say it's the biggest fight marketing-wise or revenue generation-wise, but I think that's arguably skill for skill might be one of the... Right now in this moment, I think Devin Haney and Shakur, I don't think it would be, but I think it should be bigger than Tank and Shakur right now in this moment, because, like I said, Tank's not focused right now, and maybe it's for a good reason, you know what I'm saying? He has some things that are alleged against him that seem like it could be true. Yeah, I don't really talk about it much because I like the boxers for boxing, man. I don't know what you got going on in your regular recreational life. That's on you, man. But I will talk about it in regards to boxing. Like, that's the reason why he's not locked in, and that's the reason why he's not available to fight and all that stuff. So I'll mention it in terms of boxing, but we all mess up and stuff like that. Even with Ryan, I don't like Ryan Garcia, that racist, PED, popping weight, bullying bum, overrated bum. Right? I don't talk about, I don't like him at all, but I don't really make videos about the vandalism he was accused of in the hotel, or his incident that was alleged with his restraining order with his baby mama, whatever it was, where he threatened her or something. I don't really talk about that stuff unless it has something to do directly with boxing. That's just me. I'm not saying anybody's wrong for doing that. That's just me. Also said mongoose versus snake. Look at the things with a different lens. True, yeah, and you can see a lot of different things. Yeah, mongoose versus snake. That's a great analogy. Shakur is not a regular boxer. He is a masterclass of the game. Yep, I agree with that. Everybody that go against him will learn. I agree. Well, I don't know about everybody, but yeah, I agree with the majority of what you said. Yeah, I think Shakur is a master of boxing. Absolutely, it's a good competitive fight. Yeah, I think Haney and Shakur is a good competitive fight. I want Devin Shakur now 140 plus than I did back then. When they were 130. I agree. I want it more now than I did back then. I wanted it back then too, but it's not a fight I'd ever really pushed for. To be honest, though, I'm gonna be honest. I wanted Tank versus Haney, but I've already told y'all I'm not one of those that gets hung up on one fight, no matter how big it is. Like, I'm a Canelo fan. I wanted it, but I'm not one of the fans that like to coddle their favorite fighter. I like Tank. I want Tank versus Shakur because that represents the best fight. I like Cinnamon. I wanted Cinnamon versus Benavidez. I don't want Cinnamon versus Benavidez anymore because obviously look at Benavidez. Benavidez is about to fight at cruiserweight, guys. Dang it. So, Canelo's a small super middleweight. So I feel like that fight doesn't even make sense. You see what I'm saying? But when they're both at 168, I always wanted that fight. I knew it would be a tough fight for Canelo, but I think Canelo could overcome. I don't baby the fighters that I like the most. I want that pressure. I like you because I like Canelo because he fought Floyd. I like Canelo because he fought Triple G. I like Canelo because, you know what I'm saying? So that's just not me. You feel me? Oh, the towel was thrown in. Okay, I was wondering why he stopped it. I thought he spit his mouthpiece out. Now they threw the towel in. Shout out to, that's a good corner right there because their fighter was getting punched on. But anyway, yeah, I wanted Tank versus Shakur. I wanted Cinnamon versus Benavidez. But if I don't get the fight that I want, I'm a boxing head, so I'm watching minimum. I'm watching Oscar Collazo versus Melvin Jerusalem. I'm watching women, Clarissa Shields versus the rematch with Franchon Cruz. So I never really get hung up on one fight. You know, my fandom for boxing is deeper than just one fight. So as much as I want Tank and Shakur, I wanted Tank versus Haney, I want Shakur versus Haney. I'm not super mad at them if they never clash. In fact, you know me, I picked Ryan Garcia to beat Devin Haney before I knew he was a PED popping. I always knew he was a weight bully, but I didn't know he was popping PEDs. And with the racist stuff, that he said, I didn't know about that part, until he came out with it. So I picked Ryan Garcia to beat Devin Haney. But you know me, I think that win is null and void. Obviously, no contest, but even deeper than that, he cheated. He cheated not just Devin Haney, he cheated all the boxing. You see what I'm saying? So I don't even understand how people are rooting for Ryan Garcia or excusing Ryan Garcia. I think that's nonsense. I won money off of Ryan Garcia beating Devin Haney. I still think that's trash. I ain't getting money back though. That's in my pocket. That's mine. But I think anybody that cheats is weak. That shit is trash. But what I'm saying is, even with that, I don't think Devin Haney should rematch Ryan Garcia, in my personal opinion. Don't put no money in that man's pocket. But the hood in me too. If I was Devin Haney, I would have been ran down on Ryan Garcia with the bat and everything. But I'm not advocating for that. He shouldn't do that. But of course, you want to get your get back. But at the same time, too, I don't think Devin Haney should fight him. Don't put no money in that man's pocket, man. That man's a cheater, bro. He should be excommunicated from boxing, exiled. You feel me? But instead, he's getting back-to-back consecutive title shots. You know what I'm saying? Because it is what it is. You know what boxing is. Anyway, Doc, what you think about Ryan undercard? Oh, I think that card's great. I hope Barrios pulls it out, but that card's great. What is it? Gary Anto Russell, Andy Hiroko on there? Come on, I'm looking forward to that fight. Gary Anto Russell, the American 140-pound WBA champion, going against the #1 contender, Andy Hiroko, the Japanese Ghanaian contender. He was actually the first person to beat Jin Sasaki. A lot of people didn't know that. Don't know that, but yeah, he was. Brian Norman was the second person to beat Jin Sasaki. Andy Hiroko was the first person to beat him. I think he beat him at 140. I think that's a great card, man. I think who else is on there too? Somebody else is on there too. I'm missing another fight. There's another good fight on there too. But yeah, no, it's a good card. There's like 3 fights that I'm looking forward to. Yeah, that's a good card. I'm rooting for Barrios. But I think Ryan Garcia can win, and that's a shame on Barrios. But I'm rooting for Barrios. I like Mario Barrios, for better or for worse, win or lose. He's rarely in a dull fight. He had some pretty shitty performances, right, against Manny Pacquiao with 46-year-old. He had a draw, and then before that, he had a draw with who? Abel Ramos, I believe it was. So Mario Barrios has been looking the best, but whether he wins or loses, whether he wins against Ugas, it's an entertaining fight. Whether he loses against Tank and Keith Thurman, it's an entertaining fight. You see what I'm saying? Even with Abel Ramos with the draw, it was an entertaining fight because he was looking spectacular the first 4 rounds, and then he just kind of just fell off. I don't know if something happened to his eye or something. I don't know, but yeah, I think Barrios and Ryan Garcia will make a good fight. I'm going with Barrios. But yeah, I think the card is good. I'm torn between Hiroko and Russell. I'm kind of leaning towards Russell. I think that's like a 60-40. Very close fight. Let me hit some messages. Rick Tim says Devin Boots at 154. Let's go. Since Boots is on Devin hit list. Yeah, Devin better not fight Boots. Not yet. I don't like that fight yet. I think I'm still pushing for Virgil and Boots. We not letting nobody get off the hook, man. Hey Rick, we not letting nobody off the hook. Shout out to my brother Anubis in the building. Anubis says the winner of this fight gets beat up by Inoue. I agree, 1000%. I think Inoue beats Figueroa and Nick Ball. I agree with that. Hitches Duarte's on there too. That's not who we wanted, right? We didn't want Oscar Duarte versus Hitches. We wanted Hitches and Keyshawn. Hitches versus Ortiz. I'd prefer that too. Hitches versus Teofimo. But I don't think Oscar Duarte and Hitchens is a bad fight. I actually think it's a pretty good fight. It's not as good relative to the other fights that we wanted him to potentially have, him being Richardson Hitchens, but Duarte's, that's a good fight. I'm going with Hitchens. Frank Martin and Nahir Albright. Yep, the Ghost versus Albright. That's going to be a good one too. Hey, people be sleeping on Wu. I got the Ghost, but people be sleeping on Wu. That's a fact. You got Andy Hiroko for the slim upset. I'm not mad at that too, Sizzle. Andy Hiroko's nice. Tufo says shit, Dev might as well. They running down on everybody else. Hey, UDD said, let's be honest, people only want Shakur versus Haney right now because they want one of them. Hold on. Everybody face forward in your pews. We got Pastor Unity, KD, aka Kendrick, approaching the pulpit. Hold on. My brother preacher right there. Hold on. I want y'all to, we're going to read this slow and we're going to read it again. He said, let's be honest. People only want Shakur versus Haney right now because they want one of them to lose.
Yeah.
They want one of them to lose.
Yeah.
They want Shakur or Haney to lose.
Yeah.
I agree with that 1,000%. I don't think that they need to fight. Now, it's Devin Haney's fault. Devin Haney's the one that's calling for it, putting it in people's minds. But no, I don't. For what? Like, Shakur just fought one fight at 140. Wouldn't you be more... Well, outside of the names, wouldn't it be more interesting if Shakur fought the winner of Gary Anton Russell or Andy Hiroka if he stayed at 140? Wouldn't it be more interesting if he fought Richardson Hitchens if he stayed at 140? Wouldn't it be more interesting if he fought Dalton Smith if he stayed at 140? Wouldn't it be more interesting if he went back down to 135 and he fought Raymond Murataya? For me, I like unifications, though. But for name's sake, yeah, Devin Haney and Shakur trumps all that. But Devin Haney just made his debut at 147. Well, you could argue it's the second fight because he first fought Ramirez at a catch weight, depending on how you want to look at it. For me, I kind of look at it like every fight above the lower weight class is that higher weight class. So I would kind of count Ramirez as a 147 fight, even though it was a catch weight because it was a catch weight above 140. But it depends on how you look at it. So some people argue that's his debut, 147 with Brian Norman. Some will argue that's his second fight. Whatever, that's neither here nor there. Point is that they're not in the same division. Come on, man. I agree with Kendrick 1,000%. Shout out to Trey Duck, dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. He said Hitchens versus Duarte, Frank Martin versus... Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Yeah, I have Hitchens edging it out over Duarte. I think he's just gonna I'm thinking a solid 8-4, 116, 112 for Hitchens to retain his belt. I'm thinking the Ghost. I like to hear Albright, but I'm picking Frank Martin. I'm big on Frank Martin, though. I always said that I think he can bounce back and get a title after losing the Tank. I think he's very good. Do I think he's the best? I think he's just slightly under guys like Shakur, Haney, Keyshawn, Tank, of course. But I think he's good enough to get a belt. I think him and what's the dude's name that just beat Subriel? Dalton Smith. I think that's a good fight. I think Frank Martin and Subriel Matias is a good fight. I always thought Frank Martin versus a lot of guys at 140. I think he beats a lot of them. I think him and Gary Anton Russell is a good fight. But I would just put him slightly under the premier superstars, in my personal opinion. But yeah, I got Frank Martin beating Tahir Albright. That's a good fight though. Martin and Albright is interesting. I agree. Two Sizzle says Andy the underdog for sure. Yep, no analysis involved. I just like the kid because he trained with Uncle Roger. Facts. Rest in peace, Uncle Roger. I agree he should unify, then think about moving on. Yeah, I mean, but you know me, I like unification though. You know how that goes. Everybody don't like unification. Everybody don't respect the belts. I do. I don't care if it's blue. I prefer. I'm gonna be honest. I think we should push for Haney to get the winner of the IBF champion, Lewis Crocker, after he fights Liam Parra. I think Liam Parra, you know me, I'm big on Liam Parra. I'm one of the few people that picked Liam Parra to upset Subriel Matias in his backyard of Puerto Rico, right? Coming from Australia. I think Liam Parra also beats Lewis Crocker. But even if he wins or loses, I think the winner of that should get Devin Haney. You know, but then again, that goes with Eddie Hearn, and sometimes people try to avoid Devin Haney. I'll admit that too. I'm not the biggest Devin Haney fan, but he is a good fighter, and he makes a lot of fighters look bad. And, you know, and plus he's an independent promotion, and, you know, being an American, specifically a Black American, a lot of people won't go out their way to work with them at the detriment of their own fighter, especially when their fighter's a champion. So I don't necessarily expect it to happen, but I hope it does. Hopefully Turkey Al Sheikh, you know, could facilitate the fight between Devin Haney and the winner. And I always said I think Haney and Paul is a great fight. I said that at 140. So yeah. Yep. Shout out to Eric, man. Shout out to Eric. He said he just tuned in, man. Salute to you, my brother. Welcome to the Boxing Talk family, man. Shout out to you, bro. Welcome, and appreciate you stopping through. Hopefully you stay a while. Eric says, just tuned in. What's your take on the whole 54-pound weight division ducking boots and Eddie's line double talking? Bro, I made a video on that, Eric. My take, personally, that's a great question. I think 154-pound division is the hottest division in boxing, personally. I think it has the most parity and the most depth, right? You have Xander Zayas, a newly crowned unified champion, beating my guy Abash Barao right here from the Togolese German. You know what I'm saying? Big up Africa, West Africa. You know, he's from Togo and Germany. Shout out to Germany as well, Europe and stuff. But he's a unified WBA, WBO champion, man. Shout out to Xander Zayas. I think he has a very high ceiling. I think it would behoove him not to fight Boots, but I think he should fight Boots. We have Virgil Ortiz, right? We still have a Baspera. I still think he's a contender. We have Bakram Murtazalov. He just lost his IBF belt to Josh Kelly, but I still think, you know, he petitioned for a rematch. So I still think him and Josh Kelly, that adds more depth, right? You still have Serhii Boachuk, who's a player. I don't think he's a major player, but shout out to Serhii Boachuk, but I think he is a player indeed. Who else we have at 154? We got Brandon Adams, who beat Serhii Boachuk. We got Israel Madrimov. I think he could still bounce back. So I think 150. Oh, Sebastian Fundora, still, you know, WBC champion. So I think that 154 is a great division, but I think that they need to give Boots a shot, you know, and that's on Eddie though. You know, I don't care who's ducking him. That's on Eddie. Like, I think sometimes we forget about the business of boxing. You know, it's like, I'm sorry, I don't think that some fighters are scared. Every fighter's not scared. Virgil Ortiz, oh, he's shaking in his boots, pun intended. I think he's scared. Obviously, Virgil Ortiz ain't just scared of Boots. He's scared of anybody with a title. He's scared of any good like Virgil Ortiz. I like Virgil Ortiz. He's a good fighter, but there's no excuse for him to be at this point of his career and he's never fought for a belt at 147 or 154. It's inexcusable. See what I'm saying? So I think that if Virgil Ortiz doesn't fight Boots or at least fight for a belt, I don't know, man. I think that we should be very hard on him and very demanding of him to go shake something. You feel me? So I think he's ducking Boots. But I don't think Bakram had a problem with fighting Boots. Josh Kelly, I think he might be a little shaken to fight Boots because they claim that, like you said, the double talking Eddie part. They claim that Josh Kelly signed on to fight Boots, but then we hear a video after Josh Kelly beats Bakram talking about he's exploring his options. How you exploring your options and simultaneously sign to fight somebody? There's no options. There's no options to explore. There's only one option if you sign for it, right? Unless somebody lying. So yeah, man, I think they are ducking Boots, but that falls on Eddie. Eddie has to get these fights because Josh Kelly is an Eddie Hearn fighter. You feel me? Conor Benn. I'd be cool with Boots and Conor Benn. Conor Benn is an Eddie Hearn fighter. So we got to put the pressure on the right people and the right entities, in my personal opinion. And I think that Eddie Hearn is to blame if Boots doesn't get these fights. So, yeah, Xander Zayas and Top Rank. Bob Arum got Xander Zayas a unification right out the bat. You feel me? So why can't Eddie Hearn shake something? So, you know. And he's supposed to be like this with Turkey Al-Sheikh. I don't care who's in front of me. The bag, the life-changing money that Turkey's given, I don't think these fighters are ducking that money. You know what I'm saying? But Virgil Ortiz, right? Turkey came out and when Bakram and Main Event Promotions, his promoter, said that Virgil didn't want to fight them, Turkey came out and corroborated with that story that he offered Bakram and Virgil. He didn't get that fight. You know what I'm saying? So Virgil targets guys like Errol Spence, who's coming off a long hiatus, and his first loss by in brutal fashion to Terrence Bud Crawford. He wants to fight Jamel Charlo, who just came off a long hiatus as well, and his loss to Canelo, where Canelo turned the lion to a pussycat. Right? These are guys that he's targeting. You know, he's a WBC interim champion. Sebastian Fundora said that he's never made a motion or pushed to fight him. So yeah, man, Virgil. I think Virgil is the biggest duck right now, to be honest. You know, all of a sudden it's time to fight Boots, and all of a sudden you have internal conflicts, right? You ain't never had a problem between your promoter Rick Meridian and your promoter Oscar De La Hoya and your manager Rick Meridian. All of a sudden it's time to fight Boots. Now all of a sudden y'all fighting internally. You a duck. That's duck stuff. But yeah, I agree. I wouldn't say that I wouldn't say, and maybe I'm being too soft, I wouldn't say Xander's ducking Boots. I wouldn't say Fundora's ducking Boots. I wouldn't say Bakram's ducking Boots. I would say Josh Kelly. It's still, the verdict's still out. The jury's still out, right? But I would say if Josh Kelly doesn't fight him and they already said that he signed to fight him. Now, unless Josh Kelly fights Bakram for a rematch, that's different, right? Because Bakram did make a motion. But if Kelly doesn't fight Boots and he doesn't fight Bakram, then I think he's ducking Boots. And I definitely think Virgil's ducking everybody. I think Virgil's ducking everybody that's a good fighter, to be honest. Shout out to my brother. That's a great question, though, Eric. That's a great question, man. I mean, what do you think about what do you think about it? I want to know your opinion. What do you think about it? F.A. Ajagba. Hey, shout out to F.A. Ajagba, the big Nigerian. He said that F.A. Ajagba card trash. Yeah, who's F.A. fighting? Is he fighting Charles Martin? Yeah, that's trash. I ain't gonna lie. That's trash. That's trash.
Know your fucking place, trash.
Shout out to my brother Oster dropping that hello yellow $10 on the fellow with that bread, that cheese, that butter.
These biscuits.
Shout out to OGO. OGO, one of two people that have their own emote. with the PhD in boxing talk. I appreciate you for all the support, my brother. Thank you so much, man. Big salute. Shout out to Oster. He says, a zero posse. Bud, Ward, Floyd, Shields, Shakur, Dev, Mason, Black American fighters. Talk to him. You can't be great in your sport, in no sport, without beating a black person. We got more zeros. I like the scissor stoppage. I mean, you know, hey, it is what it is, man. You know, it's hard to refute that. You know, I think that there's a lot of other great fighters. You know, of course, we have Alexander Usyk. You know me, I like all fighters, man. I don't think greatness, which I know you're not saying this, you know, but I don't think greatness has a look or a complexion or a nationality, man. You know, we got, like you said, we got the GOAT, Clarissa Shields. You feel me? We got Floyd. We got Bud. You know, but we also got Cinnamon. I still think Cinnamon's great. I still think Pacquiao's great. You feel me? I think Gervonta Tank Davis is great. I think, you know, like you said, Haney. I think there's a lot of great fighters. I think Tyson Fury's still great, but we know we have Usyk, we have Inoue. Those are pound for pound kings right there. So, but I agree with you. I feel like, I'm gonna be honest, you know, I think that Black American fighters are treated with the most scrutiny and the most expectations. Like I dropped a video, y'all saw it, where shout out to Simon Jordan. I like Simon Jordan a lot from Talk Sport Boxing. I think he's pretty fair. But you know, I thought what he said was rubbish, as our UK brethren, ladies and lads would say. I think it was pure rubbish, and it's diluted for him to say that. Like he said when Josh Kelly won the belt, he said he hopes he doesn't fight Boots. What? You hope that the newly crowned champion from the UK named Josh Kelly, you hope he doesn't fight Boots.
What the fuck does that mean?
Like the audacity for him to come out and just say that on a live broadcast is crazy. Like, we talk about guys fighting the best. We get mad at Boots for fighting Wies Malima in his debut at 154. We say nothing about Virgil Ortiz fighting Frederick Lawson for his debut at 154. We say nothing about him following up with Thomas Delorme at 154. Like, we make it seem like Virgil Ortiz first fight at 154 was against Serhii Boychuk and Israel Madrimov. No, it was Frederick Lawson and Thomas Delorme. Wies Malima, I'm not saying Wies Malima is the best fighter, but he was an IBO champion. He only had one loss, and it wasn't by stoppage, right? He lost by decision to Aaron McKenna, who's an undefeated contender right now at 160. And I bet my bottom dollar that Wies Malima, and I reckon that everybody in the chat would agree that Wies Malima may not be the best, but he's better than Frederick Lawson. He's better than Thomas Delorme. No disrespect to those two fighters, but Wies Malima is better than them. So Boots' debut wasn't really that bad. But it matters your expectations. Boots is a former unified WBA IBF welterweight champion. And in order to be unified, he had to beat an undefeated Lithuanian Mantas Stanionis, right? Who was a WBA champion. And he was a Ring Magazine belt holder. Virgil Ortiz has never done any of that. Never been no type of champion, let alone a unified champion, let alone a Ring Magazine champion. He's never been no type of champion. No, not on the world level if you want to count an interim belt, right? And then Josh Kelly, right? Josh Kelly beats Bakram. Shout out to him. He upset him. But you say that you don't want him to fight Boots? Why don't you want him to fight Boots? It's because you think he'll lose, right? But Boots, if he doesn't fight a champion, if he doesn't fight the best guy, then he's somehow disappointing everybody. So it's like, you don't want to, you have high expectations for a guy making his debut at a new weight class who's already been unified, has been a champion, but you have no expectations for a guy who just won a belt. He's representing the best. How is it championship level to not fight the best contenders in your division? What's championship about that? What's championship material about that? It's crazy. That's crazy to me, bro. It's insane to me, bro. You would never, if somebody said, hey, we don't want Boots to fight. So, I don't know, man. It's just crazy to me, man. It's the double standards is crazy, bro. But that's why we're here. Like, don't get me wrong. To me, Josh Kelly doesn't have to fight Boots next. But you came out and said voluntarily, well, at least his promoter did, that they signed to fight Boots. Josh Kelly also corroborated with that story. So if you're gonna say you're going to fight Boots, we know it's not that Boots doesn't want to fight you. So then, I mean, do that. But if Josh Kelly fights Bakar for a rematch, I'm cool with that. If Josh Kelly somehow fights the winner of Thurman and Fedora, I'm cool with that. But, you know, I think at this point, if we're honest, I don't think Boots not getting a title shot has anything to do with Boots. I think it has more so to do with Eddie Hearn, his promoter, and then next is probably his peers in his division that don't want to fight him. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Hope he gets the fights, but at the same time too, he has to win. You could call for the fights all you want, but you best try to get your block knocked off. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I still maintain that I think Boots beats Bakram, right? Especially now we saw what Josh Kelly did, right? Because I think Boots he has a capability of being a slick fighter. You know, he likes to muck it up too, and he likes to get in exchanges. So I think that's what gives Bakram a chance. But if anybody could emulate what Josh Kelly does stylistically, you know, from being an evasive, elusive fighter, it's Boots. He's probably the only one that could really emulate what Josh Kelly did at 154. I don't think Xander's pretty slick, but he's not as slick as Josh Kelly. We know Fendora's not slick, right? So I think that's Bakram's kryptonite. So I think Boots can beat Bakram. But like I said, Boots likes to mix it up. And if you like to mix it up with a big puncher, then that raises the opportunity for you to get caught as well. So I always think that Bakram has a chance against Boots. I think his chance is a little less now after we saw what Josh Kelly did. But I don't think Bakram would be scared. But Josh Kelly, I don't know. It seems that way. I think that's weak, man. Oh man, Teddy, what up? Josh will get hospitalized, no cap. Yeah, he probably would, bro. He probably would, be honest. He probably would. So maybe it's self-preservation, but that's on Eddie still. Eddie is the promoter of both fighters. That shows that they know Boots is on another level. That's a fact, Unity. That's a fact, Unity. Doc, we just got a lot to choose from. Other countries and places just don't. We have a collection of zeros. Other places typically only have ones. That's the bullshit boxing. JRN was good. My guy. My brother in Christ. Shout out to Sketch, man. What's good with you, bro? Appreciate y'all pulling up, man. He says, now Oscar getting sued by Virgil. That guy Virgil suing him up for making a fight. You can't make it up. You can where was this disruption and confusion when Virgil was fighting Israel Madrimov coming off of a loss? Where was the confusion in the debate when he was about to fight Errol Spence? Right? There was no problems then. All of a sudden you got to fight Boots. All of a sudden we have in-house problems. We have internal conflicts. Like, come on, man. What's that sound like, bro? Come on, man. All of a sudden now people don't get along. They got along to fight Boachuk, though. You feel me? You feel me? They got along to fight, you know. They had no problems getting along when it came to fight Frederick Lawson, though. And all of a sudden now folks ain't getting along. It's time to fight Boots. Come on, man. But then again, like I said, that also falls on Eddie. You know, Eddie and Oscar got to get together, or apparently Rick Meridian. So crazy. This stuff is crazy, man. Dash cray. I think Oscar's holding the fight back. That's why Ortiz got to sue him. You think so, Kendrick? I'm not buying that, man. I think it's a mixture. But you could be right. But look though, Kendrick, we got to remember. Let's go back, right? Let's go back in time, right? You know, we got good memories around here. Let's go back in time. Rick Meridian didn't want the fight, right? Rick Meridian is the one that said that we have options. Remember that. Rick Meridian and Oscar both said that they could fight Errol Spence in Dallas Stadium. Rick Meridian and Oscar both said that they could fight Jermell Charlo. Rick Meridian and Oscar said that Boots is not the only person that they have to fight. So I'm not convinced. Remember, Rick Meridian and Oscar are fighting right now. So I'm not convinced. In my personal opinion, I'm going to tell you what I think. I could be wrong. I think Oscar bent. I don't want to say bent, like I'm not trying to be disrespectful. So, you know, he's already Oscar De La Ponte and Golden Shower Promotions. But I think Oscar is a businessman first, right? I think Oscar was willing to make the fight happen because remember, DAZN, they want the fight, right? That's what the rumors are, that the DAZN executives want the fight, pushing for the fight. And Oscar's Golden Boy promotional deal with DAZN was contingent on the Boots and Virgil fight happening. What I think that Oscar was willing to give in to have the fight with Boots happen. I agree with you. I don't think Oscar or Rick Meridian wanted, but I think Oscar was willing to give in. This is just me, my hypothesis now. I don't know, but I think Oscar was willing to give in to DAZN and make the fight more than Rick Meridian, who's a promoter, who's a manager of Virgil Ortiz, agreed with, right? Because look at the particulars of the lawsuit. There's two particulars that stand out. One, Virgil is suing or has a lawsuit against Oscar. Virgil and Rick Meridian. One of the points is that his promoter Oscar would have to have a major broadcast deal with DAZN. So that is looking shaky because they didn't renew. Golden Boy was not renewed with DAZN, right? That expires 2026 in the summer of 2026, if I'm not mistaken. So that was one thing. The other thing was that Virgil Ortiz wants options. What does that sound like? You want options, but if you want Boots, then what's wrong with that? You said you wanted to fight Boots. Why you need more options? Because he doesn't have options. That sounds like that he was put in the corner to fight Boots and he doesn't want to fight Boots. That's what it sounds like to me. So I'm not sure that Oscar, I agree. I don't think Oscar or Rick Meridian want it, but I think Oscar was more willing to have it in order to save his broadcasting deal with DAZN. And you know, I made a video about that and it's documented. You know what I'm saying? It's well documented that DAZN wants the fight. I think Oscar was willing to give them the fight. And Rick Meridian said, hold on. Hold on. So I disagree. That is more so Oscar. I think it's more so Rick Meridian. And this time, I think. In my opinion. He said they don't have no, come on now. He said, hold on. Oh, my chat just messed up. Hold on. Oster says, okay, it's back now. And that fight with Kelly, that bullshit fight with Kelly, should have been DQ for real, man. This is boxing full of shit. We talk about Josh Kelly last fight. We should be voting to remove that shit from YouTube. But we gotta have all the context because Oscar's the one who shut down the talks with Ortiz's manager. Said they had an argument, so that's why I think it's on him. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. I think Oscar wants it more. But yeah, I could be wrong though. You know, I don't know for sure. None of us know for sure. For your listening pleasure, we are now on Spotify under Dr. Boxing Talk. The same thing on TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, Spotify, everything. Dr. Boxing Talk, man. Come rock with us. Yeah, I don't know for sure, man. Yes, ma'am. They don't have no fucking options. Eric Dow says, DAZN wants to spend money on the Boots fight. Come on now, nothing else. What other network, casino, or money gonna pay decent money for Virgil to fight someone else? Exactly. He said Virgil, bitch. I'm not gonna lie. It may not sound like I like Virgil, but I don't like how he's moving right now. I think, bro, I'm gonna be honest, Eric. I lean towards Boots, but I think Virgil and Boots is a very good fight. I'm not sure who wins. I mean, of course, if I had to put money on, I'm putting money on Boots. I think he's the more all-around fighter, but could Virgil's pressure get to him? Yeah, absolutely. Or could Virgil blow him out the water? Absolutely that too. I would pick Boots, but like the way Virgil moving, man, it does not scream confidence. It does not scream that he wants to fight him. Whether it's Virgil Jr., whether it's Virgil Sr., whether it's Rick Meridian, whether it's Oscar. You know, it's so crazy to me, man. This is the part that I don't really like, if I'm being honest. I'm gonna be honest, Eric. I don't like the fact that when it's Boots not getting the fight, we blame Boots. We don't say, oh, it might be Bozy that doesn't want the fight. We don't say it might be Eddie Hearn that doesn't want the fight. We don't say it might be Matcher. We just say it's Boots. But when it's Virgil, we give him all this. We never say it's Virgil. We say, oh, it's Oscar. Oh, it's Rick Meridian. Oh, it's DAZN. Oh, it's Golden Boy. Oh, it's, you know what I'm saying? It's all, oh, it's Virgil's father. Or it's Robert Garcia. It's always somebody else besides Virgil. On one hand, we say, oh, if the fighter really wants to fight, the fight will happen. Not for Virgil, though. It's always everybody else besides Virgil. Even if it's Virgil, or whether it's Virgil Ortiz Jr., Virgil Ortiz Sr., Robert Garcia, Eric Gomez, Oscar De La Hoya, Bernard Hopkins, Rick Meridian, DAZN executives. It doesn't matter. It's Team Virgil. It's not Team Ennis. These are facts. It's not Team. It's clear to see as day. Anybody that is acting oblivious to that is in pure denial. So I don't care who you want to blame. It's Team Virgil. It's not Team Ennis. It's not Team Boots. It's not Team Jerron. It's Team Virgil. So you can say whatever you want. I don't care. At the end of the day, it's one side. It's not the other. Whether it's Virgil himself, whether it's his grandmama, whether it's his auntie or his uncle or grandpapa them, his T.O., you know what I'm saying? His primo, his cousins, them, it's somebody that's not Ennis. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. That's a fact. That's indisputable. Irrefutable. Oscar's top fighter has been in PC. Talk to him, Unity. Kid Austin, Zepeda until he had no choice. Talk to him. I like Zepeda. Zepeda was pulling the same stuff. I want to fight Shakur. Fight Maxie Hughes. I want to fight Shakur. Fight Giovanni Cabrera. I want to fight Shakur. Fight Tevin Farber. I want to fight Shakur. Fight Tevin Farber twice. I want to fight. You feel me? This is something that This is what they do. This is what they do. What are we talking about? This is what we do. This is what we do. This is what they do. He said, "Stop being nice." Boots crucifies that chump. Maybe I am being nice. I go with Boots, so I'm not gonna gangbang against it. But I do like to give the fighters the benefit of the doubt, man. I think Virgil Ortiz, I do think he's good stylistically. But look, check me out though, Eric. This is why I give people credit, right? Because if I say that Virgil has no chance, which I don't think he has no chance, by the way, but if I say that, then if I think he's a chump, then I can't really give Boots credit for being a chump. You feel me? So I think it's a great fight, and I think Boots is going to come out victorious. So that means when Boots, or if Boots, let me say, if Boots beats Virgil, he deserves all the credit. You see what I'm saying? Just like Shakur, when he beats Tio, or since he beat Tio, he deserves all the credit. Devin Haney, I picked Brian Norman wrongly. That was one of the fights I got wrong. I thought Brian Norman was going to beat Devin Haney. But Devin Haney deserves all the credit, even more so that I picked against him. I'm not one of those folks that, you know, there's a lot of people that said, oh, Teofimo, like Oster. This is what Oster's complaining about, right? And he's absolutely right. There's a lot of people, a huge contingency of people that pick Teofimo to beat Shakur, but then when Shakur beats Teofimo, they say, oh, well, that wasn't a good win. Oh, that wasn't the right Teo. Oh, he don't get no credit for that. Oh, Shakur didn't do this. No, I have my opinion on what Shakur could have did better, but I think it was a great fight and a great victory for Shakur. You see what I'm saying? So I got to give credit where credit is due. So if this is Virgil Ortiz is #1 ranked. Hold on, let me show this because this makes me mad. Let me show this. Virgil Ortiz has no belt. He is beltless. Hopefully when Boots fights him, he gonna get a belt to ass. But right now he is beltless. Let's see this. Let's see this. Let me show you something. Virgil Ortiz is ranked #1 by the Ring Magazine, correct? He's ranked #1 by the Ring Magazine. Even despite him not having a belt ever in life. Despite him not having a belt. He is ranked. What the heck? Oh, they changed the layout of the Ring Magazine. Okay. Oh, there you go. I found it. He is ranked #1 in the deep best division. In the deepest best division, he is ranked #1 despite not having a belt, right? Let's look at it together. Virgil Ortiz is ranked #1. So you're good gosh dang right. If Boots beats him, he better get all the credit. There's no Ring Magazine champion, and despite Virgil Ortiz not having a belt, he's ranked over the WBC champion, Sebastian Fedora. He's ranked over the former WBA champion, Israel Madrimov. He's ranked over the former IBF champion, Bakar Bertazaliev. He's ranked over the current, now granted, this probably hasn't been updated since he became the unified champion, but he's ranked over the current WBA, WBO unified champion, Xander Zayas. He's ranked over the former unified WBA, IBF, Ring Magazine champion at 147, Jerron Boots Ennis. He's ranked over Brandon Adams, who beat Serhiy Boachuk. Serhiy Boachuk is Virgil Ortiz, one of Virgil Ortiz's signature wins, and it was controversial in nature. Brandon Adams dominated Serhiy Boachuk. Well, he beat Serhiy Boachuk twice. He beat him convincingly the second time. The first time he stopped him, but I had him losing up until the point. I had Brandon Adams losing up until he stopped Serhiy Boachuk. But he beat Serhiy Boachuk twice in better fashions than Virgil Ortiz beat him, right? He's ranked above him. He's ranked above the former WBA champion, Abbas Barao. He should be ranked over Serhiy Boachuk. And he should be ranked over Samaki, right? Bakary Samaki. But the fact he's ranked #1 is preposterous. So if Boots beats him, oh, you better believe he better get all the credit. So that's why I say, yeah, this is a great fight, because when the outcome comes and Boots is on top, I don't want to hear nothing. I don't want to hear nobody saying, oh, well, he won because Virgil Ortiz didn't have this, or it wasn't this, or he's never been a champion, or he's unproven. He's ranked number 1. He's ranked number 1. Don't forget to smack that like button for your boy. He's ranked number 1 in the Ring magazine, bro. It's crazy. I think Xander Zayas should be number 1 right now. Absolutely, Kendrick. Absolutely. I think Xander Zayas undoubtedly. You know me. I had Bakram number 1. I had Bakram number 1. I had Sebastian number 2. I think they have Sebastian number 2 correctly, but he shouldn't be behind Virgil. I had Bakram number 1 up until he lost. I had Sebastian number 2. And then now, I think Xander should be number 1. He's unified. And he's undefeated. Granted, you know, I'm not, no disrespect. You know, I like Abbas Barau. I like Abbas Barau a lot, but, you know, he did have a loss to Jack Koke. He's relatively unknown. So the way that Xander Zayas arrived to unification wasn't the most prolific in nature as far as his opponents go, but he's still unified. You know what I'm saying? Nobody says anything about Jazza Dickens, who's the WBA 130-pound champion. No one talked about his route to the belt. You know what I'm saying? Him having, like, what does he have, like 5 losses? No one talks about that. So he's a unified champion. I don't care how he did it. He did it. He beat Juan Garcia Perez, and he beat Abbas Barau, who was a good fighter. Abbas Barau smoked you on this tellus. So I think when they update it, Xander Zayas has to be number 1. Mandatory. Has to. It's obligatory that he's ranked number 1. And I think Xander Zayas, I'm going to be honest too. I think Xander Zayas and Boots, I think they have the highest ceiling as far as potential goes. I think Xander Zayas being 22 years old, I think his, I don't know if he'll ever get there, but I think that his ceiling is the highest at 154, in my personal opinion. Will he ever get there? I don't know. Shout out to Oster, said, Doc, not having a belt, he never fought for a freaking, exactly, not having a belt, but he never even fought for a freaking belt. Get the freak out of here. Facts. Ranked number 1. He never, forget not having a belt, he never even fought for a belt. Get the heck out of here.
She thought I was going to send her somewhere nice? You're not going to the beach, bitch, you're going to hell.
Yeah, we sending all the people that voted for him to be number 1 in the Ring magazine straight to hell. We packing them up, Oster. We packing them up and sending them straight to hell, bro. Everybody that voted Virgil Ortiz number 1, we packing you up, and we not sending you nowhere nice. You going straight to hell. We sending you straight to hell, man. That's crazy, bro. We not sending you nowhere nice. Pack you up, sending you straight to hell. Ain't no way a non-champion who's never been a champion, never fought for a championship, is ranked number 1. What are we doing? What are we doing? Shout out to Eric. He said, I'm 54, young bro. That's what I'm talking about, man. Big up to you, man. Many more years to come. I'm from Philly, but live in Dallas now. I went to Virgil. Oh, that's what's up. He said, now, F him. Boots is the last straw for me. F boxing. I know it's negative shit towards black athletes. Yeah, man. We got to acknowledge that. And it's important that we acknowledge that, too. You know, I don't think that we should exaggerate it, because there's no need for exaggeration. It is what it is. It's factual. It's there. But I think it's criminal to not acknowledge it. We can't act oblivious to it either. I don't think we should use it as a crutch. You know, that's why we strong, right? You know, because we overcome. But at the same time, I think it's messed up not to acknowledge it as well. So we got to acknowledge it as well. But, you know, and that's why we got to give credit for, you know, the ones that are doing more, because they expected to do more, you know, so, and they're actually doing it. So we got to applaud them. But I would say, speaking of you being 54, man, hey, my birthday is tomorrow, man. Boy, I'm almost 40, boy. Wait, I'll be 38. Yep. 39. Yep. We almost 40, boy. My birthday tomorrow. Crazy. We up there, baby. God is good, though. It's a blessing. I can't believe it. It's like I woke up yesterday and it was my birthday today. I mean, tomorrow. Time be flying, man. That's why you got to do what you enjoy, man. Do what you enjoy and take care of business. Excuse me. Because time don't wait for nobody. Time waits for nobody. I appreciate that, Smoochie. He said Virgil should be investigated. Seriously, this is criminal for real, for real. Bro, when Oster type, I could hear his voice, bro. That joke is crazy, bro. Oster be having me rolling. Young Scholar, shout out to my brother Jay Sharp in the building. What it do, brethren? Boss man, what it do? Jay Sharp in the building, aka Juan Go in the building, aka Boss man in the building. Your birthday's today? Hey man, happy birthday, my brother. One time for Juan Go. Fellow Aquarius, you know what I'm saying? Salute for that. Salute for that. Happy birthday, my brother. Hopefully you enjoy this day and every day that proceeds after that. You know, every day that comes after that, man. Many more, man. God bless you, man. I'm always connected with Aquarius mofos. My bro and sis and pops and wife and good friend are all. That's crazy. That's crazy, man. I'm not even big on the what's it called again? Zodiac signs and horoscopes and stuff like that. I'm not into that. But yeah. I'm not saying they're not accurate, you know, but I'm not really into that stuff. But yeah, that's crazy though. And what's it? Astronomy? No, astronomy is study of the stars. Astrology, excuse me. I'm not really into astrology and horoscopes and zodiacs, but yeah, it's funny how like sometimes you just notice stuff is like, dang, that really is worked out. Buddy, we have Kane and Gonzalez. Gonzalez kind of look with his tattoos and stuff, kind of reminds me of not necessarily his facial features, but like just as with the tattoos and stuff, Gonzalez kind of remind me of Gabe Rosado. He said me either, but yeah, it's crazy coincidence, right? Exactly. They aren't accurate. They are very, very. That's how I feel, because I feel like they just general. Like they're so general in nature. It's like, yeah, you're right. They're not accurate. Yeah, I misspoke. You're right. They're not accurate because they're so general. That's why I was like, man, I ain't wasting my time. They're so general. Like anybody can relate to it. But I'm no disrespect to anybody who does, you know, because some people get into the nitty gritty in particulars where it is more specific in nature, but that's just not my team. But yeah, man, happy birthday, Wongo. Man, did anybody catch the freaking Medina fight? Medina versus who do you fight again? Curio? Adrian Curio, I believe. I didn't catch the full fight, man, but I went back and watched the highlights. It was a good little scrap, man. Shout out to Medina, man. Christian Medina, who acquired the belt. He made his first successful defense. He acquired the belt after beating the Yoshiki Takei, the WBO belt. Shout out to him. It was a good fight. I didn't catch it all though. Got to see if I go back and watch the whole thing. You know what happened? It was nothing crazy. Just a good fight. Happened yesterday. Smaller weights though. Bantamweight, 118. Nothing crazy. It was just a good little scrap. Hey, Child, I'll be right back. Let me go grab a water. I ran out of water. Let me go blow my nose and grab a water. I'm gonna run this ad on y'all real quick. Real quick. I should be back before it ends anyway. I'll be right back.
Yo, Doc here from your favorite boxing channel, Dr. Boxing Talk. And I want to officially welcome you as a member to the Boxing Talk family, aka BTF. So I want to thank you. Your support is greatly appreciated, and this channel is nothing without you. So what do you get? Well, there's a multitude of perks that you get access to, like special member shoutouts when you enter the chat, and some other additional alerts. Not to mention these fire emojis. You get access to emojis like the GOAT, the GOAT, the face of boxing, the legend, the Ayo, and the No Diddy. Not to mention, you know, the GTD chain. You got to bring them out, and it wouldn't be the same if we forgot about these biscuits. And so many more. Not to mention, if you subscribe to some of the highest tier levels, you get to do things like pick the topic of discussion, and you get to have your very own emote. Yes, your ugly mug will be featured on the channel by yours truly. It's just another way for me to give back to my most loyal supporters. And of course, there's even more additional perks than that. But most importantly, you'll get the satisfaction of knowing you're a key, essential, imperative part to keep us going and growing. You know, we get the hustle off the muscle. So it's important that we rock together, you know? And remember, God is good all the time, and God is good. And you know that we prioritize facts over feelings, so that's why you rock with us. So big salute from Dr. Boxing Talk, and yeah, can't wait to see you in the next stream. Thank you for the support.
If I tell you I'm good, probably you will say I'm boasting. If I tell you I'm no good, you know one line.
Oh man. Oof, my bad, chat. Close the window. Had to grab me some, cut me a mango real quick. You feel me? So we got Kane. I saw Kane fight before. I don't remember who I seen him fight. Seen him fight a couple times. We back though. We back. So hit that like button. Thank you, Kendrick. Thank you, sir. You know what I'm saying? Look at my one of my mods doing my things. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. Please hit that like button, man. It helps us keep growing and growing on this YouTube platform, man. We're a small channel. Every like counts. Every like counts. Every comment counts. Every subscriber counts. Your opinion counts. We may disagree. We're not always going to agree, but we won't always be in concurrence, but we could talk about it. That's what we do. Bam. That piece of the mango was dry as heck. I'll cut my throat. Damn. Bruh. Also, I think this is what Kendrick said. Don't get me wrong. I disagree when y'all say I'm hating on Shakur, but I know people hate on Shakur. Of course they do. I just don't think I hate on Shakur. But I'm with y'all that people hate on Shakur. Ulster. People won't watch Shakur. I'll tell you this. It's less about how he fights. It's more about not liking him. I think that people use that as an excuse. Like, people still say he runs. But how many people said, some people said Josh Kelly was running, but Josh Kelly moved away from background more than Shakur did from Tio. You see what I'm saying? And people still say Shakur runs. So it's more about, you know, Shakur could knock out his next 3 opponents. They'll still talk about him running. They'll still talk about him running, bro. In fact, he stopped one of his last 3 opponents, didn't he? Wait, did he stop Artem too? He stopped Patty. No, I think Artem went the distance. I think he dropped Artem, right? Wait, did? I don't remember. I would say outside of Devin Haney, I think Shakur is the most hated. After Devin Haney, I think Shakur is the most hated boxer. I would agree with that. And I'm not a big Shakur fan. But he is a beast. No, he didn't. Okay. So he stopped Patty. So he dominated T.O., dominated Zepeda, dominated Artem, and stopped Patty. Those are his last 4 fights. What are we talking about? T.O.'s last 4 fights. Lost to Shakur. Beat Barbosa. Struggled with Claggett. And arguably lost to Jermaine Ortiz. Those are his last 4. What are we talking about? You could say Xander was running if Shakur was running. Facts. And, I don't think Xander's a runner. But, yeah, you could say that. As I say, it's less about the style. It's more about who it is. Like, Devin Haney's another one. He will never not be a runner. He would never not be a runner. But part of that is a lot of it, we know what it is. But part of that is, too, you can't say every Black American fighter is treated like that because, Tank is not, right? Tank gets knockouts. You see what I'm saying? If Tank didn't get knockouts, then he would be, you see? So that part is unfair. I agree. It just comes with more expectations, like we were saying before. Some fighters are expected to do more than others. We can't deny that. Like, look at even with Tank. I know I like Gervonta Tank Davis, you know what I'm saying? Where my GTD chains at? Put my GTD chains in the chat. But even with Gervonta Tank Davis, right? He fights Hector Luis Garcia. They say he brought him up. He fights Lamont Roach. They say he brought him up. He fights, I don't know, Leo Santa Cruz. They say he brought him up. Nick Ball, who we're about to watch today, his last 3 fights, he brought them up. Brandon Rios brought him up. TJ Dohinke brought him up. Sam Goodman brought him up. No one says nothing. You see what I'm saying? So it's not the same. And granted, too, let's be fair, with great power comes great responsibility. In this case, it's fame. So, Nick Ball is part of a lower division that doesn't really get that much attention, 126 featherweight. But it is what it is. The boxing pundits, their coverage and their sentiment and their opinions shouldn't just depend on your popularity. They should also mention, if they're going to mention that Tank is bringing up Hector Luis Garcia, they should also mention that Nick Ball brought up Brandon Rios. If you're going to mention that Tank brought up Lamont Roach, they should also mention that Nick Ball brought up TJ Doheny. If you're going to mention that Tank brought up Leo Santa Cruz, you got to mention that Nick Ball brought up freaking Sam Goodman. You have to do it. So that's not popularity. That's being thorough, and that's being fair, and that's being honest, and that's being consistent. And if you're not, then that's an issue. Especially when you're on a major respected platform like The Ring or DAZN, or, you know what I'm saying? That's a problem. You can't tell me about one boxer bringing up so many boxers and another boxer you're cool with. To me, in my personal opinion, this is Nick Ball's first legitimate defense against Brandon Figueroa since he acquired the belt from Ray Savage Ford. This is his first legitimate title defense. And he had 4 of them things. He had 4 of them things. This is his first one, if you ask me. That's just my personal opinion, though. What do I know? I ain't nobody. You feel me? What do I know? In my personal opinion, this is Nick Ball's first legitimate featherweight championship defense. If we're gonna scrutinize everybody else. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Oh, we gonna talk about it. This fight's pretty good, though. Shout out to Kane. My bad. I got to give more analysis. Shout out to Eric. He says Black people succeeding in overcoming an altered state of consciousness is not the same as succeeding in a holistic environment. We would literally be levitating if left alone in a pure state. Oh, he preaching. He preaching today. He preaching today. Unity says Nick definitely not anyone's pound for pound list, so no one can. Yeah, that part. Doc and mentioned Shakur brought up Padley. Come on now. Paddy just knocked the dude out. Hey, I rock with Paddy, but see, we different over here. We knew about Paddy before he fought Shakur. People just learned about Paddy when he fought Shakur. We knew about Paddy since when he beat Mark Thunder Chamberlain and upset him on a Riyadh season card. People don't pay attention to boxing. They be faking the phone. I'm not saying that Paddy is the best. I'm not saying that. But Paddy is a good fighter. If not, we would have saw Mark Thunder Chamberlain versus Denise Berenchyk instead of Denise Berenchyk versus Keyshawn Davis, because Padley derailed Mark Thunder Chamberlain from getting his title shot against Berenchyk. That was not the original plan. The original plan was supposed to be Chamberlain versus Berenchyk, not Keyshawn versus Berenchyk. Keyshawn got the title shot, compliments of Padley upsetting Mark Thunder Chamberlain. Go back and watch Paddy versus Chamberlain. Everybody during the broadcast, what did they talk about? They talked about Chamberlain getting the title shot next if he would have beat Padley. That's what they talk about the whole time. You see what I'm saying? Because Thunder Chamberlain was the favorite going into the fight. Padley upset him. You got to give people credit for that. Padley ain't lose since he beat. Now I ain't gonna lie, not his last fight, but his fight before that was a little shaky, baby. That was a little shaky. His performance was a little shaky, but he's been undefeated before and after Shakur. So that's a good win. It's not a great win. Nobody knows Paddy like that, but it's a good win. Shakur didn't bring Padley up though. He was already at 135. Talk to him. Talk to him. No, he's saying that people would say that. People would say that Shakur brought up Padley. Legitimate, that shit is still suspect because Fig is mid and damage good. That's a good point too. I mean, Figueroa lost to Stephen Fulton. That's what he lost his belt to. But let's be fair, I still think Stephen Fulton is a good fighter. And, you know, he acquired a featherweight belt from Brandon Figueroa, beating him a second time because he beat him the first time at 122, right? I think so. Yeah, 122 was the first time they fought. Stephen Fulton beat him. Second time they fought was at 126 for the WBC strap. And he beat him again. But that's what I'm saying, though. You got to remember, too, Fulton beat two champions. At that time, when Figueroa had the belt, Fulton beat Figueroa, who was a champion for the WBC belt before he took his belt. And then he also beat the IBF champion, Angelo Leo. Angelo Leo only has one belt. I mean, Angelo Leo, the IBF champion, only has one loss. That one loss came to Stephen Fulton. See what I'm saying? So I still think Brandon Figueroa, he didn't look the best in his last fight. Who was his last fight? Omar Salcido, I believe? Brandon Figueroa? No. Joet Gonzalez. His last fight was Joet Gonzalez. He didn't look that good, but Styles made fights, and Joet Gonzalez, you know, Shakur beat his ass, but Joet Gonzalez is not a bad fighter. Styles made fights, you know, and sometimes you have not the best day. I like Brandon Figueroa. He's usually an exciting fighter. I'm rooting for Brandon Figueroa. I don't know if he'll beat Nick Ball. He could be damaged goods. That's true. I don't really have a pick in this one. I'm rooting. I don't really care for Nick Ball, though. I ain't gonna lie. So I would love for Brandon Figueroa to come out on top. I can't say that I'm picking Brandon. I ain't really think about this. Shame on me. I just haven't had time. I should have made a prediction. Yeah, it's my bad. Sorry about y'all. He said, I just watched Shakur versus De Los Santos again. Kerr handled that dude. Not really a fan of Shakur because of the phone shit with Oh, I got you. Yeah, true. But on the boxing tip, Shakur is elite. Yeah, on boxing tip, he's elite. He's elite. Shout out to Peel Out. Is this the main event? No. The main event's Nick Ball and Brandon Figueroa. No, this ain't the main event. Might as well be, though. This fight trash. I mean, not this fight. This card is. From a profile, high profile standpoint, it's not really too many recognizable names on this card. So from that standpoint, the card is trash, right? But the fights aren't too bad. Nah, dog, fuck this fight. Shit is mid. He said, F this fight. This fight is mid.
Yeah.
He said Joet shouldn't be causing any championship fighter trouble.
Yeah.
That's a fact. Gary Anton Russell versus Andy Hiroka. Who y'all got? I'm picking Hiroka.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm picking Gary Anton Russell. But I think Gary Anton Russell's in for one, man. You can't sleep on Hiroka. Cannot sleep on Hiroka. Shout out to my brother Peel Out in the building. Big member in the building. I'm going with the champion, the American WBA champion Gary Anton Russell, but that Japanese Ghanaian contender Andy Hiroka it's not a I don't think it's gonna be a walk in the park. Personally, I don't think it'll be a walk in the park, but maybe it will be. Russell all day, says Eric. Yeah, I'm rocking with Russell as well. I do like Andy Hiroka though. Remember, Andy Hiroka beat the old man Barroso, right? He beat Ishmael Barroso, man. He beat the Venezuelan Ishmael Barroso, man, you know? Got to show him some love for that, cousin. You know, and like I said, he was the first one to beat Jin Sasaki. And who else he beat? That's another good win that he has on his resume, too. Can't remember who it is right now. I would have to look it up. I like Andy Hiroka, though. I think the step up, it's a timely step up. He should get the fight, but it might be a little bit too much. I'm thinking, I think outside of Gary Anto Russell having a little amateurish style, like sometimes he just throws punches or throw punches. I think he could be much better than what he is if he was a little bit more refined, I guess. But he looked good against Rayo, the Lightning, Jose Rayo Valenzuela, Jose Lightning. He looked good against him. So I think Alberto Puello, that was a good fight. I think people sleep on that fight because he lost, but Alberto Puello to me is good. I think I personally had Alberto Puello beating Subriel Matias, but I wasn't mad. It was a close fight. I think Puello is a good fighter. So to me, 140, y'all know me. To me, 140 is the second best division. I think 154 is the best. I think 140 is the second best. So I think anybody losing in that division is not really a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, in my personal opinion. But that's just me, though. Bro. Well, I can hear the fight, but I can't see the fight. What's up with my team? The zone about to get a report from your boy. This is crazy. Did y'all fight go out? I'm seeing a black screen, but I still kind of hear it in the background. Andy sneaky good though. Yeah. Did Rayo leave Benny Sr.? Yeah, he did. Remember, because they had that fallout. Remember they had the fallout, and then Benny Sr., as you call, he what was he saying? Jose Benavidez Sr. was talking about how he felt betrayed. Remember, he was like, because I brought him to PBC. Remember? You're still on? All right, bet. Thank you, Smoochie. I hear it, but I don't see it. Remember that, Eric? So no, he's not with them anymore. Remember, he was like, yeah, he left. Yeah, because remember, Benavidez. I like Benavidez Sr. too, man. I rock with Benavidez, man. To me, David Benavidez is like Errol Spence. Those are two of my. Errol Spence is one of my favorite fighters of all time. And, they just want all the smoke, man. David Benavidez want all the smoke. I like Jose Benavidez Sr., man. He seems like a dope brother. So, but yeah, he left it because remember he was complaining. He was like, yeah, man, I brought him into PBC. I brought him under my wing, and then he leaves me. Yeah, he left. Yep. Yeah, because at that time, it seemed like everybody was... hey, Eric, everybody was leaving old Jose, man. Everybody, Rayo left Jose, Diego Pacheco left Jose. All he got is his sons. What they say, we all we got? Dirty ENT, we all we got. Gosh dang, all he got is dang Jose Benavidez Jr. and David Benavidez, boy. Everybody leaving. Hey, shout out to Jose Benavidez Sr., man. They doing my boy dirty, man. They getting up out of there. Diego Pacheco, another one that's fronting too, man. Diego Pacheco, he out there fronting too. He's supposed to be fighting Christian and Billy. He's supposed to be fighting Hamza Shiraz. Yeah. He looking shaky, baby, too. That boy looking shaky, baby. That boy looking shaky, baby. That boy looking shaky, man. Yeah. Diego Pacheco looking shaky, man. Like, he don't want to fight nobody either. Boy is out here sloughing with the fights. He looked good in his last one. I missed it, man. I missed his Zuffa debut. Little nephew or cousin? You talking about Zaquin Moses? Zaquin, yeah, he nice. I like him. Unless you, I think that's his cousin. Unless you're talking about somebody else that I don't know of. Talking about Zaquin Moses. Zaquin, Zaquin, I believe is how he spells it. Yeah, I like Zaquin Moses. Shout out to Oster. He said, once again, in contact sports, a black American has to beat another black American in order to be considered great. That's why we hold all the titles. They can't hide or manufacture. I was going to rebuttal that, but I think you're kind of right. There's some exceptions, though. Like Floyd was... When do y'all think Floyd was considered great? When he beat Oscar, right? So there's some exceptions. I would say Oscar... I'm not saying that he wasn't great before Oscar, but that's what really, you know what I'm saying, catapulted him was his win over Oscar, right? Castillo was a big one too. That's another, you know what I'm saying? Not disagreeing with you, Oster. I'm just thinking of, you know. I'm just thinking of exceptions, I guess. Tank too. Tank too. Tank really catapulted when he beat Santa Cruz. He was already on the rise, but you know, I like Leo Santa Cruz a lot, man. I think he's a Hall of Famer. My personal opinion. Leo Santa Cruz, one of my favorite fighters. I actually had going into that fight, I was actually rooting for Santa Cruz at the time. I was a big Santa Cruz fan. Still am. I like Leo Santa Cruz, but that's really what made me a Tank fan. The way he knocked him out. I don't care what nobody say, coming up or not. That was a picture perfect. Gosh dang. Oh no, that was beautiful. That uppercut was nasty, bro. I was like, you couldn't do that better in a simulation. That jump looked like it was planned to go down like that. I was like, oh, that was crazy. Why did he leave? I love the Ben. Yeah, me too, man. They are the Brown Bros. You feel me? I rock with Benavidez, man. He said that he felt like, according to what I've heard, he felt like he wasn't getting the right opportunities, which is probably boils down to him feeling like he may not be getting the attention that he deserves. And I feel that, you know, I ain't really pick sides on it, but from what I gathered, it seems like my bad, motorcycle just drove by. I think he probably just felt like, you know, I don't know if you remember, like, I don't know if you're a hip hop head, but you remember like when LL Cool J was like he's leaving Def Jam because when Jay-Z became the president of Def Jam, he was like, I'm leaving Def Jam because he's not gonna, how's another rapper gonna promote me, and he's worried about promoting his own album. And I think he's right. It's like, you know, how much attention is he gonna be able to give me and dedicate to me if he's also trying to promote his own album? I don't think he meant that in a bad way. Just kind of agree with him. Oh, Kane got dropped. Oh boy. So I think it's like a similar thing. It's like Ryo probably felt like, hey man, and same with Diego Pacheco probably felt like, hey man, you know, Jose worried about David. I'm saying that, I don't know. Oh boy, that body shot and another one. That body shot. That body shot hit like a cannon, boy. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. He just made the count though. He just made the count. Oh Lord. Shout out to Kane. That was a vicious, hellacious body shot he got up after. Shot. Hey, respect to Kane. Them body shots ain't no joke. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. That was nasty. That was nasty. Oh Lord. That boy punched his stomach through his back. I love when fighters invest in the body, man. You got to invest in the body, man. Cannot forget to invest downstairs. Him downstairs. Got to tap that basement. Bruh. Got to check that basement, man. UK Fire Stay getting touched up by them. That's crazy. That's bad. Hey, man, I can't read Tufo's comments, man. I can't read Tufo's comments, man. Man said they still get touched up by the Migos. Pipe it up. Pipe it up. Pipe it up. Pipe it up. Hey, yo. Oh, won't be famous, my brother. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Big member in the building. Oh, Lord. Oh, big left hand. Kane drops Gonzalez. Oh, hey, man. Hey, I told you this fight was good. I told you this fight was good. I told you this fight was good. I wasn't really calling it. I'm sorry. We in good conversations, but oh boy, Kane's on his head top, beating him on the ropes. Do not save him. The referee better not. Don't stop it. Gonzalez is fighting back. He still has his faculties. Oh Lord, he got that pressure. Oh Lord, he dropped him again. He took a knee. He took the Kodo knee, chat. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. He got up, though. He caught it? He caught. Wait, the ref. Did the corner throw in the towel? Did the corner throw in the towel?
You got knocked the fuck out, man. Give me my goddamn money.
If the corner had to throw in the towel, bro. Because the referee did point when Gonzalez started complaining. So maybe the corner threw in the towel. If the corner didn't throw in the towel, bro, nah, they done bucked my dog. They should have gave him a chance. He was walking. He got up and started walking around for the count. Maybe the towel was thrown in. Hey, shout out to Kane though, man. What a comeback. What a fight. Damn, what a comeback. Facts. What a fight. Eric says he bet the draw on Ball at Figueroa. I don't think that's a bad bet. I don't think that's a bad bet. We got to remember they are the locale that they're fighting in. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes. That was a hell of a left hook from Kane. Kane brought the pain. Ugh. During the exchange. Won't be famous. Ugh. Ugh. Kane's always been known as a thumper. I think it's like my fourth fight seeing him Kane's. Always catch him on the undercards. A strong lad, like our UK brethren would say. He's a strong lad. Good lad. He's a proper lad. One time for my UK brethren and sistren. He's a proper lad. Always gives a proper scrap. Two sizzle crazy scrap. Right, crazy scrap. A proper scrap. Good lad. Yes, lad. Good lad. They be killing me with that joke. Whoa. That was a late hit right there, though. Shout out to Gonzalez, man. Gonzalez put up a good fight, man. Shout out to Kane for keeping his, you know what I'm saying? Keeping the mental fortitude. You know? Keeping his wits about him and not getting, what's the word I'm looking for? Not getting discouraged from getting dropped himself. That takes a lot of nuts and guts. So shout out to Kane. Shout out to Gonzalez. That was a good fight, man. Respect to both the fighters. Kane did his thing. Way to stay in it. Way to stay in it. Bro, he was possibly seconds from losing. Yeah, right. The fight was almost over the round before. You gotta show love. Gotta give credit where credit's due, man. Shout out to Kane, man. He kept walking where the ref was trying to check his glove, similar to the Norman Cuevas stoppage. Derek Cuevas. Yeah, Cuevas quit, though. I like Cuevas, but, yeah, man, Brian Norman made him quit with a jab. Damn. Brian Norman hit him with a jab. Cuevas said,
Damn. I'm sorry.
Cuevas said, he punching like that? Nah, I'm not going. I'm good. That check wasn't that good. You know, he said that check, hey. Oh, man. You know, he said, I got other, I got other business endeavors, you know, make sure that check cleared. I don't expect to get that much out of boxing. I'm out of here. He punching like that. That was a jab? Oh, no. I don't care what nobody say, man. I'm rooting for Brian Norman to come back, man. I think he will bounce back, too, after that loss to Devin Haney. You know, he started fighting back. He's just a little bit too little, too late in that fight with Devin Haney. Man, shout out to Devin Haney, too. He showed that there's levels, but I think Brian Norman is still a championship caliber fighter. I think he will be a champion, especially in the Baron division at 147. I just think he just proved that he can't beat Devin Haney. But I don't think that anybody would be surprised if he beat the IBF champion Lewis Crocker or the WBA champion Rolly Romero or the WBC champion Mario Barrios or the winner of Mario Barrios and Ryan Garcia. I don't think anybody would be surprised if Brian Norman emerges victorious in those fights. So I think it's perfectly reasonable to think Brian Norman could bounce back successfully, and I do. You know, because Brian Norman was on a hell of a streak, man. He upset Giovanni Santillan in his backyard of San Diego as a heavy underdog, went in there and smoked him, hit the jailhouse pose. You know what I'm saying? We free. He knocked him out in brutal, spectacular fashion. Followed it up with a stoppage of Derek Cuevas. Then he had the knockout of the year candidate, knockout of the decade candidate over Jin Sasaki, who was on like an 8-9 fight win streak prior to that. You know what I'm saying? He beat guys like Camille Bala, and stuff like that. You know, Jin Sasaki is a good contender, right? He only had one loss, and that's to Andy Hiroko, who's fighting for the WBA belt against Gary Anton Russell next month. So, yeah, I definitely think Brian Norman's on a hell of a streak, man. I think he can bounce back, but shout out to Devin Haney, too. I think Brian Norman will bounce back, man. Junior minus senior is easy to pull for. I ain't gonna lie to you, sis. I like senior, but I will say this: I like the daddies. I ain't gonna lie. Shout out to Bill Haney. I'm not the biggest Devin Haney fan, but I like Bill Haney, man. I think that, and this is my personal opinion. More so for Devin Haney, not so much Brian Norman. Brian Norman is pretty. He has a pretty good personality, a dynamic personality. But Devin Haney doesn't really have. He's not that charismatic, so I feel like he needs a Bill Haney. Like, to me, like, Bill Haney speaks for Devin Haney on his behalf, similar to what Eddie Hearn does for his fighters on their behalf. Oscar De La Hoya does the same thing, but Oscar De La Hoya only does it for like 2 of his fighters. Like, he speaks highly of Virgil, and he goes to bat for Ryan. He doesn't really advertise or advocate for Gabby Fandora, which I think he should, and Zerto Ramirez, which I think he should, or Floyd Schofield, which Floyd Schofield's daddy does that for him. I don't like Floyd Schofield Sr., but as far as the daddies, I like Angel Garcia, you know, Danny Swift Garcia's father. I like Bill Haney, Devin Haney's pops. I liked Brian Norman Sr., Brian Norman Jr.'s pops. I don't like Teofimo Lopez. To me, Teofimo Lopez Sr. and Floyd Schofield Sr. are 2 dummies. You know what I'm saying? Those are the only 2 fathers I really don't like. But like a lot of the other talkative fathers, I like them. I like Virgil Ortiz Sr. when he's not capping for Virgil Ortiz Jr., which is, you know, it's rare these days. But I like a lot of the outspoken fathers. I think it's kind of good because Virgil Ortiz, just like Devin Haney, they're not really too charismatic. So I think that adds to their profile. You know what I'm saying? In my personal opinion. But I will say this: I'm with you. I think that Brian Norman Jr. did the right thing to remove Brian Norman Sr. because his and I don't like to judge too much because we only get a snippet of what they say in the corner. So I think sometimes we tend to exaggerate how good or bad the tutelage is or the advice that's given in the corner is based on the little 20 seconds that we see. But you can't get over it. We got to call it what it is. Brian Norman Sr. told Brian Norman Jr. that Devin Haney can't hurt him. And in the very next round after he said that, he got put on his he got put down. he got beat like a bad child. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like you can't know that Devin Haney is a youngest undisputed male champion in the 4-belt era. You can't look at Devin Haney and say that he can't hurt your son. And you could look how Brian Norman Sr. could tell Brian, and this is great. You know, it shows that he's a great father and he instills faith in his son. And Brian Norman Jr. is a great student, right? He believes in his father, so that's good. But you could tell that Brian Norman, if Brian Norman Sr. told Brian Norman Jr. he could run through a wall, Brian Norman Jr. would do it, and I think that's good. But he told him to run through a wall that he couldn't run through. You feel me? So that's not good. You know, you can't. To me, and this is me for the outside looking in, I like Brian Norman Sr., but he significantly, dramatically, exponentially underestimated Devin Haney. You can't tell the guy that he can't hurt you, and then you get put on your ass. You can't do that. So that was a bad look. And I think, and I'm going to be honest, I'm not saying that he would have beat Devin Haney anyway, but he would have did better if he would have respected his power more. You can't do that. I don't care how pillow fisted somebody. I don't care if you're fighting Shakur, Devin Haney, and whoever else, Lomachenko. You can't approach them like, you got to know, hey, bruh, punches hurt. You got to know that. You got to know punches hurt, bro. You got to know punches hurt, man. And especially the punches what? The punches you don't see coming. And that's exactly what happened. He got fired on. He didn't see it coming. He got put down. It is what it is, man. So I do think that, I don't think Norman Sr. shouldn't get another chance, but I do think that it would behoove their team, especially Brian Norman Jr.'s future, if he gets another look from a trainer standpoint. Is it Derek James? He's with DJ. No disrespect to DJ, but DJ hasn't been looking the best lately, right? So is DJ the answer? I think it's a good fit because DJ is a very technically sound, fundamental type of trainer. So I think it's a good look for Brian Norman Jr. But is it enough? I don't know. We'll see. That's a fun part. We gonna see. We gonna see together. I'm definitely rooting for the young man, though. I'll tell you that. You said the co-main, Doc. Who's the co-main, Tay? I don't know. I tell you, I didn't really. I know I usually do, but I didn't really look at this card, to be honest. I didn't even do predictions like I usually do. I don't know the co-main. Who's the co-main? I know it ain't nothing to talk about. I'll tell you that. Oh, that was the co-main. Yeah, the co-main's done. Yeah, Andrew Kane was the co-main. Oh wow, I didn't know that was a co-main. Yeah, so the main event's about to happen, Tay. Kendrick said charisma doesn't win fights, so that doesn't matter. Norman Senior is a great father, terrible head trainer. Yeah, and we could say that, right? I think that's a fair assessment. I disagree that charisma doesn't matter, though. I think it does matter for your profile, right? You need the charisma to. Floyd had charisma. That's why he was the face. So, and even Canelo, he didn't speak English, but once he started speaking that English, that shot that shot him up. We got the payday. You are payday. You are payday. I think I disagree with that. I think charisma matters. It doesn't win fights. You're right. It doesn't win fights, but it builds your profile, builds anticipation for your next fight. It builds interest. So, face of boxing, you don't have to be the best to be the face of boxing. Like, ask Bud. Ask Bud if charisma matters, right? We know Bud, and we think he's the GOAT, but Bud didn't really, Bud became big after he beat two big fighters. He had to beat Errol Spence and he had to beat Cinnamon to become the monster that he is as far as getting interviews, getting media time, getting, followed in spotlight. So, yeah, I disagree. I think boxing is one of the sports to be so big of a sport. It's crazy that boxing, the media depends on independent content creators like this, because they don't really have a huge media presence as far as coverage of the sport goes. So I think charisma definitely matters. That's why I think that Bill Haney is so important to Devin Haney, because I think he's very important because Devin Haney doesn't really have charisma. And Bill Haney, bro, a lot of people watch Devin Haney. A lot of people focus on the negative part. People say, oh, well, he's bringing a lot of negative attention to his son. Freak that. Floyd said it the best. Whether you watching to see Floyd win or watching to see Floyd lose, you watching. So whether they're watching to root for Devin Haney or root against Devin Haney, they're watching. And a large part of them watching is because they want to see Bill Haney get upset. If his son loses, right? They want to see Bill Haney get humbled, like they like to say, So, they always like to see the black man get humbled. So, I disagree. I think charisma absolutely matters in boxing. Charisma helps get people excited for the fight. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. This card, it wasn't for us anyway. Said this card ain't for us. It's crazy. It's a Queensberry card, man. These cards be trash, bro. I ain't gonna hold you, man. These cards be trash, man. Shout out to Queensberry though. But their cards be terrible, man. The only type of Queensberry card is good is what is sponsored by gosh dang Turk. Turkey a la shake. You feel me? I mean, look at the last card too. Says, remember the last? Well, I mean, it might not have been the last Queensberry card, but it's the last one that I remember. That was Joseph Parker and Fabio Worley. That card was freaking trash. The main event was good when Fabio Worley fought the PED popping cocaine head Joseph Parker. You know what I'm saying, on that booger sugar. The main event was good, but that card was trash. That card was super trash.
Know your fucking place, trash.
That's a fact. That's a fact. I don't care what nobody say. That card, the Queensberry cards be trash. I dare somebody tell me a great card that was a Queensberry card without turkey a la shake. Freak out of here, man. Queensberry cards be ass. I'm talking about super butt. Not a nice juicy butt either. Big old flat, nasty, soggy butt. They cards be trash. Maybe talk about PBC though. PBC be having fire cards without Turkey's influence. Hell, you talking about? The only problem with PBC is that they do it so few and far in between. But those cards be fire. Shout out to my guy George the Last Dragon Born, dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. My guy George says the Zone being sponsored by OnlyFans. All right, now out there shaking meat, shaking booty meat out there. Sponsored by the OnlyFans. OF in the building. OF in the building. He said, Kendrick says, people still buying Haney's fights. So that's the point. That's why I said Bill Haney's so important. I think a lot of people buy the Bill Haney fights. I mean, the Devin Haney fights because of Bill Haney. I'm saying that if it wasn't for Bill Haney, I don't think so many people would be interested in Devin Haney. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I don't think so. A lot of times, look how much content is out there trolling Bill Haney and just on what Bill Haney says and the Devin Haney hit list. That's Bill Haney. All that stuff is Bill. You know what I'm saying? Bill coming to, bro. I look forward to Bill dropping the clip. I can't lie. I don't really be watching Devin Haney's Twitter. I be watching Bill Haney's Twitter. I'll tell you that. Bill Haney good for one. He gonna give you something to talk about. Shout out to Kendrick. He said Queensberry cards be full of no names. Yep, but the fights be kind of lit in the vacuum. I agree with that. It'd be a good fight. I mean, you know, we gonna find a good fight on Pro Box. We gonna find a good fight on ESPN Friday Night Fights. We gonna find a good fight on Top Rated Classics. But if we got to hold them to the same standard, right? You know, we got to hold them to the same standard that we talk about PBC and Matchroom and, you know what I'm saying? So I think even Matchroom cards be shitty sometimes, but Matchroom has so many cards, the frequency makes up for the lack of depth. You know what I'm saying? They have a quantitative business model. PBC has a qualitative business model. Like PBC is going to do shows less frequently, but when they do a show, it's going to be stacked. You know what I'm saying? Look at the Fundora and Thurman card. Look at the Roach Pitbull card. Look at the Tank Frank Martin card with Benavidez even on there, right? So their business model is to do less cards but more quality. Matchroom, Queensberry, even Boxer, not really Golden Boy, but those ones, their business model is more, I could say like the European business model, I guess, if you want to look at it like that. Boxer, Queensberry, Matchroom, they're more quantitative because they do more frequent shows, but they might have a headline with gosh dang Terry Harper. You know what I'm saying? I think, matter of fact, I think Terry Harper, which is a good fight, by the way, but a lot of people don't really watch the women's boxing. You know, shout out to our female counterparts, man. One time for the ladies. You know, we watch women's boxing. But I think Terry Harper and Carolyn Dubois, well, that's MVP, actually. Never mind. Scratch that. My bad. I forgot they're both on MVP now. Never mind. Take that back. But that's going to be a headline. How many people do you think is going to watch that? You know, not too many people going to watch it, but that's going to be a headline. I think that's a dope headline, but because it's a unification. But how many people know or care that Carolyn Dubois and Terry Harper are fighting a unification? What's that, 130 or 135? I think it's 135. Let me look it up real quick. I think it's 130. I think it's 135. That's going to be a good fight. And Carolyn Dubois been talking a lot of. I have Carolyn Dubois over Alicia Bumgarner. I think it's a good fight, but she better be careful. She doing a lot of talking about what's her name, Alicia Bumgarner, and she got to get through Terry Harper, which I think she will. But lock in, don't overlook her. She's been a champion longer. Do not overlook her. I think it would be a mistake to overlook Terry Harper, in my personal opinion. Yeah, I was right. 135. Well, I do my thing. Yeah. So Carolyn Dubois, Terry Harper is 135. That's a pretty good division too. You have Carolyn Dubois, Terry Harper as the two champions. You have Stephanie Hahn, who just beat Holly Holmes, which I was rooting for Holly Holmes. And then you got Alivner Turhan, who just beat Taylor Gaskin. Taylor Ganson. Alivner Turhan beat the heck out of Beatrice Vieira, who was an undefeated Brazilian. So Alivner Turhan from Turkey, she got some thumpers. She be punching with bricks. I ain't gonna hold you. They might need a drug test her. That's messed up. God forgive me, but just because the current climate of boxing, man. You don't be mad at me. Thank Francisco Rodriguez for popping dirty. Thank Joseph Parker for popping hot. Thank Subro Matias for even though it was a little bit of it was a minuscule amount, it was still some in the system. Dennis McCann is another one popped dirty. You know what I'm saying? Conor Ben, Jarrell Big Baby Miller. Jarrell Big Baby Miller wasn't dirty recently, but you know what I'm saying? So not to mention Ryan Garcia. So you know, you just got to be careful. I don't think Alivner Turhan was cheating, but you just got to be extra careful. The way she beat on that girl, I said, God. Oh, nah, there's another fight. Yeah, Nick Ball and Brandon Figueroa, they're not coming out right now. I'm about to say, I thought that was pretty quick. My brother, Thomas Hill, T. Hill in the building. Can't wait for the Zuffa boxing card. Did you watch the Rio one? Pro Box. Littered with good fights. Yep, that's the PBCG League, right? The PBCG League's facts. Shout out to Two Sisters. He said, I'm outside. Doc actually got solid content, though, man. I appreciate that, bro. We repping the GHB game. Hey, I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that, man. Shout out to you, man. Rep who you rep, bro. Shout out to Two Sizzle, man. I appreciate you, bro. That's facts. BH and DH is a dynamic duo. Yeah. That's a fact. That's a fact, man. That's a fact. The Democratic Wonder, my nizzle, see sizzle. Bless up, be familiar. Hey, shout out to two sizzle for the compliments on the channel, man. I appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, bro. You said can't wait for the Zuffa boxing. I like the Zuffa, the first one. You know, Callum Walsh to me needs to step up his game. I think Callum Walsh looked a little soggy again. Who was his last fight against? Salcedo. Not Salcedo. Was it Salcedo? Omar Salcedo. Callum Walsh looked a little shaky, and it's back-to-back shakiness too, right? He looked shaky against Fernando Vargas Jr. I picked Callum Walsh to win both those fights successfully, but I thought his performances were terrible. I'll tell you this, so he made the right move moving to 160. That was his debut at 160. So shout out to him. You know, I think that's a smart move because 160 is not that deep, right? 160 you have the cheater, the weight bully and PED popping, fake boogeyman Janabek Alimkanuli, who's an IBF WBO champion. Then you have Arizlani Lara, the oldest active champion in boxing for the WBA belt. Shout out to Arizlani Lara, the Cuban. You have Janabek, the Kazakhstan, and you have Carlos Adames, who just missed a fight because he was weight bullying as well. He's a WBC champion, the Dominican Carlos Adames. So 160 is looking shaky at best, right? And you know, I think Callum Walsh can make a splash there, but not the way he's been looking. I don't think he beats any of the champions. I think Janabek stops him. I think Carlos Adames stops him. I think Arizlani Lara stops him. But he'll do much better at 160 at middleweight than he would at junior middleweight. I'll tell you that. So whoever made that decision to take him up to 160 was smart, because the way he's been looking, boy, you might get stopped. Shoot, forget those guys. Shoot, imagine Jesus Ramos would stop him. I like Jesus Ramos though. Jesus Ramos would stop Callum, in my opinion. Shoot, he might lose to Sugar Shane Mosley Jr. How you talking about? He might lose to Shane Mosley Jr. How you talking about? For real. Callum Walsh looking bad. Oh, you don't have Paramount Plus. Okay. Yeah, they had 2 Zuffa cards. The second one was headlined by Rayo. Bro, I'm not going to lie to you, though. If you won't be famous, I recommend this to anybody. Watch Alexander Vozdik versus Hot Rod Kaladzik. Boy, that is Fight of the Year candidate. Facts. Hot Rod Kaladzik and Alexander Vozdik. Bro. You talk about Fight of the Year candidate. Boy. Hot Rod Kaladzik pulled that victory out his back pocket. Out his booty. Pause. We're going to pause that.
No, did he?
Yeah, we're going to pause. We definitely going to pause that. But he pulled it out his ass, though, is what I'm saying. That was Fight of the Year candidate so far. Eric says, did you know the white MLB back in the day made Satchel Paige changed his pitch because it was too fast and deceptive? No, I didn't know that. Satchel's still great, but could have been goddish. Yep. Altered state of consciousness, reality. Yeah. Yep. No, I didn't know that, though. Kendrick said that was a crazy fight. Come on, bro. That fight, hey. Go watch that fight. Forget all the other fights on that card. Watch that fight. Boy. I'm talking about spectacular. I thought Hot Rod was dead in the water. Was it dead to rights? I thought he was dead to rights. Hot Rod came back and that pressure. We have Turner. Oh, this is the young dude. What's his first? I think his name's Pat Turner. Or Jack Turner. Is it Jack Turner or Pat Turner? Something like that. I think I'm mixing him up with Pat Brown. Pat Brown's another UK guy. I think he's a cruiserweight though. Pat Brown's another up and coming UK guy in the cruiserweight division. And this is Jack Turner. He's like a little pit bull, man. I like him. I don't know how good he is though. You know, the UK, our UK brethren and sisters, man, they do a good job of making their fighters look good. You know, they're, you know, like look at Ben Whitaker and stuff like that. A lot of times, or Ezra Taylor and, you know, Pat Brown, a lot of their guys get upset. Look at what they did with Johnny Fisher, the Rumford Bull. Right, he looked like he was good until, you know, which I already knew that he looked shaky. I called that one. I knew it was a matter of time. I didn't know that David Allen was gonna do it to him like that though. But so it's always hard to tell with the UK guys who's really the goods and who's overhyped. Yeah, this is Jack Turner. I like him though. Yeah, Jack. I think so too, Smooth. I think it's Jack. I was confusing it. I was mixing him up with Pat Brown. Pat Brown's another UK up and comer. But Jack Turner, I like him from what I've seen. So I think this is probably like my third or fourth time seeing him fight. He got upgraded to the co-main. It looks like. Yeah, Pat Brown's a cruiserweight monster. Yep. That's yeah. I mixed up their names. Pat Turner and Jack Turner and Pat Brown. Kendrick said, "Unity, that fight is." Sorry, he said, "Doc, that fight is a prime example of why I don't blame fighters for not taking risks when they are up." You're right. You're right. Because I bet you wish he had that back. I'll tell you that. You're right about that. That's a good point. I can't argue that one. He was up too, because he had him. I think he dropped him like what? Didn't he drop him like twice or three times? He dropped him like 2 or 3 times. And then it was night. Punching through shit. Yeah, so you like Pat Brown, huh? I'm not convinced yet though, Eric. I ain't gonna lie. I like him. I'm not convinced though, man. I'm not quite convinced, man. I like what I see. I'm with you though. I like what I see so far. Just like Ezra Taylor. I like Ezra Taylor too. You know, I think he should be fighting Willie Hutchinson, right? Ezra Taylor at light heavyweight. I like Ezra Taylor too, but I'm just not sure, man. And Ezra Taylor has Malik Scott in this corner too. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know if that really comes with a feeling of confidence. You know, no disrespect to Malik Scott, but you know he needs. Oh boy, oh Lord, oh my goodness, oh my goodness. You can't take all that. That's too much pressure, boy. That's a 10-8, right? That's for sure a 10-8. Jeez, I'm peas. Yeah, so far so good for Pat Brown, right? So far so good. Right hand to the body, left hook to the head, and you know he did. Oh my goodness. That was a nice combination. Body head. That's what Roy Jones tells us, right? Body head. That look good. That looks good. Said, ooh, that look good. Ooh, that look good. That looks good. Wow, that look good. Jack Turner's applying that pressure now. Martinez looks like he doesn't want any smoke right now. They go to OnlyFans sponsorship for my boy George the Last Dragonborn. Turner looks too innocent to be fighting. He opened it up a lot. I'll tell you that though, Smoochie. He punching wide. I'll say that. And mess around and hey, he punched too wide, get caught. Like Kendrick was talking about. Kendrick said he went for the finish and he got it. He was just on the wrong end. Facts. Facts. Talk about Vosdick. I always like Vosdick too, man. I like Vosdick. One time for Adonis Stevenson too, man. You know what I'm saying? The Haitian Canadian Adonis Superman Stevenson. Last time we saw him was after he fought Alexander Vosdick. Alexander Vosdick unfortunately gave him chronic brain damage, man. Shout out to Adonis Superman Stevenson, man, the Haitian Canadian. That was a good champion right there. Big puncher right there, man. If you don't know about Adonis Superman Stevenson, go watch him. What he did to Chad Dawson was crazy. And some other fighters too. Yeah, you don't play boxing, man. You don't play boxing, man. Excuse me. Don't play boxing, man. But that was back when the light heavyweight division was hot. Remember Darnell Boone? Darnell Boone beat Adonis Stevenson. He had to go get that. He had to go get that back. I remember Darnell Boone? That's crazy, man. Light heavyweight division. That's back when they had Tavares Thundercloud. You know what I'm saying? Chad Dawson, Adonis Stevenson, Alexander Vosdick and such. John Pascal. Light heavyweight division was on fire back then. B-Hop was in the mix. That light heavyweight division was serious. Not to mention later on when, you know, Kovalev and Andre Ward and that light heavyweight division was fire. A lot of people don't know too. Some people know, but I actually trained in Tallahassee. I trained in the same gym as Tavares Thundercloud, the former light heavyweight champion. Can't forget about the Jamaican Badman, Glenn the Road Warrior Johnson. What about Glenn Johnson? Light heavyweight division was nice back then. The light heavyweight division now is just, it's not bad. It's just top heavy, right? We have Beterbiev, we have Bivol, we have Benavidez. But after those three, it's pretty significant gap, skill gap. I mean, of course, you got David Morrell, Callum Smith, good fighters. But I think it's a pretty big gap between the top guys and the rest. Joshua Buatsi was supposed to be among them. So disappointed in Joshua Buatsi, but I correctly told people Callum Smith was going to upset Buatsi. People ain't listened to me. They said, oh, Doc, you tripping. And what happened? Callum Smith won. Doc won tripping. Won't Be Famous says the light heavy is super top heavy. Facts. Facts. Shout out to Wango. He said Malik Scott is like Mr. Ed, respect, but he yammers away a lot. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. I like Malik Scott, but he needs, and to be fair too, Juan, we gotta, Wango, we don't have to. I don't think he's a good trainer, but I am judging him primarily off of his one stint with Deontay Wilder. You see what I'm saying? That's even Robert Garcia, as great as Robert Garcia is, he has some fighters that he doesn't really look too good, right? We got to remember, Robert Garcia looked good with Murataya beating Andy Cruz, which we correctly predicted that as well. But Robert Garcia looked bad when Rayo, and he looked good when Rayo beat Pitbull, but he looked bad when Rayo lost to Gary Hunter Russell. Gary Hunter Russell washed him. So, so I don't think it's entirely fair to judge Malik Scott off of Deontay Wilder, but gosh dang it, I'm going to do it. Because Bronze Bomber was a Bronze Bomber. He got with Malik Scott. He ain't bombed nothing. What'd he bomb? Robert Helenius, I think. That was his only win that was like his only win, right? Am I tripping? His only win with Malik Scott was Robert Helenius, right? Because he lost to Fury twice. He beat Robert Helenius. And he lost to Joseph Parker, right? Man, come on, man. I'm judging him. But it's not really fair because even Bozian has lost, right? With he did spectacular things with Boots, spectacular things with even the women, right? O'Shea Jones, who's the IBF 154-pound champion, but he didn't look that good when Andy Cruz loses to Muratai. He didn't look that good when Stephen Fulton got smoked by Foster. And I'm not blaming Bozy for that because Fulton wasn't even on weight, right? And he moved up, so that was obviously on his lack of discipline. But still, that makes you look bad. So even Derek James, he looked spectacular with Errol Spence and Charlos, and then he looked bad when, you know, Anthony Joshua loses to Andy Ruiz, and, you know, he got it back though and stuff. So everybody has ups and downs, but we looking for Malik Scott to get that up because it's been down, baby. It's been down, baby. You know, to be fair too, though, Malik Scott does work with Zerto, right? But we don't give him, he's not the main trainer, so he doesn't get credit for that. But he does have an influence on Zerto, and Zerto's been doing great in the cruiserweight division. Oh boy, Jack is on him like a terrier for real, like a pit bull terrier for real. But yeah, all I have is Deontay Wilder to judge him off of right now. We'll see what Ezra Taylor does, but right now Ezra Taylor's not doing much. He's taking a point for holding. That's tough. That's tough. So yeah. Yeah, so Malik Scott, he still needs him one. I'll give him a chance, but I'm not going. I'm not giving him no benefit of the doubt. We'll see how he does, man. Right now, he's doing bad. We'll see how he does in the future. Said, damn, Gina. Not really good. You said, Casey. Scott is as good as a trainer as he was a fight. That's crazy. Malik Scott is good. Right now, I mean, that's fair. Right now, yeah. But I'm going to give him a chance, though, man. For the ladies drop, Doc, I got you, Thomas. I got you, bro. I got you, man. He said respect the D. Yeah, we got, you know, everybody messes up, right? You know, look at Ben Davison, right? They say he's a good trainer. He didn't look too good when Anthony Joshua was face down, ass up, compliments of Daniel Dubois, right? And then, you know, so players mess up too. So Malik Scott, he's looking for that one, and maybe that's all it takes. Maybe Deontay didn't have chemistry, but we got to go off what we see, and what we see has not been good. So if Ezra Taylor loses to Willie Hutchinson, that'd be crazy. He deserved that point taken off. He would not let go. I agree. I think I'm behind, chat. They still have him in the corner for me. Yeah, I'm behind for sure. It's over with. It came back just in time for me to see it's over with. Come on, dog. The corner called it? That's crazy. One time for Jack Terrier, man. Jack Terrier Turner. Say he quit, what a loser. What'd you say? He quit, what a loser. That's crazy. Hey, them shots hurt. I can't tell if it was a boxer or the corner that threw the towel on this one. Yeah, I definitely couldn't tell. I'm going to see, man, what Jack Terrier really has. Jack Terrier Turner. He looks good, though. Looks good, though, man. He remains undefeated. What's super flyweight, chat? 112, right? Yeah. I think 112, so. That used to be Kenshiro Taraji's division. Kenshiro Taraji just moved up to 115, though. Oh, speaking of that, what we think about Deontay Wilder and Simon Jordan, chat? You know, I like talk sport. What do we think about Deontay Wilder and Simon Jordan? That little spat. I'll be right back, chat. Let me go use the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna run this ad on y'all. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. So you can't get enough of the doc? Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry about it. You're not alone, but I do have a fix for you. Head over to docscorner.beehive.com where you can find all of the hottest news, the latest news, all real talk, no gimmicks, and no fluff. Right here at Doc's Corner, a newsletter written by yours truly. In order to sign up, all you have to do is enter your email here. But I will tell you, if your name is still long sweaty big balls at hotmail.com, you will not receive an email from me. Change it or you won't be getting this newsletter, bruh. I'm sorry. And it's delivered personally to you right in your inbox every Wednesday at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And always remember, the doctor's in your corner. George said, would you call Jack Turner a weight bully? I ain't gonna lie, he looks kind of big, but I wouldn't. I wouldn't, George. I would not call him a weight bully. He does look kind of big though, but I wouldn't. Did he just miss weight today or something? This is what he wants. This is what Thomas wants for the new drop for the ladies.
Because you know something's going to happen, and what's going to happen is going to be exclusive.
It's the X Factor, and Liverpool love it. We do too.
He wants that to replace this, chat. What y'all think, chat? We gonna do a vote? He wants that to replace One Time for the ladies. I ain't gonna lie. I will say this though. Not to sway the vote. I do like Babs Bunny. I do like Babs more than I like Cardi B. I'll tell you that. I don't dislike Cardi B, but I like Babs more. Cardi B ain't, Babs ain't messing with Cardi B though. I'll tell you that, not from a musical standpoint, but I like Babs's character more. But Cardi B funny though. So I still like the old Kurt. I like it too, Smoochie. Shout out to Thomas though. Oster says, yeah, replace it. Okay, we got one vote. 1 and 1. I vote with Smoochie. I say keep it. And Smoochie, I ain't gonna lie, Smoochie's vote, since she's actually a woman, her vote counts more than the man's. So I say her one vote counts as like 3 votes, to be honest. So it's like 4-1. I got the second one. Okay, we got 4-2. We got Oster and Thomas. We got Doc and Smoochie for Cardi B. Thomas and Oster for Babs. I like them both though, so I don't mind. Whichever y'all say. I'm getting to a point where I'm a little bit afraid of it becoming Wilder in it for the paycheck. Bro, I won't be famous. I've been said that. I think you're getting to the point. I've been afraid. I think Wilder should kind of. I said he should have stopped fighting after Fury. Especially after Parker, but especially after Zhang. But like the whole back and forth with Simon Jordan on TalkSport with Deontay Wilder, I don't think Simon Jordan was wrong. I think Deontay Wilder went off topic, and I don't think Simon Jordan was wrong, or I don't think he was being racist or he intended to be discriminatory in any fact. But Deontay Wilder was right in what he said. I just don't think the timing was appropriate. Well, it's not inappropriate, but it's never inappropriate. But I just don't think it was well timed. But that's how he felt. You gotta understand, I think it was Simon Jordan's fault. Not Simon Jordan's fault because he said anything offensive. But you got to understand too, like, he thinks that, now I watched the follow-up interview on him too. He said he thinks that his question was fair. It's not about your question being fair. You asked him about Tyson Fury. He explicitly told you, I want to talk about Chisora. This fight is not about Tyson Fury. I don't want to talk about Tyson Fury. He pressed the issue. Deontay Wilder said, I do not want to talk about him. So from that point, you up the level of agitation. You see what I'm saying? So that's why it's Simon Jordan's fault. So whatever Deontay Wilder talks about then is, it's like you want to talk about something that is off topic. So Deontay Wilder talked about something that is kind of off topic. You know what I'm saying? For that moment. So I don't think Deontay Wilder is wrong at all. I don't think Simon Jordan is a racist. But I think what Deontay Wilder said was right. The timing could have been off. But at the same time, he riled up Deontay Wilder. If somebody doesn't want to, and he says, oh, it's fair because Deontay Wilder talked about it in another interview yesterday or last week. Bitch, that was yesterday or last week. Today's a new day. Like, you can't think that it's open season on somebody's past because they're famous. Just because I talked about something with Wango on Tuesday doesn't mean I want to talk about it with Thomas on Monday. You feel me? Like, that's what people think. People think because, oh, I just talked about something somewhere else, or I just discussed something and you know about my past, you could bring it up anytime you want. No. If he said he doesn't want to talk about it, he's your interview guest. Respect that, in my personal opinion. But yeah, I think that was Simon Jordan's fault. The interview was smooth up until that point. So it's not like Deontay Wilder didn't want to be there. There was 30 minutes of it was a 30-minute interview. I think there was like 27 minutes of good vibes. And then the last 3 minutes was when Deontay Wilder took off on Simon, because Simon came at him incorrectly. So you got to check him. Like, these are fighters, bro. Like, they ain't scared to fight. Bitches act like you can't. They can say whatever they want to you, and you're supposed to react how they want you to react. Nah, bro. There's been many situations that ended in violence that started off with words. Like, I don't know what place you live in. Every war that we had in the history of man started off with words and a disagreement with words, and ended up with millions of people dying based off a disagreement between two motherfuckers. Oh man. So, but I still like Simon Jordan. I don't think he's, I don't think he meant it to go that way. But at the same time, that's what you get when you agitate the interviewee as an interviewer. It is what it is. I don't think what Deontay Wilder said was wrong, but I don't think it was, I don't think the timing was. Simon Jordan said, hey, hold on, I ain't racist. That joke funny. Oh, man, that joke was funny, bro. Oh, man, Deontay Wilder took it somewhere else. He ain't mean to go. It was a good one, though. Simon led with his alignment with Trump. Ooh. The rest is condensed, aggravated, realistic response. That's true. And they didn't, you're right. And they don't air everything. You're right about that. Yep. You're right about that, Wango. I forgot it. Yeah. I forgot about that part. That's a good point to bring up. You're right about that. You're right about that. Simon Jordan's a jackass. I don't know why people, I ain't gonna lie. Al Booker. Shout out to my brother, Al Booker. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm gonna sound crazy. Big member in the building. I'm gonna sound crazy, Al Booker. I like Simon Jordan. I'm not saying I agree with him all the time, but I respect the fact that, I'll say this. I'd much rather somebody be disrespectful in my face than be cool with me and talk behind my back. You see what I'm saying? Like, I feel I respect the fact that Simon Jordan, typically, not most of the time, generally speaking, he usually says what he says when you're not there, when you are there too. So I do respect that. Not saying I agree with him all the time, but I could respect that part of him. And the fact that he's not just going to say what you want him to say because you're present, you know what I'm saying, or on site with him. He's going to say how he feels, and he's not going to pull any punches, whether you're Ben Shalom or Eddie Hearn or Anthony Joshua or Deontay Wilder, or, so sometimes he's a little rude, of course, and that's off-putting, but I don't think, I think that he does a pretty good job of keeping the same energy for who he's talking to. Not all the time, but a lot of times. I like him. I don't really care for, I like Callum Smith, but I don't really care for his brother, Paul Smith. I don't think he adds much, to be honest. No disrespect, but I don't think he adds much to the platform. I like, what's the other guy? Spencer. I like Spencer. I like the other guy too. What's the other dude's name? Catterall, Adam Catterall. I like him. I don't really care for a buddy with the long hair. Gareth. I don't really care for Gareth. I don't want Oladipo. He's not a mainstay on there, but he has guest appearances a lot. I don't like Ade Oladipo. I think he's a cornball. I can't remember the other guy with the glasses with the short hair. I don't really care for him either. But I like Simon. I ain't gonna lie. Simon be having me rolling, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know what being a black man had to do with anything. Bro, I was crying. Bro, I was crying, Al Booger. But Deontay Wilder's not wrong. I mean, he's not wrong for his statements. I just thought it was, it wasn't really relevant at that moment, but it was relevant because they talked about the experience, and like Wongo said, Simon Jordan's alignment, and then they talked about the experience of their childhood and stuff. And Deontay Wilder said, "Hey, you think you had the same experience as I did growing up? You think I had the same? You think you faced the same type of hardships, bro?" Simon, and then Derek Chisora poking the bear too and stirring the pot, talking about, yeah, why is it always easier to take a white man's word over a black man's word? That joint had me crying, dog. Bro, I was crying, man. One time for Deontay Wilder, he held it down, man. Yeah, like I said, he held it down, man. He ain't say nothing wrong. Was the timing off? Was it a bit puzzling, the timing? Yeah, maybe, but he ain't say nothing wrong, man. One time for Deontay Wilder, man. He held it down, man. Oh, man. That joke was funny. That joke was funny. I mean, let me tell you. That boy had me rolling. Simon ain't want no parts of Deontay. To this day. Now he went from interviewing Happy Deontay to this day Deontay. To this day. To this day. You feel me? That was too funny, man. Oh, I like my guy too, Duke. I like Duke as well. Former bantamweight champion. The Duke. Duke McKenzie. I like him too. Derek is the GOAT, man. Derek full of shit, man. Derek full of crap, man. Derek is the GOAT. He said he's asking Wilder to articulate the image of how Fury avoided the glove controversy. Right. Which, I like Tyson Fury, man. I like Deontay Wilder more than I like Tyson Fury. But Tyson Fury is one of my favorite boxers too. Did he cheat? I don't know, man. I don't know. I stay out of that. If he cheated, he didn't get caught. So to me, he didn't cheat. Now, would I tell Deontay Wilder that he's wrong with what he's alleging? I would never say he's wrong because I don't know what the proof he has. I didn't thoroughly check out the proof. So I wouldn't say he's wrong, but I'm not big on the conspiracy theories, man. If you cheated, but vice versa. Like, I don't understand how people say Ryan Garcia did not cheat. Bitch, if you fail the test, you cheated. You see what I'm saying? But if you didn't fail a test and there's nothing to conclusively corroborate with an allegation of somebody saying you cheated, then I'm going to say you didn't cheat. I don't have time for the conspiracy theories, man. That's not something I enjoy. You know what I'm saying? So if you didn't get caught cheating, to be honest with you, now if he has evidence like he claimed and documentation that he claims and he proves that he cheated, boom, I'll listen. I'll definitely listen. And if he does drop that documentary, I'll watch and I'll listen. But I'm not going to say Tyson Fury's a cheater just off allegations. I need some conclusive evidence and proof. He said, all jokes on the side, I wouldn't put anything. Yeah, so I'm not saying, I'm not putting it past him either. I wouldn't put it past anybody. So I'm not saying Deontay Wilder's wrong. I'm saying that I don't care. And that sounds like heartless, but that's what I'm saying. I don't care until you prove it. You see what I'm saying? Prove it. I don't care until it's time to care. It's like with Edgar Berlanga. I rock with Edgar Berlanga, man. I like my boy Edgar Berlanga, man. But it's like with Edgar Berlanga. I don't care that Hamza Shiraz. Until you prove it, I don't care that you think he cheated. I don't care. Prove it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Get your lawyer. You got money. Get your lawyers right. Get it popping with the investigation and show me. You feel me? That's just how I've been, you know? And I tell people this all the time. People might think I'm heartless, but Margarito, was I suspicious that he cheated with the picture of the residue? Yeah. But you could also say the red residue came from the gloves and stuff like that. I really didn't care. No disrespect about Miguel Cotto, but I did care when the late great Nazim Richardson proved that he cheated against Sugar Shea Mosley, and he still ended up losing. That's when I care. I don't care about the stories, man. Because we know that sore losers exist. Let's be honest. That we know sore losers exist, right? So I'm not saying Deontay Wilder is. I'm not saying Miguel Cotto is. I'm not saying anybody else. I'm not saying Edgar Berlanga is. What I'm saying is that prove it. That's all I'm saying. I ain't got time for the conspiracy theories, bro. I ain't got time. There's too much good boxing to watch. I got too much shit going on. You feel me? I ain't got time to, you know. But like Kendrick just said, Fury has a proven history of, that's facts. Can't ignore history. Tyson Fury popped dirty like 2 or 3 times. I do agree with that. But he didn't pop dirty during your fight. You feel me? I can't ignore that either. You know, so. Yeah, he popped dirty, but he didn't pop dirty during Deontay's fight. Hopefully, like I said, I hope he proves it. If it's true, I hope he proves it. Like I said, I will listen. But right now, it's just, oh, Deontay Wilder said he cheated. Tyson Fury said he didn't cheat. What else can I do? What else can I do? What else can I do? You know what I'm saying? I ain't got time. Had he asked Wilder to describe plight, that his response would have been appropriate. Respect. Yep, exactly. Exactly. He said, man, Tyson Fury already cheated more than once. I agree with that. He said he got proof, and I know these people will let him cheat. I agree with that too. Like they let Ryan, Conor, Canelo, etc. Well, that's not true. That's not true, right? The last part's not true. They didn't let Ryan cheat, right? Ryan popped dirty. People, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't mind people feeling that way. But what I'm saying is that you still have to prove it. Ryan Garcia wasn't a feeling. Ryan Garcia popped dirty. People feel that he didn't cheat. They're stupid because he failed the test. Now, if you want to go down the rabbit hole and say, oh, Victor Conte and all this other stuff in Nevada and all this other stuff, they sabotaged it. If you want to listen to that, I'm very clear, cut and dry with that, man. You either cheated or you didn't. If you failed the test, you cheated. If you passed the test, you didn't. I don't really have no interest in that. You see what I'm saying? I don't really care. I care, but I don't care until you prove it. So what's about PEDs? It's about cheating. All cheating ain't PEDs in his glove. Right. He's talking about the gloves. So prove it. That I just gave you a Margarito example. That wasn't PEDs either. That was gloves. And it got proved. Who proved it? Cotto didn't prove it. Sugar Shea Mosley and the late great Nazim Richardson proved it. Right? That wasn't PEDs. That was gloves. So if Nazim Richardson could prove it, what's up with your trainer? How come your trainer didn't catch him? So it sounds like somebody else. I'm not advocating cheating. What I'm saying is that Sugar Shea Mosley would have got cheated too, but Nazim Richardson did his job. So that means that if Margarito cheated Cotto, you got to look at your coaches. Why you ain't have somebody checking his raps? You too nonchalant about it. You see what I'm saying? You supposed to have your Mosley ain't get cheated. Richardson wasn't going. He said, hey, I'm gonna be in there because according to the protocols, I could be in there while you wrapping your hands. Why you wasn't in there when he was wrapping his hands? All right then. So you should have checked the gloves. They have protocol and a procedure to check the gloves and all that other, check the hand wraps and all that stuff. So somebody else dropped the ball too. I'm not saying that anybody should cheat. I'm not giving them a pass. But what I'm saying is that you have to pay attention too, right? You got to do your part too. Rest in peace, Nazim Richardson. That's why I think he's one of the best trainers. But with all that said, once that he was caught cheating, I think Antonio Margarito cheated everybody that he fought. I think he cheated Miguel Cotto. I think he cheated Paul Williams. I think he cheated Sergio Martinez. Whether he won or lost, whether he won or lost, I think he cheated everybody that he fought. Because now, once you're a cheater to me. So I don't know when you cheated or when you didn't. I don't even care. You cheated once, and I'm gonna assume that you cheated in all the other ones too. But I do think it's important for us to tell the facts. Miguel Cotto was just an allegation. It was never proven. It wasn't proven that he cheated until he fought Sugar Shea Mosley. We don't revise history around here. We tell the truth. Cotto had proof. He had a picture. Shout out to me, Armando Cardinal. Big member in the building. Shout out to Oscar. Right. That's a fact. He had a picture. Right. So if he had a picture, then Edgar Berlanga has proof because he has a picture. That's what like at some point we gotta also appreciate and factor in due process. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, guilty or innocent, needs due process. And while I will tell you, I thought that Cotto was cheated by Margarito, but it don't matter what you think. It matters what you could prove. He was never proven. It was never. Let me say it again. It was never proven that he cheated Miguel Cotto. These are just facts. It was never cheated. It was thought. It was thought. It was alleged. He was accused. It was never proven he cheated Miguel Cotto. These are just facts. Am I lying? Am I lying, Oscar? Nick Ball playing Many Men. Oh, I can't even hear it. That's what he playing? Okay. Al Booger going for Nick Ball. Shit, I would have brought my proof out a bit. Thank you. Now you feel what I'm saying? You should have been brought your proof out. You should have been brought your proof out. That's my point. That's my point, bro. We're not going to act like humans aren't humans. Some humans are rich. You know what I'm saying? So we think more of them, but no, humans are humans, man. There's sore losers that are rich. There's criminals that are rich. You know, I'm not saying that. Like I said, Deontay Wilder's my favorite fighter. I'm not saying that. I don't think he's lying, but I also don't know him personally. I don't know Tyson Fury personally. I just know them as boxers. And I agree with what Kendrick said. Tyson Fury has a history of cheating, so this is right up his alley. But we also have to factor in due process as well. If you got the documentation and you're making a documentary, you should have been dropped that. And drop it now, then I'll believe you. I'll still give it a chance. Absolutely. I'll watch it. But, you know, I'm not going for, oh, he beat me, so he cheated. Nah, I'm not going for that. I'm not going. We playing that song for you, Many Men. Wish death upon me. Man, let's go, Brandon Figueroa. Let's go, Figueroa. You playing that for me, huh? Let's go, Figueroa. Nah, if Nick Ball wins, I'm not mad, you know. But I'm not a Nick Ball fan, I'll tell you that. Oh, Nick the Wrecking Ball. I'm not necessarily rooting for him to lose. I just like Brandon Figueroa more. Like when Nick Ball fought Doheny. I didn't like that fight, but I wasn't rooting for Doheny. Heck no, I like Nick Ball. I think Nick Ball's a better fighter, so, you know, I picked Nick Ball to beat Doheny. I picked Nick Ball to beat Goodman and Ronnie Rios. I ain't never been no hater. But I don't like him. I ain't gonna act like I like him. We all know Wilder don't got shit. You said, hey, Al Booger, as long as you said it, hey, you know, I like Wilder, bro. Bro, I'm sorry, bro. I'm a fan. And I know the word fan is short for fanatic, but I don't act fanatical for none of these fighters. No, man. I got comments. I'm too smart for that, man. You know, I'm not going to say he don't, but I'm glad you said it, Al Booger. I'll say that. I ain't going to say it, but I'm glad you said it. That was a long time ago, bro. Those fights were a long time ago. When Nazim Richardson thought Margarito cheated, he caught him right then. Right then. When Devin Haney thought he got cheated, when he filed the lawsuit. Right then. You know what I'm saying? You waiting 3, 4, 5 decades. Man, I'm not going, man. I'm not even trying to hear it, bro. That shit was weeks ago, years ago, decades ago. It's still your facts. It's still bomb squad. I'm still rooting for Deontay Wilder. I think he should have retired, but I still got Wilder over Chisora. I was still rooting for Wilder against it. Even though I said I thought Zhang would win, I was still rooting for Wilder to prove me wrong. I still pick Wilder over Joseph Parker. I like AJ, but if AJ and Wilder fought right now, I'm still Team Wilder. But I'm not going to cap for nobody. Hey, man. If you think somebody cheated, bro, you're supposed to say it right then. You're supposed to say it right then. Get your proof right then. And I know it's a little different, but I'm the same way. Well, I ain't even gonna go there, but with some of these accusations, you know, of sexual assault and stuff like that, I'm always pro justice. You know, you should not mistreat anybody, especially a man mistreating women. But at the same time, too, we're not gonna act like people aren't money hungry and people aren't liars. Sometimes people willingly do things, and then when they get caught or exposed that they did something, then they start getting shamed, and so they want to act like they were forced or coerced. Yeah, sometimes people be lying, man. Sometimes people be lying. And sometimes there's monsters out there too. You know, I think that the monsters, if they do what they're alleged, they need to be punished to the full extent of the law. But if somebody's alleging things that are not true, they should be punished as well. They ain't got no time for liars, bro. And that goes for young, old, black, white, male, female, brown. It don't matter. Christian, atheist. We got time for a grown ass liar, bro. Tighten up. Oh, Booker, I ain't saying I got him over him. I'm saying I'm rooting for him. Those are two different things, Booker. I said I'm rooting for Wilder. Well, I'm picking AJ. If I had to put money on it, I'm picking AJ. I'm rooting for Wilder. Don't get it twisted. Please don't get it twisted, bro. Emphasis on the rooting. I'll be cheering for Wilder. You feel me? I would not be picking Wilder. That was good. I'm glad you gave me the opportunity to clarify that. There's very few heavyweights that I would pick Wilder over. I'd be rooting for Wilder. But I definitely pick AJ. Nah, I ain't stupid. Hey, I ain't dumb. I ain't dumb now. Oh, boy. Nasty left uppercut from Nick Ball. Oh, my goodness. And then, of course, my thing freaks. Yo, what's going on, bruh? Oh, we back. Let's see how long until Nick Ball get dirty. Come on now, Tufo. You know that boy dirty, man. That boy been dirty, man. Oh, shoot. Thank you, Kendrick. I forgot to update the round count. My fault. Thank you, bro. Won't be famous says you rooting for Figgy. Me too. I'm rooting for Figueroa, but I ain't picking this one. I'm abstaining on this one. I don't know who's going to win, to be honest. Now, I'm not saying that because I don't want to be wrong or something like that. You know me, I pick all the time, but I really don't know. I didn't think about this one long enough. Recent performances, it's kind of a wash because Nick Ball's been winning, but Nick Ball's been doing some dirty tactics. Oh, my goodness, that uppercut's getting through. How many of those could Brandon Figueroa take? He came out to many men. Should have been dirty. Dirty man. He came out to many men. Should have been dirty man. That's crazy. That's a fact, Oscar. That's a fact. Ball nearly reverse engineer Figueroa chin with that. I'm telling you. Put his chin to his head top. The heartbreaker almost got his chin broke. Nick Ball threw that uppercut again. It just missed. He throwing that uppercut, boy. He throwing Ayukins. Ayukin! He throwing them Ken Ayukins, boy. Yo, he is throwing them uppercuts. Y'all ever play Streets of Rage? Remember that Burning Knuckle from Axel? He throwing Burning Knuckle uppercuts. But Burning Knuckle, he dragging that thing. Gosh, Lee, boy, Brandon Figueroa, he can't take all that. He gonna have a long night. He keep taking them shots. He trying to punch through his chin, boy. Sheesh. You can't take all that. Texas stand up. Let's see if we get another champ. James Valdez, what's good, my brethren? Yeah, I'm going for Brandon Figueroa, man. I don't know, James. He can't take all them uppercuts, though, bro. 1-0 Ball, I agree, Anubis. My guy. Nick is doing good with this height difference. I agree. Got that low center of gravity, too. Them uppercuts hurt. Don't get it twisted. Them uppercuts hurt. That's some pressure. People make a lot out of him being short. But he has a great center of gravity, man. He got great balance. You could argue Nick Ball probably has the best balance because of his stature. And not just in the division and all of boxing. Now, does he have good feet? That's a whole nother story. But as far as a low center of gravity and being compact, man, he should have some of the best balance in the game. Once again, I'm not saying he has good feet. I'm just saying as far as balance goes, he should be, you feel me? You feel me? Uh-oh, Brandon Figueroa applying that pressure. There we go. That's what I like to see, Figueroa. That's what I like to see, that pressure. That pressure. I need to see that pressure. Because can Nick Ball take that pressure? We about to find out. We gonna learn today. We gonna learn today, my bad. Yeah, and he throwing them burning uppers at him. Burning upper. Burning knuckle. He throwing them burning knuckles up there. If you are, who should I bet on? And what halftime show should I watch? Psych, I ain't watching Pedro. That's crazy. Hey, yo. Oscar is wilding. I didn't know Kid Rock is supposed to be a pedophile. I didn't know that. Some of these people, man, they get away with things, man. It's crazy. You gotta ask Nick Ball, he ain't gonna come. Nick Ball goes ask to see my content. He be like, oh nah. Oh nah. Nick Ball said he ain't rocking with DBT. He ain't rocking with Dr. Boxing Talk. Dr. Boxing Talk ain't no groupie. That's all right. We'll get Angelo Leo. We'll get his fellow champions, you feel me? Hey, rest in peace to Lil Jon's son too. Condolences. I think his son passed away. I think I saw something about that. It's tough, man. Bro, they hating on me, chat. My mic got a little low? Okay, hold on. Let me fix it. Thank you. I was talking a little low. Let me turn up my mic. I'll turn it up. How we sound now? Better? Come on, man. You know what time it is. You know what time it is, Kendrick. I can't even see it right now. They hating on me. Thank you. Thank you, Smoochie. I done missed the whole gosh dang second round, man. Shit, crazy. Whatever. I'll be back now, though. It just goes black. Then come back. Axel did have that fire uppercut, yes sir, but it was Terry Bogard from Fatal Fury that did the burning knuckle. That's what it was. That's what it was. Burning knuckle. You right. Yep. You right. I mixed it up, Al Booger. You right about that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. That's a fact. Terry Bogard. That's a fact. 2-0 ball. I missed it. So I'm going to go with Anubis on that one. I'm going to go with Anubis on that one. I missed it, to be honest. We back now, though. I saw like 30 seconds of the entire second round. Oh, left hand. Give it to him again. Let's go, Brandon. Brandon tough, though. Brandon may not look like he tough. Brandon's pretty tough. Brandon Figueroa is pretty tough. If Nick Ball came on the show, would you add his picture on the wall? That's a good question. I would add him to the intro, Smoochie. Not to this wall because I do want to put somebody right here, but I want to save that for our first female boxer. But I'm not saying that because I don't like Nick Ball, but I would add him to the beginning, you know, on the intro where I have the heads, you know, the boxers' heads floating. I would add him to that. But I would add, because you know, Abbas Barau, was he's on there because he was the inaugural boxer, you know, champion to come on the show. And then George Jakovic was the first person, you know, boxing personality to come on the show. That's a good question. I would think about it though, Smoochie. I would think about it for sure. I would actually think about that. I don't dislike. I don't know. That's a good question. I probably would though, especially being from the UK too. You know what I'm saying? That'd be dope if he called in. We pausing. What happened? What happened? Referee warning them both. If Boots came out, he would be right. Hey, Kendrick be hating. I see Kendrick be hating. Tell me I be hating. Kendrick hating. I would put Boots up there. I ain't gonna lie. I would. I'll put Boots, Tank. I'll put Shakur up there too. I put Caleb Plant up there too. But I ain't gonna lie. I would. I haven't thought about that, but for sure, I put Juju Nakatani up there too. But for sure, I would want to put a woman like Gabriella Fedora or I don't know, Michaela Mayer would be fire. The Gwoat, of course, would be dope. Dang, you out of the third round already, Tufo? I'm way behind. Yeah, I think Figueroa won this round though. Look at Nick Ball. Look at Nick Ball. He just shoulder charged him. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. Nick the Raging Bull Ball. Come on, bro. That's a Figueroa round, man. This man dirty, bro. Man dirty, bro. Hey, Kendrick, the man dirty, man. The man dirty, man. The man just tried to hit him with a Goldberg spear. What are we doing, bro? He just tried to spear the dude, bro. The man dirty, dog. I don't care what nobody said. The man just tried to spear Brandon Figueroa like he's Roman Reigns. Come on, dog. That was a mean uppercut, though. Ooh, that was a nice right uppercut with a left straight, though. That was a nice counter off the slip from Brandon Figueroa with the body shots. Come on, bro. Nick Ball might be feeling the pace right now. Talk to him, Tufo. You see him breathing with his mouth open, and he's standing up, too. That's crazy. I like the standing up because I like the intimidation factor, but, well, you better pop a squat. You better get that break because Brandon Figueroa has pressure. Shout out to Stephen Foltz. Stephen Foltz to turn that pressure on Brandon Figueroa. But my bad, it's a light from outside the window. I got my window open, so that little light right here. That's what you see. You see the reflection, the sun shining. Oh, that was a nice left hand from Nick Ball, but that was a nice follow-up retaliatory follow-up punch from Brandon Figueroa. Nice body shot from Figueroa. The body shot's getting to him now. Keep touching that body. Keep hitting them ribs. Ooh! Straight left hand from Brandon Figueroa. Knocking Nick Ball's head back. Come on now. Ball legs almost gave out on that straight. You seen that straight. You seen it. Oh, that was a nice left hook from Nick Ball, though. Ooh, 1-2 from Nick Ball. Left hook from Nick Ball. Brandon Figueroa is you see the difference between Nick Ball and Brandon Figueroa right now? Nick Ball has more intensity on his punches, right? He's punching with more fervor individually. But Brandon Figueroa has that constant force, constant impact. Kind of like, I'm not saying he hits as hard as Beterbiev, but similar to Beterbiev, right? Like Beterbiev, every punch is just stiff. I feel like Brandon Figueroa, every punch is stiff. They're not wound up, but they're just like you feeling them. You know, and that steady pressure, that steady impact. Hey, I'm telling you, bro, Nick Ball is fighting his first legitimate featherweight. Let's see what he does. Let's see what he does. I think Kendrick made a good point that you could argue that Figueroa's damaged goods, but I think this is a good fight for Nick Ball. I would give him credit for beating Figueroa. I think Figueroa is a solid former champion. But he, hey, left jab didn't really hit anything but air. Nice right to the body from Brandon Figueroa. Brandon Figueroa pumping that jab out. Ooh, that left to the body was a little low. Man, We gonna stop time? I don't know if we stop time, but that was a little low. That was a little low. Shout out to the ref. He caught it. He caught it. Nice left hand. Double up on the left hand for Figueroa. Then a 1-2. Oh, boy. Okay. Nick Ball's taking him well, though. He's retired. This is a close round, chat. Nice jab from Nick Ball. Nick Ball's coming forward now. Behind the jab and then a left hook to a right hand. Brandon Figueroa bouncing right back on him. 4 punches in succession. 4 punches unanswered from Brandon Figueroa. Nice jab. Ooh, that was a nice jab from Nick Ball. Cutting right through the guard. This is a tough round. This is a close round. This is a close round. Nice stiff jab. Oh, straight left hand from Brandon Figueroa. Brandon Figueroa switches stances too. You see him going from orthodox to southpaw. You see him from southpaw to orthodox, orthodox to southpaw seamlessly. You see my boy. He right back. There you go. Right back to southpaw. Then he went back to orthodox again. He getting punched on right now though. It looked like he switching stances. It looked like Nick Ball punching him into switching stances. That's no good. He getting punched and going. He getting punched into different stances too, fo. Oh no, that was a close round. I don't know. I'm leaning towards Nick Ball on that one, man. I'm leaning towards Nick Ball, but if somebody gave that to Figueroa, I'm not mad. I got that a swing round though, but I'm giving that to Nick Ball. Figueroa was switching stances, then it started to look like he was getting punched into different stances. That's no bueno. Liam Smith, I like Liam Smith. Eddie Hearn want to look like Richard Gere so bad. That's crazy. That's crazy. Where's Eddie Hearn? I don't see Eddie Hearn. I see Liam Smith on my screen. Liam Smith does look like Richard Gere. I agree with you, Smoochie. You pick Figueroa by KO? Hey, shout out to Tay. That's a hell of a pick. I got Ball winning so far. Yeah, I got Ball 3-1. I wonder how they going to judges giving Nick Balls on the back. That's a fact. They gave him rounds for free for just moving forward in the back. Facts. Talk to him. Now the shoe's on the other foot. Ain't that right, Kendrick? Shoe on the other foot now. Let's see where we go. Anubis said 3-1 Ball. That's what I'm looking like too. I'll Booker said I got Ball winning so far. Ball is a basic fighter, physically strong, but very basic. I agree, Mr. Grandy. To be fair, Figueroa's not too sophisticated himself. Not too versatile himself. Brandon's digging to that body, though. I like that body work. Smoochie said, oh, shit, that is Liam. But, hey, your assessment wasn't off, though. He does look like Richard Gere. Shout out to Liam Smith. I think Liam Smith was his last fight against Aaron McKenna, I believe, where he lost. Liam Smith been in there with who? Chris Eubank Jr. Liam Smith fought Cinnamon. Kumar said, you see Teofimo Lopez is on the Zuffa boxing prelims next month? That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. Shout out to Kumar. What's good, bro? Ball nose bleeding and he feeling the pace. Yep. He for the DDT Figueroa. I'm telling you. Hey, Nick Ball don't play, bro. He get in trouble. He going straight wrestling moves. His nose is definitely busted. That was a nice right hand. He just missed. Oh, that was a nice jab followed up from Nick Ball, snapping Figueroa's head back. Brandon Figueroa is applying that pressure, man. Pressure is applied. Figueroa is letting his hands go even when Nick Ball tries to tie up. Those of you that watch other fighters, man, get tied up excessively. Watch Figueroa. He letting them hands go as Nick Ball is attempting to tie him up. Shout out to Figueroa, man. Letting them hands go. No, they didn't. 35 seconds left in the 5th round. My clock is a little off. Well, a lot of bit off. 20 seconds off. Gosh dang. Don't forget to smack that like button for your boy. I'm way behind compared to y'all, man. Y'all already in the... What? You in the 7th round? Damn. I'm in the 5th, bro. Oh, I got Figueroa taking that 10th round, that 5th round. The 5th round just ended. 3-2 Figueroa. Ooh, 3-2 Figueroa, says Oscar. Hey. I got it 3-2. I got it 3-2 ball. Don't forget to smack that like button for your boy. Starting the 6th round now. Okay, yeah, I'm still in the corner for the 5th, going to the 6th round. My 6th round hasn't started yet. Now I'm talking about 2-4. I'm not scoring. Oh, you was laughing at 2-4. My fault. I thought you say 2-4, 2-4 for the score. Okay, you talk about 2-4, yeah. Yeah, he for sure for the DDT. He for the DDT Figueroa. He for the DDT Figueroa, bro. 6th round just started for me. DDT suplex tombstone Figueroa. This man Nick Ball crazy, man. I mean, at some point you gotta kind of. Oh, that was a nice cheeky left hook from Nick Ball. You gotta kind of respect it, man. He said, "Hey, I'm not going. I'm not going without a fight. If I gotta get dirty, hey, it is what it is." Nick Ball's mouth been open for about the last 2-3 rounds, bro. That pace, man. And that nose being busted ain't helping. You feel me? That's a fact, Tay. Nick Ball's mouth been open for last 2-3 rounds. The way Figueroa is taking these shots, though, man, he's taking them very well. 4-punch combination for Brandon Figueroa. Has Nick Ball backing up. Nick Ball throws a left hand, a left straight, then a left hook. Brandon Figueroa has relentless pressure. We know that. We know that. You might push him back. He's right back on your head top. Right back in your chest with it. It's a tough fight, man. Tough fight for old Nicky. Nicky Dicky. Nicky Dicky Ball. The heartbreaker Figueroa came to fight. Nick Ball gonna be the first person to win by RKO. It's crazy. In a boxing match. What's wrong with this dude, man? Yo, 2-4 a fool, man. Oh. Right uppercuts from Nick Ball. Double up of the jab. Double up of the jab for Brandon Figueroa. You saw that uppercut that slipped in for Figueroa, right? Okay. Nick Ball's trying to cock back. I think he felt that one a little bit. Nick Ball's right back on him, though. He's trying to make it ugly. Trying to make it ugly, which I don't blame him. You know, hey, do what you can. It's like with Espinosa. We don't like when he was throwing them bows. I like El Divino. He was hitting Robisi with a couple of elbows, but if the referee's not calling it, hell, throw them bows like Luda. Throw them bows like Ludacris. Ooh. Nick Ball's trying to keep it with the pace. Nick Ball's landing the cleaner shots right now in these last 2 exchanges. These little breaks that the ref is giving is inadvertently and unintentionally giving Nick Ball a breather. Oh my goodness. 3-4 punches in succession for Brandon Figueroa. I think Nick Ball only got 1 in. That's a Figueroa round for me again. Once again, I think that Nick Ball landed the cleaner shots, but Figueroa through the larger quantity, and he landed more. You know, Nick Ball is few and far in between. Look at Molly McCann. Oscar says 4-2 Figueroa. I have it 3-3. I have it 3-3 right now. Oh my goodness, what a fight. It's a good little scrap. Don't forget to consider becoming a member. Shout out to those that already are members in the chat already, man. I appreciate y'all for real. Consider becoming a member starting at $3 a month. Really helps us keep going and growing. I appreciate it. You feel me? Keep the lights on. Keep a small channel pumping. You know? Appreciate y'all rocking already, man. Shout out to all the members. Shout out to the would-be members. Shout out to the gifted members. Shout out to those that are contemplating membership. Shout out to those that renew their membership on and off the screen. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that. Appreciate those membership renewals. Oh, Brandon Figueroa. Hold on now. Nick Ball came out like a lightning. Came out with something to prove. Oh, nice little right uppercut for Brandon Figueroa. You seen that snap his head back. You seen it. You seen it. You seen it now. Ooh wee. It's getting hot. It's getting hot. It's getting spicy in there. What they say? Oscar? Picante en la cocina. Oh, that was a nice little uppercut for Nick Ball. Jab to the body from Nick Ball. Jab to the head. Ooh, nice two-punch combination. 1-2 from Nick Ball. You know what I'm saying? A very... This man pushed the man all in. He just mushed him. Nick just trying to rock bottom. I'm telling you, when it gets hot. I just saw it, bro. This man, bro, the ref doesn't say nothing. He stopped to check if Figueroa's okay, but you gonna stop to make sure that Nick Ball doesn't do it again? Bro, this is crazy, bro. This man, Nick Ball, gets away with playing a whole nother sport. This man just tried to clothesline rock bottom Figueroa, bro. This is crazy, dog. Oh, Nick Ball has his back against the ropes. He does not want to be here against a pressure fighter like Figueroa. Look. Brandon Figueroa had to just put him in a headlock because he was trying to spear him again. It's just crazy, dog. If the referee says anything to Nick Ball when he tries to rock bottom him, Nick Ball gonna say,
Shut up, bitch.
if the referee try to stop Nick Ball from doing the rock bottom, Nick Ball gonna look at him and say, shut up. That's crazy, dog. This man be playing a whole nother sport, dog. Oh, nice 1-2 for Brandon Figueroa, pushing Nick Ball back to the ropes. Nice body shots for Figueroa, followed up by an uppercut. Oh, he punching on him. He punching on Figueroa right now. I mean, Brandon Figueroa is punching on Nick Ball, excuse me. Nick Ball's retaliating, though, on his back foot. Even when Nick Ball pushes Brandon Figueroa back, Figueroa still throwing them hands. Oh, did I just see Nick Ball grimace? Did he just grimace from that last left hook to the body? Looked like he grimaced a little bit. Ooh, that was a nice left hook from Nick Ball, though. He said, slow that down, Brandon. Slow that down, Brandon. Ooh, bro, that's a close round, bro. I ain't gonna lie. If I was to give any round a draw, that might have been it. I'm kind of leaning towards Figueroa, bro. That was a swing round too, though, man. If somebody gave that to Ball, I'm not mad. That was a close round. I'm not gonna lie, Figueroa's fighting, man. And Nick Ball is fighting. He's trying to defend that chip. He trying to keep another belt in the UK. He's fighting, man. I got to give credit where credit is due. Nick Ball is fighting, and Brandon Figueroa applying that pressure. Nick Ball looked tired. Him tired, boss. Him tired, boss, says Tay. Tay said he looked tired. Smoothie said he finna jump for the turnbuckle next. What's that move that Jeff Hardy does? A Hardy boy? He finna swanton bomb him, bro. He about to assist. He about to swanton bomb him, man. You see Manny Robles in the corner, Brandon Figueroa's trainer. Manny Robles, I like Manny Robles. He about to swanton bomb him, man. Nick Ball don't care about nothing, dog. Tripled up on the jab for Brandon Figueroa. See, like Brandon Figueroa will push him back to the ropes. And to Nick Ball's credit, though, he'll explode with a nice hook. Ugh. Like I said, Nick Ball's landing the cleaner shots, but they're too few and far in between. I think Brandon Figueroa doing the steady, more consistent work. In my opinion. Jab to the body from Nick Ball. As he stabbed to the body, he caught a right hook for his troubles from Brandon Figueroa. Nice jab, split the guard from Nick Ball. Man, I think Brandon Figueroa should throw more 1-2s, man. I know them uppercuts come like 5, but I think he should throw more 1-2s. 1-2 him to death. Just 1-2, 1-2. You know, like Klitschko, you should throw them jabs. Klitschko would knock people out with them jabs. I think he should just jab him to death right now. Nah, that's a throw. That's a throw down. That ain't no knockdown. That ain't no knockdown. He just warned Brandon Figueroa to keep him up. Yo, this ref is crazy, bro. He ain't warned Nick Ball for the wrestling move. He ain't warned him for the clothesline, the spear, or the rock bottom, but he warned Brandon Figueroa for the come on. Oh, Nick Ball's coming on now. 4 or 5 punch combination. Oh, that was a little low. That left hook was a little low. It was on the hip. It was on the hip from Brandon Figueroa. You saw Nick Ball try to strong arm him with the right hand, though. Nick Ball was Brandon Figueroa wasn't going. But like I said, though, in Nick Ball's defense, if you're not getting called for it, hey, keep doing it. Fuck it. You feel me? Fuck it. Like, if you're not getting reprimanded for it, you're not getting punished for it, you're not even getting warned for it, keep doing it. Oh! Right hook from Brandon Figueroa. Left shot to the body. Nick Ball comes back with a right at the left hand of his own. Throws a vicious right uppercut that just missed Brandon Figueroa. I don't know what he just tried to do. Like, he tried to hit him with a Stone Cold Stunner there. He grabbed his neck, and I don't know what Nick Ball tried to do right there. But, of course, oh, nice 1-2 for Nick Ball. The referee did not warn him. This is a tough round to score right here again. We got 24 seconds left in the 8th round. Oh. Nick Ball got 2 shots off. Then Brandon Figueroa followed up with a right uppercut that left to the body. He got 2 shots off, too. They went 2 for 2 on that one. You take 2, I take 2. And then with the middle of the ring, I gave that round to Brandon Figueroa, man. But are the judges giving it to Brandon Figueroa? I don't know. These are close rounds, man. They could all be going to Nick Ball, the champion. And you know, you got to take the belt for the champ, so they say in boxing, right? Boxing lingo, boxing circles, you got to take the belt from the champ. Nick 6'2" for Nick Ball, says Anubis. 5'3" for Figueroa, says Oscar. Figgy round, says Tay. 2-4 says he gonna try to turn around and hit at 619. They get too close to the ropes again, bro. Don't be surprised if you try to take him over the ropes and throw him out like a Royal Rumble. Don't get surprised if you try to toss him out the ring like this. He gonna throw Brandon Figueroa out the ring, man. Like rest in peace, Uncle Phil and DJ Jazzy Jeff, man. This dude is crazy, bro. This dude is crazy. Triple jab from Figueroa. Like I said, to me, Figueroa is doing the more steady work, but Nick Ball will explode and have a good moment and could win the round. Oh, that was a stiff jab from Nick Ball. That would be great. Yep. Someone gets a stoppage. That would be great. For either one. Either one of them. Brandon Figueroa kind of held behind the head right there. We're a third through the 9th round, y'all. A third through the 9th round, chat. We had 2 minutes. 2 minutes left to go. 2/3 left. We're a third of the way finished. Body shots are ripping for Brandon Figueroa right now. Nick Ball does not want to be on the ropes taking them body shots. I'll tell you that. He does not want to be on the ropes taking them body shots. The referee breaks him up. Nick Ball wisely comes off of the ropes. That was smart. Brandon Figueroa is right back on top of him. Like white on rice. Like flies on shit. Nick Ball for the kick him in the nuts. Nice jab from Nick Ball. I'm not gonna lie, Nick Ball's having pretty good timing, man. It's probably the best I've seen him with his timing. You know, like actually try to utilize timing and not just wildly throw. Oh, nice 3-punch combination for Nick Ball. Brandon Figueroa getting a little sloppy this round, chat. He getting a little sloppy. Okay, regaining his composure. Big ball lands a right hand that pushes Brandon Figueroa back. Nice jab from Brandon. Ooh! Nice jab from Nick Ball. And Nick Ball throws an uppercut that Brandon Figueroa just pounces on him with a 3-punch combination. Leaning on him, throwing body shots with the left hand from Brandon Figueroa. The referee breaks him up. That's what I'm saying. It's like whenever Nick Ball lands something good, it's like Brandon Figueroa responds with a nice little combo. All the shots aren't landing flush, but they're landing. They're doing damage. Oscar says all Figueroa. I have Figueroa this round too. I give that round to Figueroa too, but it just feels like somebody could be giving this to Nick Ball as well. So I'm turning up my mic a little bit. All right. Nick Ball left eye is shot red. Come on now. Bloodshot tings. 6'3" for Nick Ball, says Anubis. Oscar has the exact opposite, the contrary. He has 6'3" for Figueroa. One of them ones. I have it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have it 6'3" for Figueroa as well. Let's get it. Round 3. Round 10. I mean, round 3. Round 10 underway. Excuse me. Ooh, that was a hold on now. Nick Ball threw a vicious bad intentions hook. Nice jab from Nick Ball. He got his hand back at home in time to block the incoming punch from Brandon Figueroa. Brandon Figueroa throws a 1-2 that hits mostly gloves. Nick Ball retaliates with a punch that lands. Nice jab from Nick Ball. Double jab for Brandon Figueroa, mostly hits air. That's what Brandon Figueroa has to do right there. Keep that pressure on him and go in there, man. Nick Ball just threw a hellacious shot that just missed Brandon Figueroa. It's a good fight, though, man. Excuse me. Nice left to the body from Brandon Figueroa. 1-2 hits mostly gloves. Nice jab from Nick Ball. Nick Ball goes for a jab to the body. Tries to stab him in the lower abdominals. Brandon Figueroa. Back-to-back shots. 1-2 from Brandon Figueroa. Pushes Nick Ball back to the ropes. Double jab lands from Brandon Figueroa. A little pity pat jab into a straight left hand from Brandon Figueroa. Nice 1-2. Ooh, nice little uppercut with the left hand of Nick Ball. It's like Nick Ball is, to me, Brandon Figueroa is doing the more consistent work. Nick Ball is having little nice shining moments of desperation. You know what I'm saying? But Nick Ball is the victim of steady, consistent work on behalf of Brandon Figueroa. B-Fig. Little Figgy. Ten seconds left of the 10th round. That's a tough round to score, man. I'm going with Figueroa, though. That's a tough round. That's Paul Smith right there. He's another guy that's former boxer, contributes to Talk Sport. Brother to Liam Smith and Callum Smith. There's another one, too. I think it's like a Steven Smith or something. He weak, though. But I respect him for fighting. Body shot, send another one. Let's get it. Round number 11. Jeez. Round number 11. Oh. Nick Ball, in my opinion, on my scorecard, he needs a couple knockdowns or a stoppage. Oscar says that his own commentators are biased, but the UK commentators, they're glossing. They're glossing who? Oh, Nick Ball, obviously. Yeah, I bet. You know they're excited that they have champions. You know they have Jazzy Dickens, Nick Ball. Who else is a champion right now? Josh Kelly from the UK, Lewis Crocker. So they're happy right now, you know. They don't want to lose any. I'm sure I'm missing some, but as far as the males go, of course, they have a lot of women champions from the UK. Carolyn Dubois, Terry Harper, Ellie Scottney. A plethora of others. Oh! Brandon Figueroa's letting them hands go, man. Body shots, head shots, while Nick Ball's trying to wrap up. How quiet the crowd is kind of shows how this fight's going to talk to him, Kendrick. I can't hear the crowd, but they look quiet. They look quiet. Oh, Dalton Smith, too. Thank you, Kendrick. Yep. I forgot about Dalton. Yep. Dalton Smith, newly crowned WBC welterweight champion. Junior welterweight champion, 140. The referee better not warn him about going low. Oh, okay. I'm about to say. That he didn't even see that one. And that wasn't low. That right hand to the body. He just calling anything now. But that left hand looked a little low. Accidental, though. I agree, won't be famous. Won't be famous because I feel like if it goes to the scorecard, they're gonna score in favor of Ball. I agree. Oscar says, if and a big if Ball wins the fight, they finna say that's an amazing win. But when Fulton 12-0 Fig, they said it was. Now you talking. You see Brandon Figueroa putting that pressure on him, though. This is a Brandon Figueroa round for sure. It's a Brandon Figueroa. You just look at who looks comfortable. Who is comfortable, who's uncomfortable. Who's pushing the fight? Whose fight is this? Who's fighting like how they typically fight? And who's fighting whose fight? I feel like I'm missing the UK champion. We're going to the 12th and final round. Let's think. We got Jazzy Dickens, the WBA 130-pound champion. We have Lewis Crocker, IBF 147-pound champion. We have Dalton Smith, the 140 WBC champion. We have Nick Ball, the WBA 126 champion. Damn. I got the 5 last time. I only got 4 now. I don't know. I'm missing somebody. All right, let's go. 12th and final round. Let's get it. Let's get it. 12th and final round. Let's go. We need something big. Nick Ball needs a stoppage. Brandon Figueroa. Oh, Lord. Oh, my goodness. He ain't just do that. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. He went down like, oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my gosh. Oh, it's over with. It's over with. He got to fight back. He got to fight back. It's over with. He got to fight back. 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 Let's go. Let's go. Get him out of here. Get him out of here, chat. Get him out of here, chat. Let's go. Chat. I don't care what nobody say, chat. I don't care what nobody say. We be calling it. I didn't pick. Admittedly, I didn't pick. But what did I say? What did I say? What did I say? Nick Ball has been fighting guys that are not in his division. When he fights a guy in his division, then we gonna talk. He fights a guy in his division and he loses. Come on, man. Come on, man. Bro, we be calling it, chat. Can't nobody tell me I don't watch boxing, man. Can't nobody tell me, bro. Gosh dang, dog. Gosh dang, dog.
You got knocked the fuck out, man. Give me my goddamn money.
Now they mad at Brandon Figueroa for celebrating. They're mad at Figueroa for celebrating. This is crazy. UK, you got to do better, man. You got to do better, man. This is not a good look, man. Brandon Figueroa went in there as an underdog at his crib and took that. You should celebrate this, man. This is good for boxing, man. Come on, man. Come on, dog. Man, hey, man. Oh, Fabio Worthy was the other guy, Kendrick. Fabio Worthy, too. They have Fabio Worthy. They have Fabio Worthy as well at the heavyweight division. He's a champion. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. G's on peas. G's on peas. The hype train's over with. It is over with. Shout out to Nick Ball, man. But we got to tell the truth, man. We got to pack you up. We got to pack you up. We got to pack you up. And you know where you're going. You ain't going nowhere nice.
She thought I was going to send her somewhere nice? You're not going to the beach. Bitch, you're going to hell.
Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. Pack him up. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Shout out to my brother Oscar Perez. Renewing the membership, man. Committed to another 30 days with the Boxing Talk graduate membership, man. Shout out to you, man. He said he's not going nowhere.
I'm not leaving. I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on.
Tufo said, I told you the Migos be beating this. Come on. I can't wait, Tufo. Pipe it up. Pipe it up. I told you the Migos be beating shit out of you. Can't find not you, but yeah, yep. No, you told me too. Oh, look at that left foot. That left hook was nasty. Oh, that was nasty. Ugh. Oh, Lord, don't do him like that. Oh, my goodness. That was nasty. And then he just beat on him. I had him out the ring with it. Oh, my gosh. He had him out the ring with it. He had him out the ring with it.
Me blood clot.
He had him out the ring with it, chat. G's on peas. G's on peas.
Damn.
He had him out the ring with it. He said, it's okay. Ball's a UK fight. He just earned himself an undeserved title fight. Come on now. Oh, my Lord. Not gonna lie, getting knocked out by mid-fig is crazy, and that's tough. Come on, the Figueroa just lost his team. So imagine if he would have been fighting unifications like we've been calling for. Because no disrespect to Figueroa, but Figueroa lost to the former WBC champion, Stephen Fulton. Right? So imagine if he would have been fighting the unifications that we've been calling for. Imagine if he would have fought the WBO champion, El Divino Espinosa. Imagine if he would have fought the IBF champion, American Angelo Leo. And the Mexican WBO, Rafael Espinosa. And former champion, American Stephen Fulton for the WBC. Come on, man. Packed up, man. Packed up, man. Pack him up, man. He not even in the ring no more. Talk to him. Castro says just clean. Talk to him. Great counter shot when Ball got reckless. Talk to him, George, the last Patriot, dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. Come on, man. Come on, man. Shout out to Nick Ball, though, man. He put up a good effort. Shout out to Nick Ball. You know, he was a champion. He fought until he couldn't fight no more. Brandon Figueroa did his thing. He just broke the... Hey, Tufo, what's his name? Tufo, what's his name? Tufo said he just broke they heart. For real, for real. And what's his name? Shout out to Tufo. I see what you did there. He just broke his heart for real. What's his name?
Yeah.
The Heartbreaker.
Yeah.
The Heartbreaker.
Yeah.
The Heartbreaker.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Get that dirty fighter up out of here, man. But Nick Ball, dirty fighter, man. Nick Ball, dirty fighter, man. Kick people in the nuts. Clothesline people. Body slam people. Come on, man. Yeah. Yeah, man. You dirty fighter, man. This man kicked Ohinky in the nuts from the back. You don't kick nobody in the nuts from the back. You don't kick nobody in the nuts, but you kick him in the nuts from the back? Nah, bro. You dirty, bro. Nick Ball kicked him in the nuts from behind. How you kick him in the ass and the nuts at the same time, bro? You can't kick somebody in the ass and the nuts simultaneously, man. Come on, bro. 12th and final round. Figueroa put him down. The ball dropped. The wrecking ball dropped. Facts. Facts. The ball dropped. Look at Adeola Depot. He mad. Sour ass. Vicious counter shot. Come on. Come on. UK commentating ass. They said he can't celebrate when a man is down. Yeah, see? You can't celebrate when a man is down. Okay. Yeah, all right. Yeah, okay. Certain people can't celebrate. It's crazy. You can't celebrate when a man is down. What are we talking about? Nobody's wishing death or any chronic illness on anybody or any injury on anybody. They're just elated. They're just happy. They're excited. They went in somebody's backyard and took the belt. If you can't celebrate then, when are you supposed to celebrate? You can't celebrate if you get emailed a belt. You can't celebrate when you get elevated a belt. You can't celebrate when you knock somebody out in their backyard. Get the freak out of here. How about not getting knocked out? You know what I'm saying? You don't want somebody to celebrate to win the game. That's what my coach used to tell me. In basketball, football, boxing, everything. My coach said, you don't want somebody to trash talk or celebrate, don't let them win. That's it. You don't want somebody to celebrate, then win. How about that? Bums. Freak out of here, man. Let somebody be happy, man. He can't be happy now when he's supposed to be happy, man. Shout out to Brandon Figueroa, man. Shout out to Brandon Figueroa, man. Pussy. He said ball through that knee. Ball through the knee like he was in MMA. Facts. His man didn't even come out to take his L. Like, you feel me? You feel me? Everybody else they would have called a sore loser and all this other stuff. Shout out to Figueroa, man. UK got 4 now. Talk to him, James. Talk to him, James. They got 4 now. Yeah, who's the 4? They got Jazzy Dickens at 130. They just lost Nick Ball. Jazzy Dickens has a WBA at 130. Fabio Worthy has a WBO at heavyweight. Dalton Smith has a WBC at 140. Lewis Crocker has an IBF at 147. And Josh Kelly, that's what I missed. Josh Kelly has a 154, the IBF at 154. So they have 5. They have 5, James. Yeah, they have Josh Kelly at 154 IBF. Dalton Smith, WBC at 140. Fabio Worley, WBO, heavyweight. Lewis Crocker, IBF 147. And Jazzy Dickens, WBA 130. They got 5. They got 5. They had 6. They had 6 before. Remember, Caleb was digging the grave on... Bro, I ain't gonna lie. Shout out to Anthony Durrell, but that's why I like Caleb. That was one of the best celebrations ever. I ain't gonna lie. You dig the grave on him. Grave digger for real. That was one of the best celebrations. I don't care, man. Caleb Sweethead's playing, man. You know what I'm saying? That's it, man. That's how I go, man. He got up and then Figueroa came in like a wrecking ball. Yes. Damn, they knocked him out the ring. I'm telling you. Let me pull up my brother Oscar for a little bit, but I'm not gonna stay on too long, man. I got some papers to grade and things like that, man. So I got some work to do. So, but I'll let this is too big of a victory not to have the folks pull up. Oh my goodness. Knocked that boy out his socks. A lot of mercy. The arena. Hey, they left with Nick Ball, Kendrick. You ain't see him? When Nick Ball was knocked out the ring, they all left the arena. Brandon Figueroa, man. Good for him, man. Shout out to the Heartbreaker, man. And can't nobody say I was just rooting for Brandon Figueroa because I don't like Nick Ball. No, I always like Brandon Figueroa. I always root for Brandon Figueroa. Stephen Fulton and Brandon Figueroa, I was conflicted. I like them both. But I like Brandon Figueroa, man. And he knocked him through the ropes. He almost b-hopped him. One time for Joe Smith Jr. Facts. Facts. Let me pull out my thing, man. Let me pull out my mic. Pull out my mic or my headphones. That's crazy, bro. I don't recall. That was Nick Ball's first time getting dropped too, huh? He got dropped and stopped. Now I ain't gonna lie, chat. What y'all think about this? I think they probably regret not letting him sit down, right? I'm not saying he would have won. I had him losing, but he might have had some more legs up under him if he wasn't standing up in the corner. Sometimes you try to do too much, man. You better sit down and take that break, cousin. You better sit down and recuperate, cousin. Get this water on your back and your neck. Oh, man. Anubis said, I'm terrible with predictions. No, you're not. That's not true. Oscar Perez, mi hermano Carnal in the building. What's good, brethren?
Dog, I gotta say you called it.
I appreciate that.
I gotta say you called it. I'm not gonna say you called Figueroa beating him.
Facts.
I'm gonna say this. You called that as soon as this man, just like Joseph Parker, as soon as this man fights a guy in his division with some legs under him, he's gonna lose.
Come on now. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
And I was rooting for Figueroa, not because I love Figueroa. I just hate Nick Ball. That motherfucker's a hijack. I do hate man. I do hate him. The ref was like, you seen the ref? He was calling all kinds of nonsense, and I was like, what are you calling, dude?
You know he was looking out for his UK brethren, man. You know that.
He said
UK lad.
You can't hold him. I mean, what you mean you can't hold him, bro? Like this guy throwing me, tossing me all around the ring, kicking me.
Right.
He hitting me with the forearm. He's throwing that little short uppercut, hitting me with his elbow, and I can't throw him. You got me bullshit. You bullshitting me. I tell you that much.
He tossing everything but his salad. Pause.
Oh man. And then the UK commentator. Oh yeah, you have to understand that the lad is down. He's severely hurt. He could be severely hurt, chronically hurt. You got to take some precaution. And shout out to that little Irishman. You know, the one that's always with what's that black gentleman's name?
Depot goofy ass.
Yeah, the one that's always with him.
You talk about Carl Frampton, former fighter?
Yeah, he's the voice of reason. Tell me if that makes sense. So how crazy were the other two speaking that he's the voice of reason?
Yep.
He said, like, hold up, man. He's like, this is his first time fighting out of America.
Talk to him.
He just pulled out the upset win.
Talk to him.
He's just celebrating. He's not mouthing at nobody off. He came out. This is the wins of all wins.
Talk
what
to
are
him.
you talking about? Like I said, he's usually that one that makes no sense.
Yep.
And now he's the voice of reason. So how fucked up did the other UK commentators gotta be, man?
They hate him, man. You know they hate him, man. They hate that. But we were just talking about sore losers. We're not gonna act like sore losers don't exist. If that was Nick Ball would have won and he was celebrating, they wouldn't have had no problem. And shout out to my UK brethren and sister, you know, but it's facts. They kind of biased, man. Not kind of, they are. And shout out to Carl Frampton. Carl Frampton has some good fights with Leo Santa Cruz. I was talking about Leo Santa Cruz earlier. Shout out to Leo Santa Cruz, one of my favorite fighters. Shout out to Carl Frampton too. Yeah, I didn't know he said that because I didn't hear. But yeah, man, big up to Carl Frampton, man. Be the voice of reason. This man he just won. We want fighters to win belts in the ring. This man was the underdog. I didn't even realize it was his first time fighting out of America, and he went and took the belt from the guy in his backyard. You're not supposed to celebrate then. When should you celebrate? Get the freak out of here,
the so-called best guy at the division since Fulton moved up.
Facts. And what they did, Oscar, they called Nick Ball was doing the rest of the moves. Brandon Figueroa should took the 2 beer cans and did the Stone Cold celebration. And the beer can slap and pour beer all over himself, man. Really get them mad. Shout out to Brandon Figueroa, man. Breaking hearts out there, man. The heartbreaker. Broke a whole bunch of UK hearts tonight.
You know, I know you didn't hear the commentary, but it was the same noise that you can hear from by you listen to your fight. It was a bunch of quiet.
Crickets. Straight crickets, man.
I was like, the fuck, man. I'm gonna say this. I don't think. Not only is that, it's the first time somebody can move with Nick Ball like that. Like they're usually not used to fighting like that style.
I agree. Because that's a fact. He's usually the pressure fighter. Brandon Figueroa. That's his game. So.
And he didn't like when he was getting turned around and he was getting tossed around or held against the ropes. He didn't like that. He was like, hey, man, what you doing? The same shit you're doing.
He ain't like it, bro. Dirty ass Nick Ball, man. That man be fighting like he fighting in a bar, man.
Not today.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whenever you go up too high and then you fall down.
Mm-hmm.
This is that man, bro. Like he went out the ring, man. Half his body was out the ring.
Oh
His head hit the
Lord.
canvas.
Oh
His head
Lord.
hit the bottom of the ring, dude. He looked like a goddamn exorcist out there.
Oh Lord. I
Like
ain't
a
gonna lie. Hey Oscar, bro. You know I don't like hating on nobody, but I might be a Nick Ball head. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I'm happy about this win. But I do like Brandon Figueroa too. And it was a good fight. I do think it was a good fight. No disrespect to Nick Ball, but I am happy, you know, because I do feel like he's been. I don't want to quite call him fraudulent, but it's been a little overhyped. Like you said with the Joseph Parker, we called that one too. It's like Joseph Parker's been he was on a quite a fraudulent one. The first time he fights a legitimate heavyweight that's ready to throw back and could account for himself, you know, make a good short for himself, he's gonna lose, and he did. The same with Nick Ball, bro. It is what it is. Hey, hold on. Shout out to Won't Be Famous, bro. Yes, sir. Just like this, bro. It was just like this. A Stone Cold joint. He came out like so. The heartbreaker, bro. Yeah. My man, go ahead, Oscar. Yeah. Shout out to B Fig,
bro,
man.
I need people to respect 126 again.
Facts.
Figueroa, man. Figueroa did it. Out of all the champions, out of everybody out there, the one mixing it up is Figueroa. So shout out to him, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna lie. Though Fulton 12-0 his ass. I ain't gonna. That one was sad. That was a sad beat.
Yeah, Fulton. It was a rematch too, though. He already lost to Fulton, and we would say Fulton's a better boxer, and then got worse. You know, usually that's what happens in boxing. You know, the better boxer, the rematch does better. But I will say this: I do think that Figueroa don't duck no smoke now. You know, he fought a guy that he lost to. He fought Fulton. You know, in the rematch, he fought Nick Ball. I see unification in the future, man.
In Liverpool.
In Liverpool.
With the lads.
Come on now, with the lads. With the UK lads, the ladies and lads. I ain't gonna lie, man. I don't know if it'll be immediate. I'm not saying it should be immediate, but you know, we could be getting Figueroa versus the IBF Angelo Leo or the WBO Rafael Espinosa, who I think is the best at 126, or maybe the winner of I forgot Shushu Carrington, you know, WBC belt holder.
I like that.
Yeah, man, I like all those fights, man. I like all those fights.
But this makes it seem clear what would have happened to Nick Ball if he would have fought Espinosa.
I agree.
I
don't even know why I don't know why it wasn't clear before, but it's definitely clear now. Espinosa would have put that man in the dirt, man. Stop playing. He said,
"You're not half your body's done going out the ring. All your body's going outside the ring.
Your whole body.
Man, this fight was good, man. I ain't gonna lie. It was entertaining.
Facts.
I wasn't expecting this from this fight. I thought it was gonna be a dirty mess. Turned out to be pretty. Hey, Nick Ball was boxing though. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, he was.
Since he couldn't use his dirty tactics, I just didn't. I agree with you that he was the most steady guy out there, and Figueroa was the more reckless guy per se. It's just because how awkward it was, but I also think Figueroa was out there giving Nick Ball the works, and Nick Ball was just it was like, I don't know, a guy that says a bunch of nonsense, but he's saying confidently. Therefore, it looks nice. And a guy is actually saying something, but he sounds like he's saying some bullshit. Like, you know what I mean? Like Kid Rock saying All American Concert with the last lyrics.
Right. Yeah, I don't even understand that. Like, and Bad Bunny, whether you like it or not, Puerto Rico's part of America, bro. They have the same president we have, so I don't even like. But you know how that goes, man. People are ignorant.
You know. Talking about ignorance, it sounds nice when he was like, all that Puerto Rican music. I'm like, just so American with extra steps. Is that what you're saying?
It's crazy, bro. People are just, bro. That's why hate is bad, because, you know, you're always going to expose your ignorance, and hate is bad for the hater. They be thinking they doing something. Shout out to Won't Be Famous. He says, as long as Figueroa keeps that belt figure anyway, I don't really want to see that. But, I mean, I'm the same person that I don't really want to see anyway move up. But if he does, yeah, let's see it. Let's do it. I gotta think about that one, boy. I like Figgy. I ain't gonna lie. That's a good one. But
that's a good fight.
That's a good fight.
It makes sense though, because Figueroa comes from the smaller weights.
Yeah, facts. Figueroa fought Fulton at 122, if I'm not mistaken, the first fight. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with that fight. I want to hear that he's too big, because you know they have a common opponent, Stephen Fulton. Inoue beat Fulton by stoppage. Fulton beat Figueroa, so why not? And he comes from the smaller weights, like Oscar just articulated. Unity says Figueroa is. I would like that fight. Figueroa versus Angelo Leo. I would like that fight.
Oh man,
2 American champions, IBF, WBA. I like that. Unification.
I
like that.
I think Angelo Leo was on the same path as Snake Ball, if you ask me.
Ooh, I ain't gonna lie. I would kind of lean towards Leo in that fight. Right now,
he holds power, but it's just like look at his opposition too. It's
that's
like,
true. That's true.
If out of all the champions, I say even Espinosa got better opposition. As in lately,
man,
Angelo Leo is just
nobody has a. In my opinion, nobody has a Robisi. Well, Venado Lopez was a great win.
But yeah, you look at that fight, you see Espinosa and Robesi was a close fight.
Right.
Venado and Angelo Leo was a close fight. It just so happens that he got caught.
Right.
But Venado was doing some work, just like Robesi was doing some work on Espinosa. I think Espinosa and Leo, that's the fight I want to see.
I want to see that too.
Rumor has it that some company called ProBox does not want to make that happen.
I didn't know that. That makes sense though. Angelo Leo being with Pro Box and Espinosa looking like he is, so they probably want to make sure they keep a belt on Pro Box because they want to be in the mix. So it makes sense. I don't like it, but yeah, it makes sense. Who else do they have in Pro Box as a Pro Box fighter that's a champion? That's it, right? Lamont. Because Lamont, they had Lamont. Yeah, they had Lamont Rose, but now Jazzy Dick is a champion. So yeah. Hey, let me check this out real quick. Shout out to my brother George, the last Dragonborn, dropping that bread, that cheese, that butter. He says Figueroa, the real HBK. Shout out to Shawn Michaels. That was one of my favorite fighters or wrestlers growing up. It was Shawn Michaels. I like Ahmed Johnson, like Stone Cold. I like The Rock. I like a lot of I like Edge. But he said Figueroa, the real HBK.
Yeah.
With the sweet chin music fist.
Yeah.
I like how you did that. I like that. Sweet chin music, boy. He kept kick him right in the chin, punch him right in the chin. Yeah, man. Of course, it makes sense. You know, Heartbreak Kid, HBK, doing, sweet chin music, him with his fist. And Brandon and Nick Balls doing wrestling moves, man. You can't be slamming people all the time, man. You slamming Brandon Rios, kick TJ Dohinky in the nuts. You tried to clothesline and spear and rock bottom Brandon Figueroa. Can't be doing that, bro. Roughing up Sam Goodman. These are smaller fighters too.
To me, it was just hilarious whenever he got spun around like a full 360, and all he did, and then he was like, "Man, what you doing?" and threw him on the ground.
Oh, but hey, you heard anything about Ray Vargas? Speaking of Ray Vargas, I remember his fight. They had a draw, right? Big Ball and Ray Vargas had a draw, right?
Yeah.
I wonder what Ray Vargas is he injured or something?
I think he's already been back.
Been back?
No, he's been out.
Yeah, I know he was out. I thought he was like I could have sworn he was like champion in recess or something.
Yeah, he was champion in recess. I don't know if he is still.
Yeah, I don't know if he still is either.
How long it's been.
Right.
But rumor has it, well, I heard this from an interview with Bernardo Lopez that he's moving to 132.
130 getting hot, man.
Hot.
Hey, exactly. The great minds think alike. 130 get a little spicy. O'Shaquie Foster for the WBC. Who has a WBA? Jazzy Dickens. He's about to fight Anthony Kakachi, which Anthony Kakachi's a duck. Who's an IBF? Sugar Nunez. WBO
with
is
Amanda
Navarrete. Yep, they're about to do a unification. Hey, that's a great fight. That's a great fight. All Mexican War. That's gonna be a great. I still don't know who I have. Who you have?
I got Sugar Nunez just because I think Navarrete's biggest opposition is not gonna be Sugar Nunez. It's gonna be that goddamn scale.
True. He's been struggling with that weight for a little bit too.
For 2 years now. And plus, he's on record saying that he don't eat. Like, he never diets. He eats junk food. He eats street food.
He said, "Hey, man, I got to eat good." You feel me?
He said, and quote unquote, "Man, if I eat salads and fish and if I eat clean, I don't perform the same way. So I got to eat dirty."
I got to eat dirty. It's crazy.
I was like, what?
Hey, man, he said, bro, I can't do it, man. I need to eat.
He said, fuck all that energy. I need that grease in my system.
I need that grease. You need to cook it with grease. Yeah, man. Shout out to Emmanuel Navarrete, man. Vaquero.
In the man, Figueroa, they're breaking hearts, man. That's the thing that's kind of trash, and I hope you touch up on it in one of your videos. How UK is just sore losers, bro. Like you can't be telling men not to celebrate. What the hell? That's and crazy. Then what was that black gentleman's name that you said?
Ade Oladipo, goofy ass.
Yeah, he went out there. Do you think you were winning the fight? What the fuck do you mean you think you were winning the fight? It's a close fight.
What? He asked Brandon Figueroa if he thinks he was winning?
He's like, do you think you were winning the fight before the knockout?
I don't like that dude, bro. You know I don't rock with him at all, man.
I was like, what?
This is the same guy that told what's his name? Brandon Skeet, I believe. Pause. His name is when Hamza Shiraz knocked Brandon Skeet on the floor, right? And then he hit him with like a 3-punch combination. Ade Oladipo said, "Oh well, you got to protect yourself at all times." He's a cornball, bro.
I was like, what?
If he likes you, he's gonna say whatever to make you look good. If he doesn't like you, then he trash.
Tell you what, keep a close eye for this for UK commentators being like, well, I didn't even think he should have taken this fight. He should have taken a different route. Shout out to Nick Ball for taking a tough fight.
Man, get out of here.
And to be honest, people have Figueroa like he was a nobody.
Exactly.
Because he lost to Fulton.
Exactly. Not only that, I mean, if you don't take a tough fight now, I mean, what they want him to keep fighting 122s at 126? Like, what are we talking about? He had 3 fights that weren't supposed to be tough. If they were tough, it's a testament to him not being on par more so than it's a testament to him having tough fights. You're fighting 3 guys that are,
not even in your weight class.
Yeah, super bantamweights, right. They're not in your weight class. It's not because they're not above. They're below. What are we talking about? Like a well-oiled machine. Facts won't be famous. Sorry, go ahead.
And one of them was a legit old man.
Yep, TJ Doheny coming off a stoppage. Yep, coming off a stoppage loss. Yep, and he said his neck and his back was hurting. Anyway, Anubis said Inoue versus Brandon for Inoue's debut at 126. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at
it. For a debut, that's a great debut.
Yeah.
It's a tough ass debut, I tell you that. That's a great debut.
Yep. I personally believe, and no disrespect to Shushu, I like Shushu, the American WBC champion, but I think Inoue, if he goes to 126, I think that's his target should be the WBC champion Shushu, WBA champion Brandon Figueroa, or the IBF champion, another American, Angelo Lea. I think he should stay away from WBO Espinosa. But if he's really gangster, I mean, I would love it. But I personally don't think that he has to go to 126. But if he does, then
I don't think so.
Yeah, I think that's the route he should take.
It's just a crowd. I mean, I'm not saying Josh specifically, or
right.
I'm not pointing anybody's finger. I'm not pointing fingers, but it's just a crowd saying like, nobody's good enough in your division, then you can't be up there. Kind of like what they did at Canelo at some time. He got undisputed, and then there was like, well, you keep fighting all these bumps. Well, all these bumps are ranked number 1. Bring me somebody. Benavidez don't want to fight. He never pressed the issue.
Right.
God damn it.
Right, and he's at cruiserweight. What are we talking about? Let it go.
But and it's the same thing that happened at Tank for a little while until 1-7 Haney left. Teal left. It was Tank number 1, but he had no opposition. So they were like, move to 140. You can definitely move up to 140 because you beat Mario Barrios, a champion. Because that's what they always call him a champion until they will go to talk about the accolades that Tank has. But he said he went up there and beat a champion. I never hear interim and all this and that. But when they talk about the belts, he's always like, yeah, but he had 2 division champion because one was an interim.
Yep.
Well, ain't that the same reason you wanted him to go up to 140?
Come on now, talk to him.
Making make sense.
Won't be famous.
And I ain't gonna lie though.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead.
If Shakur don't stay at 140, I hope he gets even more criticism than Tank got.
I ain't never thought about it like that. I hope he gets
more. He has to get more because he's not an interim belt holder. He is the best. Point blank. Period.
I want Shakur to fight.
The best.
Retire, man. I like that fight. I like any of the fights. Abdul Mason, any mix.
I like Dalton Smith. Not gonna lie, me personally.
Oh, I would like Shakur Dalton Smith too. Yeah. It won't be famous. WBC has a super champion clause, right? Yep. So yeah, anyway, but you gotta think about it too. Won't be famous. We talking about anyway. Whether you got the clause or not. If he wants to fight IBF Ezra Leo, they're gonna give it to him. If he wants to fight WBC, Shushu, they're gonna give it to him. So, but you're right though. Yes, the WBC in a way can do that, but it's in a way. A smaller division.
Yeah.
Nobody knows small division. Anyway, can get any one of those fights. They go whether it's a WBO or Gustavo Oliveira, the IBF and Daryl Peoples, Mauricio Sullivan WBC or the Gilberto Mendoza WBA, they gonna get it to him. Believe that.
Especially if the fight is in Japan, then you know for a fact they're gonna
Facts.
bend the knee.
Facts.
You know how much money Inoue makes in Japan?
Facts.
Gosh dang. But Inoue has to make it for him to get a unification or whatever you want to call it, because that boy Junta Nakatani, the storm is coming.
Come on now.
It's making noise.
Talk to him.
Inoue is going now.
Big
Junta
boy.
Nakatani in 8.
Big A and 8. Big Bang Junto. Big Bang Nakatani. Won't be famous says. Kendrick says Shakur Cooking Dalton. I think so too. But I'll still like to see it. Won't be famous says what was surprising to me was how Ball only headhunted with Figgy when it's been shown in the past.
Yeah.
You're right, famous. It's been shown in the past that Figgy has weakness to the body, but that's why I brought up Ray Vargas too. I mean that's not why, but let's go back to the Ray Vargas fight. Watch that fight if you remember that fight.
Yes, I was
Nick Ball
thinking that.
headhunted. He did not go to the body.
Yeah.
Like that's why. It's like Nick Ball, like bro, like you have such a small stature. How do you not go to the body? Like I never understand that.
It's
like,
right there. It's
right there.
If I'm not mistaken, that's your biggest criticism to Nick Ball. Just this is mine. That is like, bro, you're right there. All you gotta do is reach out.
Facts.
You keep overextending, being out of position, getting tired, hopping in and out, doing all this wrestling moves and all this shit.
Yeah,
you're getting tired. Just go to the body. It's right there. Just extend out your arm.
He's a club fighter, man.
Your goddamn head is in his belly button.
Yep,
right
exactly. He's a bar fighter, man. He'll be a beast in a bar fight, but in the boxing they got rules, bro, and you got to use it. And I'll blame his trainer. You know, whoever his trainer is.
Yeah.
I'll say that you know
I
you got to teach him that.
I also think his trainer seen it early on because if you see Nick, like before he fought Vargas, he used to go to the body, not a lot, but you know enough. But he'd be leaving his head too high, too exposed.
Yep.
And he always got cooked, like, because you know he overextends. That's another thing he does. He overextends.
Question for you, Oscar. Nick Ball bounces back or no?
He can.
Can championship status or no?
Maybe a interim, and just
I
like
agree.
just how he got his title, interim, and just keep building up from that.
I agree. I don't see him, like you said, you know, you never know what's going to happen. You know, if anybody moves up, if Espinosa moves up or Shushu moves up but if it's not like an interim title elevation, I don't see him beating
any of the champions right now.
Nah, not one of them. Not one of them.
Maybe Shushu, just because, you know, Shushu.
Maybe Shushu. But if Shushu, I'm going to be honest too, the Shushu that fought Castro, I don't know.
But it's Castro.
But Castro got.
I agree.
Castro got some thumpers. I think Castro and Ball is a good fight.
Castro Balls is
that's a good fight, man. That's a good fight. And you know, once that chin gets tested, was this Nick Ball's first time being dropped? I think so, right? I don't remember him getting dropped. Pretty sure too. So once that chin gets tested, man, he might. You know, we'll see.
I tell you what, though, to me, the thing with the Castro win, it's a great win. To me, it's a great win. I think very respectable.
Think it's a great win? I think it's a good win. I want to say great.
Yeah, a good win. Very respectable. Very
respectable. I like that word, respectable. It's a respectable.
Bro, Shushu's still the weakest champion in the division, man. I'm sorry. If you're a Shushu fan, I'm sorry. He got beat by Sagawa. Castro this was his bounce back fight.
I agree with that.
So,
I would favor definitely Espinosa. That's not even a question. Figueroa and Leo, I would favor them over. I agree with you.
I think
126 is pretty good though. I think the champs are pretty good. So that's not really a bad thing for me. But yeah, I would agree. I'd pick the. I think
Shushu does Stephen Fulton. I think he's gonna go up eventually to 130 and fight with Oshaki and same result 12-0. 12-0.
Shout out to my guy, Bodega Ty. What's good, my brother? Mi hermano again.
I know he's seen Nick Ball getting. Bro,
Yeah, he
I
said
can't
he
get
said I
over
popped up just to say I told y'all. So sit down. Shout out
Everybody
to
knew
Gartar.
though. Everybody knew.
Come on, man.
Well,
Come on,
except the
man.
UK. The UK were saying he's
Right.
boxing beautifully.
Yeah, that's crazy,
But
man.
aside from the UK, everybody knew that once Nick Ball fought a decent opposition, he was gonna get dropped. Or he was gonna get beat.
I mean, yeah.
He didn't get beat though.
He got
He got
dropped,
knocked out.
knocked out the ring, boy. He got tossed.
He said, "Stop dropping rope."
Stop dropping, rolling out the ring is crazy. He stopped dropping, rolling out the ring is crazy. Oh man, shout out to Nick Ball. I don't want to put too much pressure. Shout out to Nick Ball though, you know. But I got to call like I see it, man. The not fighting guys for your division, you know. It's just, you know, the wrestling,
What's
the dirty
Nick Ball's
tactics.
latest fight?
What's his
Brandon Rios. His latest fight. Sorry, Brandon Rios
was Sam Goodman, right? Sam Goodman was the last fight.
Sam Goodman, TJ Doheny, Brandon Rios. That's your opposition. That was his opposition. The opposition that people were telling me, oh yeah, he's the best at 126. If not, he's up there. Everybody's scared of Nick Ball and all this and stuff. Everybody, whatever, all the UK was saying, and he got exposed, bro. Like, I ain't gonna lie though, like him getting dropped at the ring just puts Figueroa on another level for me.
Yep.
Because he's so short, he has no neck like Pitbull, so that body was tender as hell. I know because he kept grabbing that side.
Right.
Like that ain't no easy task to beat a guy like that because he's so small. And you see him Figueroa in the first rounds, he just had to go down. Like I don't know. That's why he kept getting cooked by the uppercut. But
yeah,
he pulled it out.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Texas man. Great win.
Big Texas.
Nick Ball got exposed. Not exposed.
No. He didn't get exposed because he fought a bad fight. He got exposed because he finally fought a guy in his division and lost. That is exposure.
Yes,
he got exposed.
Yeah.
I agree with that. I think you are right. He got, if you could only keep your belt because you're fighting guys that aren't in your division, or you got exposed.
Literally fighting down.
Literally. And I don't blame Nick Ball for this, but if you are to be technical, Ray Ford immediately moved up after he fought Nick Ball. And a lot of people say, oh, he was drained. I don't get, that's not Nick Ball's fault. You can only fight who's in front of you. But during that 5v5, he won the belt against Ray Ford, who was drained, right? So you can argue he even acquired the belt by fighting a guy that shouldn't have been in the division, but that's not his fault. Yeah. You know, but you know,
that's not his fault.
That too. Another guy outside of his division that was drained. So
if you remember the feelings after that fight, and particularly everybody, I think, even the UK lads, which is weird, they kept saying that Ray Ford still looked good enough to make it a close fight.
Yep.
It was still a close fight. It was still a close decision. It's just he couldn't pull out the win, and then the Ray Ford saying, "Oh yeah, I just didn't want to be here," and it didn't make it. It didn't make it any better, but it was still a good fight.
Right, and that's his fault too. Yeah, you shouldn't have did that. You tried to squeeze down in your nephew's clothes to get a fight, then hey, you lose.
He's trying to he's trying to be at 28, 30, bro. But he's really 32.
Talk to him. Step your pants game up, man. Increase that waist size, brother.
To let you go, and my finishing thought is great fight by both of them. Possibly fight of the year. I'm not really thinking.
That was a good fight.
It's still early on to call it, but it was still a hell of a fight.
Yep.
It delivered, and in all ways of the word, the thing is using Nick Ball, using his dirty tactics. It's you've seen both guys full game, full arsenal. I'll say that. And upset of the year, maybe.
So far, I mean, who else really got upset? January. Who was in January? This yeah, we haven't really had much yet. So
I know there's Matthias Dalton Smith.
Yeah, that was a big one. Oh, Josh Kelly, Bakram. That's a big one.
I don't know. I'm not so on Josh Kelly. To me, I say this: if you say that Devin Haney looked afraid of Ramirez, if you say Shakur and De Los Santos was a terrible fight, I don't see how you can say that was a good fight and a good performance by Kelly. But if you had those as great performances, shout out to you.
Shout out to
But
you.
if you're one of the ones that say, oh, Devin Haney fought scared against Ramirez, you can see his shot, or Shakur and De Los Santos, that tactic was so terrible, or you had Jermaine Ortiz losing to Tio, I do not see how you would even consider Kelly winning that fight. That's all I'm going to say.
Talk to him. Yes, sir, man. I'm going to slide in. I got to grade these papers, man.
Great papers? What?
Yeah, exactly, bro. That's what I'm doing. I'm teaching and stuff, man. So, I grade 188. 188. Well, no, I'm lying. 188 times 3 because they had 3 homeworks. I got a grade. And then a quiz, 2 quizzes. So, 188 times 5 is how many papers I got to grade. Box side.
Yeah, damn. Shout out to you, dog.
I appreciate
Learning.
it.
Beautiful job. I can never do it. I mean, teaching. Beautiful job.
Appreciate it.
I can never do it.
I used to teach at the university, so it's a little easier than that, but it's just the behavior is what is a little challenging, but it's all good, man. We built for it.
Knowing you that you can fight, you like, man, you know,
bro, thank you, Oscar, bro. That's it, bro. That's the part. I'd be like, man, I'd be wanting to knock one of you little ugly mother.
Why not different like this? You know who my daddy is? Well, you know who my fist is?
Right.
Bitch.
Right.
Do you like Nick Paul?
Exactly. Tell me what your daddy and your man. I whoop their ass too, man. But whatever. Well, yeah, man. Appreciate you, bro. Hey, bro, Oscar, you be knowing, bro. You be knowing the young man's plight.
Yeah.
I don't want to, Kendrick. Don't say that. I don't want to, but boy, they be having me rolling, dog. They be having me laughing, man. Yeah, I
got come with some good ones because whenever you see our roast battle that don't really make sense, it's kind of funny.
Exactly.
But whenever they trying to roast you, and you're like, man, I smack the shit out of you right now, bitch.
Right. And Kendrick says someone said the search party for Ryan from the 6 is crazy. Don't do my boy Ryan like that. Don't do Ryan like Ryan hurt. He probably cried. He cried in the car right now.
Hey, you know what? You know what he's gonna say? You know what he's gonna say? Nick Ball made me lose money again.
Yep. You're right, because he said that he likes Nick Ball because he always bet against him, and he would always lose money, and now he probably bet on him. Oh Lord!
And he made him lose money again.
Yep.
Yeah, nah, Nick Ball fraud watch. Fraud watch over, just like Joseph Parker. Do I think he can bounce back? Not to a full champion, but he can bounce back, especially being from the UK. And 126 is not so whole. It don't have such a stronghold at Asia, so maybe.
Right.
Still yet to be seen. I'll tell you this, to be considered for the Ring Magazine Awards and all this and that, I don't think he can bounce back to that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Contender, yeah, but champion, like I said, I don't know. It would take Espinosa and the others to move up, and then we see what happens. But
even then, you still got some good guys coming through, so you're like,
yeah.
I don't know. I still like you said, Castros. If Castros didn't fight Shushu, which it makes no sense that he had I'm not leave that one alone. But if Shushu,
no, I think that's a good point too. You know, back-to-back title shots is weird, but
yeah, like we always complain and we're always saying like, how the I'm just gonna say this, how the Black American never get a title shot after title shot and this and that and and they never get a gimme fight and all this and that. Hey, Shushu got a gimme fight.
That's a fact. But I don't think to get more easier than that. You find a guy for a vacant title that's coming off of a loss. And bro, speak your mind, bro. We ain't no hater animosity here, man. We say how you feel. I think that you're right. I know you well enough. So it is what it is. It's like similar fashion, right? I've said it about Takuma Inoue, right? Takuma Inoue got back-to-back title shots, so we don't like that. We got to mention that. And Carlos Castro got a back-to-back title shot. So
like the only difference between Takuma Inoue and Daigo Higa is that Takuma Inoue won.
Yep,
that's the only difference.
That's a fact.
Oh man, that man Daigo Higa retired without a belt, just like Ryan Garcia is. But that man retired without a belt. Just like Ryan Garcia is. I'll say that again. Double down.
Man, I hope you're right. I hope you're right, bro. I got Barrios.
You can tell the Figueroa that whooped Barrios' ass showed up tonight. He said, "You did what to my sister?"
Facts. Kendrick said you got to blame Fat Boy Fulton for that. That's true. For Castro and Shushu. Yep, you right about that. Doc got a Slavic, bro. Pray for me, Kendrick. I hope I don't, man. These wines annoying. Trust me, I do what I meant, bro. And they just, I don't know. A lot of them are good though. I don't want to make it seem like, you know, the majority of them are very good, man. Very, very. I'm talking about exceptional, but as far as behavioral goes, but some of them is just, and that's the sad part because you're there for such a large amount of time that all it takes is one or two to be bad. It overshadows all, you know.
It's cool in the beginning of the day.
Right.
Let that be 4 o'clock. And
Right.
you trying to get out and somebody say something slick.
Right. Right.
Boy, I'll whoop your ass.
I will beat, man. Hey, man. I beat the snot out your nose, boy. Piss down your
Once
nose,
you say
boy.
grading, I'm like, yeah, I know what my boys do. I know what he's going through.
Oh, my Lord, bro.
Like I said, Monday, beginning of the day, hey, what's up, guys? All peace and love.
Yep.
Let that be Friday's me trying to get out of there.
Oh, man, my patience is gone through all out the window.
Don't even talk to me. Don't even look at me. Don't even think about me.
You feel me?
If you're worrying about your paper, don't say nothing. That'd be the best way for you to get a pass. But if you come up and you're like, "Hey, dog, can you give me a slide? You know, can you let me slide a little bit?" Man, shit, get your bitch ass out of here, you stupid ass. Why you in a this level of education and you're over here begging for?
Exactly.
Man,
you know what time it is. You know
Pack
exactly
him
what
up.
time it is. Pack him up.
Pack him up.
You send him straight to hell. But yeah, man, I'm about to go ahead and slide, man. Get right to it, man. I appreciate you, Oscar, for calling in, man. Nick Ball got straight sent. Hey, he there right now.
He's so short, he kissed the floor, bro.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, man. That's crazy,
All right.
bro. But all right, man. Appreciate you calling in, man. All the support, man. You know what it is, man. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, you know.
Yes, sir, man. God bless. My guy, Oscar Perez, man. That's my brother right there, man. Hey, shout out to all the people, man. I want to apologize too, man. You know, your boy birthday tomorrow. I'm gonna try to see. I probably won't go live. I might. You never know. But it's your boy birthday tomorrow, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be doing work as usual. You know, I don't really do no celebration things. I really don't even really be focusing on birthdays, but I feel like it's just a way for you to feel like it's like a measuring system, right? Like, oh, you're supposed to be doing this by this age. You're supposed to be doing this by this age or this by that age, you know? I don't really care for it, you know? If you're young and you feel old, bitch, you old. If you're old and you feel young, bitch, you young. You know what I'm saying? So you do everything at your pace, and you never know how God's going to bless you or when he is going to bless you. So, you know, but yeah, my birthday is tomorrow, so I appreciate y'all rocking. And like I said, I apologize for the lack of frequency of videos, but, you know, I'm still trying to get settled in this new gig. So, but yeah, man, I appreciate y'all rocking as always too. Won't Be Famous says, is this going to be the new comparison for this channel? Is blank a bigger upset than Figueroa versus Ball? Yeah, it might have to be for a little while. Might have to be. Yeah, that's a lot of papers. Yeah, it's almost 1,000. 188 times 5. Got 5 assignments, 2 quizzes and homeworks, you know. So that's almost 1,000 papers. But it'll be all right though. It's pretty quick. So yep. Yeah, that's what Kendrick said. Kendrick said that exactly what Won't Be Famous said. He said apparently Brandon Figueroa was winning anyway, so ain't no complaints. He wouldn't have got stopped. He would have lost. He needed a stoppage. So, you know, and shout out to Nick Ball. Maybe his corner, I can't hear it, but maybe his corner communicated that to him, and that's why he kind of opened up a little more. But I mean, we know Nick Ball's not the most refined fighter anyway. He kind of opens up wide anyway. So, but yeah, man, shout out to him though. Ain't nothing wrong with losing to Brandon Figueroa. Brandon Figueroa is a former champion. But big ups to Brandon Figueroa though, man. Big ups to Brandon Figueroa. But yeah, I appreciate y'all rocking with me as always, man. Shout out to everybody that contributed to the channel. Everybody that pulled up. Thank you for all the likes. Big up for all the memberships and the renewal of the memberships. And thank you for the super chats, man. Shout out to my brother Clone dropping the $10. Shout out to Oster for the $5. Shout out to Trey for the $2. Shout out to Oster for the 10. Shout out to George for the $2. Shout out to Oscar for renewing that membership for 11 strong months, almost a year, baby. You feel me? Shout out to George again for the $2. Shout out to George again for another $2, man. Appreciate y'all rocking. Don't forget to smack that like button if you haven't done so already. Better late than never. I'm going to catch y'all on the flip side, man. You know, wish y'all the best. And appreciate y'all rocking with Dr. Boxing Talk, man. Y'all be easy. God bless. The doctor's out. Peace. From the hood to college, both worlds they had to meet. 6 degrees between us, so cold we're about to freeze. But we're Florida boys, hot takes, we bring the heat. We're moving the culture, the engineers to the streets.